take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. Day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it ain't raw, give it to me now. Let me have a spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Ain't got no time for no fear. I'm working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. Man, it's going down, gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait, take what I want, then I go train, gotta get a win. Settle mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. Day and night, there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle, mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
To the place where dreams come true, where everything you want.
I work too hard to get here.
But most of all, you're willing to be first for 'em. Ha! Look. It's where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours. Passion and pain to be first for 'em. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. but mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for Toxo. Let's do this.
Oh, what a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my God! यहाँ पर क्रोम से शॉट लेंगे बट ये हाईएस्ट लेवल पे और उसके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा एलिमिनेट
Welcome to the day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be your host and caster Necro, and John alongside with me on the panel is going to be Shai Shnu. Before we move on with the show, huge thanks to our sponsor, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Shai Shnu, yesterday was the day, which was quite an incredible one, especially some of the teams that we did not even expect. Even they got the chicken dinner, and then the teams that we expected to dominate, they were not really able to find their footing inside the battlegrounds.
Absolutely. I don't want to point specific things out, but seriously, the team that literally surprised us with their performance were God Esports and also Team Prince. I mean, the way they both got their chicken dinners, they had the highest points with those chicken dinners. So definitely stepping up, making a mark and showing how well they prepared for this tournament. But again, it was just day 1, right? We still have a few more days and then a few more weeks of grinding. So maybe that should be enough time for teams to check their stepping stones and figure out their playground.
Exactly. Speaking about the stepping stones, even Team Seoul yesterday on the last game itself, they got the chicken dinner on the game of Erangel. But then on the game of Sanhok and Vikendi, you clearly saw the struggles from Team Seoul. Not just them, even Reckoning Esports, a team that we thought that maybe they can dominate, but no, instead they were just getting shut down so easily. Especially in the map of Vikendi, you had a lot of expectations from them.
Indeed, we did. We thought that maybe they should be able to probably show off what they showcased even in the Conquest Finals. We saw how well they were prepared in the Conquest Finals at least. But it just seems to me that the pressure of all of these invited teams and also showcasing their skills right now is something that they need to work upon. But again, they can't brush it off as of now. It might be possible for them to pull something out of the blue right now. They've got 3 games as well. But one thing that I want to talk about is the fact that now the groups will be shuffled. We are not going to see the same groups going against each other. We will see some new teams that will be taking on. We might possibly see a few extra drop clashes.
Exactly. As I mentioned during the intro as well, we're currently inside the challenge season, and today is the day 2, in which 24 teams were invited and 8 teams qualified in from the open qualifiers. And then after this is going to be the challenge final, where only 16 teams from this stage will be able to move on forward, which is going to be quite a massive cutoff. But hey, the more brutal the format, the more entertaining it will be.
Very entertaining indeed. And honestly, I don't think so. Most of the teams will try to go in for those top 5 positions. Maybe just sitting in the top 10 should be enough for them. But since we've already been talking about where their position is going to land, might as well look at the point system, because the first place is going to receive massive 15 points. Second will receive 12, while third will take 10 points at home.
of course, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you see that 1 point per finish. And that's something that really motivates these teams to go for the elimination points. But still, a lot of the teams do tend to focus on the placement points, which is, of course, paying off for them, especially Team Seoul yesterday. They're one of those teams that are quite bloodthirsty. But in the last game, we saw a perfect mixture of aggression and a balanced passive nature. And that's something we all love. On the other hand, though, there are a couple of more teams, for example, Carnival Gaming, were not really able to get their hands on the chicken dinner, even though they like to play super defensive. As we've got the groups in front of us, considering we have a lot of teams on the play, we cannot let all the teams play inside one single game. So that's why we've divided these teams into groups of 8, and each group consists 8 teams, Group A, B, C, and D.
That is absolutely correct. And all of these teams are going to be literally behemoths in terms of their fighting power, in terms of how well they can showcase their skills and how well they're going to bring their firepower on the table in those maps. And we saw Group A and B going against each other in the first 3 games yesterday. But now we're going to focus on Groups B and C as well. And talking about Group B and C, it might seem to me the case that it shows how Chemin has been showcasing their skills, and that has been pretty solid. They promised us yesterday that they will bring us a chicken on the table. Now, their performance was a little bit shaky, but even after that, their heal battles scored them a few extra points, getting them those second places. So I think so. Their strategy might be a cheeky one, but definitely packs a punch.
I mean, look, yesterday I mentioned this as well, and today as well I mentioned this during the start. I said that the teams that we did not really expect to perform, they were also performing. And I'm talking about AUTOBOTZ, and I'm speaking about Team Prince as well. Yeah, Team Prince, they're like the experienced bunch as well, but still, the chicken dinner that they got on Vikendi, it's not something that's just completely normal. It's a remarkable one. They had a lot of elimination points. They were just dominating the lobby left, right, and center. I just want to see what Team Prince have got for us in store today.
I mean, absolutely. I would be looking forward to their own match as well, because we have seen them being on top, and even in the rankings, we're seeing them standing on top with 47 points in total. And the fun fact, they received more than half of those points in just one game in which they got the chicken. So that is true. Literally a mark. That's literally a mark.
That is true. That is super true. But then you also see Chemin Esports on the 3rd spot, OR Esports 2 on the 4th, AUTOBOTZ Esports, the team that got the chicken dinner yesterday. Even that team's on the 5th spot. Now, over here, the big red flags inside the top 3 are Chemin Esports and OR Esports. These teams do not even have a chicken dinner, and still, they're on the 3rd and the 4th position. So Team Seoul and Team Prince, they're definitely going to have a lot of work for themselves. As you do move on forward to the 2nd page of the overall standings, you're going to find some massive upsets. Team X Spark, Genix Metal Esports, FS Esports, even Team Godlike and 8-Bit. They were not able to perform that well, even though so many fans had so many expectations from them.
That is correct. But I still feel that, they would be in their comfortable seat. They would not want to go out of their comfort zone as of yet. They're still in top 16, not facing any lot of problems. But yes, one thing that is worrisome is the fact that the point difference after the 16th position, that is starting from 17th till 24th, is not that high. Just 1 or 2 good games coming in for these teams would put them up in the top 16 and will push either one of those teams down. So they will have to keep their consistency key on, especially when we are talking about how God's Raid have been performing. Yes, they've had a couple of shaky games yesterday, but I think so today they are going to do something different. They've been using their strategies really well. Even in one game, we saw them going, I believe it was against Medal, if I'm not wrong, and their split was absolutely dominating. They got 2nd position in that one, so just a couple of games like that and they will be in top 16.
And how can you forget that fight from TWM against the players of Godsreen? Godsreen being the most dominant team currently the Indian region has to offer. And TWM, they just wiped them out so flawlessly with the use of a vehicle and a perfect team communication and coordination. TWM definitely surprised us quite a lot, but then still they were not really able to make that big of a remark in the overall standing. So that's still a big, massive concern. As we do move on towards all the way last page of the overall standings, there are some of the names that we did not really expect them to see. And one of those is Reckoning Esports. Hopefully today in Group C and D, Reckoning Esports is able to pull off something, because if you're not able to do anything, well then Reckoning Esports, there's a chance you might not find yourself in the top 16. And that can be quite a big of a stinger.
That is indeed true. When you were mentioning about Reckoning, I would also want to name a team that's name starts from R as well. It's Revenant Esports. We thought that maybe their roster is going to show us some promising results since they had a couple of changes. And honestly, in a few of those matches, I still would feel that they had a pretty decent positioning. It was just the timing that they need to work on. But we're going to have a quick look at the rosters as well of all the teams for now. Kemin with Fury, Venom, Alto, Phantom, Dope. They showed some promising results, and today they've already promised that they will give us a chicken. While on the other side, we were talking about the teams that have yet to perform on their potential. One of them is going to be Hydra officials too.
Exactly. I mean, we've got the squad roster Group B in front of us, from which Orangutan, Carnival Gaming, still a big sign of concern, especially Carnival Gaming. Now, their play style is quite defensive, but yesterday they definitely try to do the same thing. They try to stick to the roots. It did not really work out. I want to see a little bit of changes now. I want to see some tweaks from Carnival Gaming, because this play style from them has been going on for a really long time. It's not been working out, that's for sure. So something needs to be tried and tested, because you cannot keep on playing the same play style that all the other teams know that you play, because you become too predictable. You need to bring something new on the board. Now, as we've got the second page of the Group B, Metal Esports, Skulls Esports, TWM, and Team X-Spark. All the teams on this page are stacked.
Definitely stacked. Indeed, Team X-Spark as well, with a couple of shaky games, they were still able to pull off a chicken dinner on the map of Erangel, and no one can forget that, because that game was also a very solid one, in which, if I'm not wrong, they gained 29 points. And that was a situation wherein I believe 4 or 5 different teams were going in for those heel battles outside in that blue. So yeah, that could have been a hard break for them not being able to grab those extra points. But talking about points, Revenant and Reckoning need to grab additional ones, since they need to go into that top 16 position. And if we are talking about Team Forever as well, they have been directly down at that table. They also have to show some results. Their roster is super promising. Oasis, Flock, Omega, Mafia. They have got it, but they are just not being able to live up to the mark.
I mean, you see Gujarat Esports too from Group C, right? And yesterday in the game of Sanhok, the first game for Group C, actually, Gujarat Esports was able to get a chicken dinner themselves. And that was something that really astonished me. That's why the teams that I did not really expect to perform on day one itself, they managed to perform. And the teams that we expected to perform, they were not able to perform at all. So these are the type of astonishing moments that we all love to see. As we've got the second page of the Group C in front of us, Alibaba Raiders, Team iFlix, IQ Soul, and of course, we've also got FS Esports. All the 4 teams in front of you are, of course, quite nice, but then you really take your eyes towards Team iFlix and Alibaba Raiders, then some signs of concern do tend to start.
That is indeed true, especially talking about Alibaba Raiders, right? There was a match in which I believe it was Sanhok, where they had a good opportunity to grab that chicken, but eventually they just come to their opponents. They were not able to push out, and they were in a man advantage as well. They lost one of them to the grenade, and after that just could not push out to their opponents. So that one loss could hurt them a little bit. They got the second place, so that should be fine. But if that's going to be the situation, it is kind of concerning, because they will be put into the similar place multiple times, and they have to figure out a way to somehow come out of it. Otherwise, I don't think so they would be able to rack up a lot of those points, because now these teams would change their strategies. They will bring out something new that's on the table, and they have kept the aces up the sleeve. So you have to be worried about that as well.
But then once again, you need to understand, right? That game of Sanhok in the final few moments, the advantage was clearly in the hands of Wingard. I'm going to hold on to that thought because we've got the schedule of today's day in front of us, and we're going to kick things off with Erangel, where Group B and C will be duking it out. Even inside the match 2 and 3, Group B and C will be the one to play things. And then in the match 4, Group D and A will chime in until match 6. So this is the schedule in front of you. Of course, as usual, we're going to play with 3 Erangel maps where all the teams will have an equal footing and an equal chance to take things out.
Indeed, that is correct. And Team B are just going to repeat the maps that they played on yesterday, while C will have new map now added. They played on Sanhok and Vikendi yesterday. Now they're going to play on Miramar. And the same thing could be said for Team A. They were playing on Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. Now they will only have just one Erangel up on both. The teams who basically waited and tried to get those chicken dinners on the map of Erangel will only have one shot at it. And they would have to figure out a way to play on that aggressive map of Sanhok, which you really love.
of course, I love the map of Sanhok, as you mentioned, aggression, and that's something I'm a big fan of. But I want to see aggression off the bat once again in the map of Erangel too. Now, Team Seoul is one of those teams that will be looking pretty confident because they've got the ball in their court. They've got the momentum. Yesterday, they ended things with a chicken dinner, so they should be feeling all-time high. On the opposite side, though, there are a couple of more teams who did not really get a lot of things done, especially Reckoning Esports too. That's another big name. They've got a solid roster, but for some reason, they're still deactivated. Maybe in the first game of the day is where Reckoning Esports can literally just hit the ball and get it in their court.
Yeah, it is possible. It is highly possible. And then they need to do it because they need to climb that ladder. And if in case they kind of wait for a way too long time, they would have a large or a humongous gap to climb. But since we're already talking about the gap to climb, we'll be jumping into the map of Erangel, where these teams would have a lot of space to cover, especially for the ones who would want to directly go up north, because the plane path is starting from Novo and it would end up in between Gatka and Query. So it's going to be pretty difficult for the teams who want to land up at 70, or if they want to go towards Kameshi or Stolberg.
Indeed, it's going to be a little bit difficult. FS Esports instantly taking an exit from the plane fly path. I mean, yesterday, of course, we did not really see any type of drop collisions, but maybe today, a possibility. Why not? Maybe if you do want to move on forward and spoil someone's game that you don't really like, hey, feel free. I would be down to see some aggression off the bat. But Reckoning Esports dropping in towards that military base. No issues on that regard whatsoever. Revenue Esports, another team that is certainly a big sign of concern right now in this Group C. I want to see how Revenue Esports is now going to start to wrap things up.
They would have to wrap up a few extra points at this time, and honestly, I also want to see, would there be any possible drop collision between Revenant and Hydra officials? They both like to drop towards Milta, but for now, we're also seeing FS taking an early drop, moving forward up north, while on the other side, Reckoning, they are just having the time of their life inside the military base. There's absolutely no one who want to try and go in for the contest, while Orangutan as well, this is also a team we want to see perform very well. They're taking their usual drop on the map of Erangel, same 3 people dropping towards Ferry Pier, while Ash will be taking the vehicle down from the military base island and then will be moving up north.
Yeah, the similar stance, nothing really out of the ordinary, but I'm not gonna lie, if one of the teams do want to go for the contention onto Ash, they can feel free, because listen, these teams definitely do go back home, do a lot of research, and they should be able to find one thing, and that is Ash is all by himself, isolated on the military island. If any other team that drops towards military base, be it Reckoning Esports, if they do their research properly, they can get one free elimination point off the bat to kick things off. So I guess that's definitely a worth contention, but still, none of them really do so. So Ash is going to have a free and some nice time.
That is indeed correct, but I want to see at the cluster that's basically forming around Milta. We mentioned that that point might be a possible point of contest, and it seems to be the case because Hydra and Revenant, both of them have dropped down at the exact same point. But for now, the members of Kevin, all 4 of them in just one vehicle, I'm not a big fan of it. If in case it gets blown to smithereens, there would be no possible way for you to rack up a few additional possession points. But I guess we can give them a little bit of a room of error because they're just moving towards the apartments of the George Pole. So might not have anyone jumping there.
This is... okay, for a moment, I thought that Chemin Esports is probably pulling off quite a brilliant move, but no, instead, they just moved in towards the George Pole apartments. I thought they might just move in towards Yasna Poliana, but no, because the planned flat path was completely from the southern side, so there's a possibility that there's no one in Yasna Poliana, so even that could have been a free taking, considering the circle was quite close to that city as well. But no, Chemin Esports instead just adjusts inside George Pole City, which is now probably going to be a massive extent for them to make it inside the circle. Hopefully, they've got the vehicle as well to pull that off. Wingard Esports, yesterday in the first game of Group C and D, Wingard was the one to get the chicken dinner. Now let's see if that's going to be the case once again or not. Will they be able to get the chicken dinner in today's first game too, or no?
Onto the map of Erangel yesterday, we did see them performing fairly decently, but were just not able to grab up a few of those additional points. So might as well be possible for them to kind of change a few things here and there. As of now, they're just trying to grab as many vehicles as possible towards the side of Mansion. And honestly, I think so. Looking at the circle as well, it has taken that southeastern shift kind of. So the teams who are playing up northwest will have to make a long way to jump inside of it. And I'm definitely talking about Chemin. I'm also talking about TWM, who want to take a long way in. And it is just inevitable that they will find at least one or the other team who will be blocking their path. If not in the stage 1, then at least in the stage 2. So those early rotations are going to be the key.
Pretty much. TWM Gaming, this is one of those teams as well that you cannot really take that lightly. Yeah, they're not doing too high in the overall standings, but you never know. A bounce back is possible. You've still got a decent amount of games in your hands. Anything can be done. 3 games today, from which the first one's being played right now. And then 3 tomorrow as well. So enough chances. 6 games in total left over. You can definitely move ahead and try and do something out of the box, especially as I was mentioning Carnival Gaming as well, right? They like to play super defensive. Yeah, it's not really working out because they're way too predictable. It's time to pull something out of the box now. It's time to do something new. You cannot just keep on doing the same thing over and over again.
That is indeed true. And honestly, we've been seeing how TWM Gaming like to play around. They usually would drop towards hard western part of the map and then try and loot a few of those houses or those compounds, and then would try to go in for those rotations. This time, I'm liking the fact that they've dropped in around hospital and are looting at least that area. With this, they're going to have a fairly decent amount of utilities. At least that would give them enough to probably go in for 1 or 2 fights, if possible, maybe on 2 different fronts, and try and grab a few of those additional scraps for themselves, because they have got the firepower. They have shown us that multiple times that they will be showing off those extra few finishes and grabbing those additional points. But they have to step up, they have to change their gears. And also, since we're already talking about the teams who have to change their gears, one of them that I would really focus on in this specific match would be Revenant. Because yes, it is a possibility they will get a few early fights there, but also Hydra officials are the ones who are looking for those additional finish points.
That is true. And not just that, another conversation point could be Team X-Spark. They've dropped in towards Yasna Poliana, but they're not really doing that great as well in the overall standings. Yeah, decent, but it's not something that you would expect from Team X-Spark, especially when they've signed up Ninja Jod. He's the MVP of the BGMI community. He has been MVP in all the official tournaments so far. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with Ninja, but maybe slowly and steadily he is going to start to grab up the pace, considering he's playing with completely new teammates. So maybe the teammates do not exactly know how to set up Ninja Jot for success. It's just going to take a bit more time for the communication and the team synergy to chime in. Reckoning Esports too towards military base. Metal Esports looking forward to make a rotation out of the military base. This is going to be an interesting one. Revenue Esports is way too close to that bridge. There's a chance we might just see a fight brewing up, but Carnival Gaming, they themselves indulge in a fight against the players of Skulls Esports. And Skulls is one of those teams that is quite aggressive as well, but this time, Carnival's defense comes out on top.
A very solid defense indeed, and you cannot count this team out no matter what, because they are very experienced players, and as soon as they get one pick, they're not rushing in to find additional ones. They're just staying put. They're going to grab those essential utilities as well, and then are going to focus if they really want to push this forward or not, because Skulls, yes, they are in the vicinity, but there is absolutely no chance that they would be able to continue this fight or even try to prolong this, because there's also a possibility of any team coming in for the third party. And since we're already talking about the third party, Revenant, they're currently in position for a very solid third party possibility, because if in case there are a couple of teams who will be coming in through that bridge and they engage in a fight, then Revenant would be able to grab a few extra scrap points and fire those shots just like Sensei is doing.
Yeah, he went for a little bit of shots in the front. Doing so is also giving his position away. On top of the rooftop, cannot even afford to showcase his head anymore. If it's visible even for a couple of seconds, Sensei is going to be cut off instantly. Even about Revenue Esports, they've added on 2 new players. Not exactly new players. They have been inside the community, inside the esports scene for a really long time. Blaze and Equinox, the ex-God's Reign member. And so far, I guess there's definitely a little bit of a problem with these 2 chiming inside the Revenue Esports squad. It's taken a while for them to adjust. But once they do start feeling quite comfy, that's when the real bodies are going to start to hit the floor.
Just a few more games of synergy, and that's about it. That is all it takes for these pros to settle down. Metal is also just looking for a space to probably settle down, and they can't recklessly move forward as the warning shots were fired from Sensei already. So they have an idea that there's some team trying to gatekeep them and trying to deny them any kind of entry into that northern island. But since we're already talking about the entries right now, yes, Revenant is trying to gatekeep middle, but on towards the other side, the team that we all are looking forward to, that's Reckoning. They're rotating directly from the western bridge, so they should not face any kind of teams stopping them to enter. But the one place that I also want to focus is going to be just towards the southeastern part of Pochinki, where almost 5 or 6 different teams are forming the cluster.
I like what Top Dog is doing. Come up with an off angle on top of the bridge. But is that really going to be successful? The answer is quite tough. In the elimination feed, we also saw one of the players from Team Seoul getting knocked out and finished. It's not really that good of a news. It was Insidious who managed to take him down. So far,
just
quite a peaceful aura inside the battlegrounds. Everything's quite calm, cool, collected. FS Esports, they've managed to taste that blood of Team Seoul, so they're definitely going to be feeling quite confident, that's for sure. All the jitters instantly shaken away, especially when you're going to be taking shots against such a big team.
You need to keep your nerves calm as much as possible. And that is exactly what even Team Seoul needs to do right now. Losing one of their members, and that too as Power. We know how well he's been performing, how good of the clutches he's been showing us from time to time. He's been literally one of those top dogs of Team Seoul and a pillar. Taking him out early on, putting a stop onto his run, and that too on the second day so fast in the first match. But talking about fast, members of Hydra need to get that revival quickly, or at least try to take down their opponents. Otherwise, they'll be facing a lot more casualties.
Yeah, Spray got knocked out from Hydra, but they've also managed to deal so much damage against the foes. Alibaba Raiders, they're on the run. Teal Scuba spotted out. So many shots taken. Barely survives as well. That was a great escape, that's for sure. Starboy now looking forward to toss that nade inside the window. There is one player from Alibaba Raider, Chris OP, but he moves away in the nick of time. Roman OG, he's bleeding to his death. So the main priority has to be to get Roman back upon his feet. The constant bombardment of utilities just does not stop. And I guess Roman as well is now back upon his feet. Too much damage taken. Hydra, they're losing out on the man number. Even Starboy falls down, but eventually Chris OP goes down as well. Hydra, they somehow pull things back in their court, and they're looking pretty okay, at least for now.
Only for now, that is. Again, Chris taking down Alibaba Raiders. Their decision of sending one man away to try and go for an off angle and also for a safe retreat, I don't think so. That was a very solid one because they did not think maybe their player would be able to take 2 of them down. It could have very well been a 2v2 situation where they might also have won the fight. But Hydra getting those few extra points, 3 finishes already, 3 important flushes, and putting a stop to Alibaba Raiders' constant top 3 or 5th place. So that's going to be a pretty solid decision for them. And they also needed these extra points because they want to move up on that table. Talking about moving up on the table, Revenant need to do that. And losing members is not exactly the way that they can. Middle just showing their strength. Also, Sensei falls yet again. Paradox was able to take him down. Can he find anything more, or is he going to retreat?
Not exactly sure. I mean, Paradox gets one and instantly backs away. I like the fact that this man is not greedy at all. Because if I was in his space, or if I was in his place, man, I would have definitely tried to go for a little bit more. Greed is the way for destruction. And that's what Paradox realizes. Instantly backs away. Reunites with his teammates. Trying to play with his teammates as well. Let's see how the future lines are going to look like for Metal Esports. Against Team Forever. Always as well is around that area. They're quite widespread out from each other, which I completely understand. They just want to take as much space as possible. It's a 2-2 split, But hopefully even one of them does not get knocked out. If that's going to be the case, then everything inside the strategy is going to fall apart.
Absolutely true. And they also have to worry about other teams who are rotating up close to them. And similarly, Skulls, with just 2 members, they can't even find the information. They can't even try and take those fights. They can't even think of even forcing those engages because they just do not have the manpower. So we try and play for survival. We're talking about survival. Crypto, he'd be able to take down Scuba with the DBS. Some nasty shots. I mean, I would say it out loud. Maybe people would disagree with me, but DBS kinda needs a nerf.
I wouldn't disagree with you on that one at all. Everyone would definitely agree on that. DBS for sure needs a nerf. That range right there, being one shot in that range is definitely unacceptable. It was like a big, massive punch in the gut, and then you just have to take it head on because you've got no other option anyways because you're out in the open. Carnival Gaming taking shots against Revenant Esports. Equinox going for a little bit of peekaboo. Doesn't really work out. Instead, he takes shots upon himself. Love the proactivity from Revenant Esports, but even they're surrounded by a lot of foes, so they need to watch out. They cannot have a single side relief at this moment. As soon as their focus is going to be shifted over, maybe there's a chance Gujarat Esports can instantly pounce on top of the opportunity. But I highly doubt so. Gujarat Esports, they've already faced a lot of brunts. They've already faced a lot of upsets inside the game. They've lost out in 2 players. So I highly doubt they're going to go for this elimination. Instead, it's better to just play as safe as possible and go for the placement points. And I guess that's what the main mantra is going to be for Skulls. As the next circle is going to be in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, shifts right on top of the players of Revenant Esports, Skulls, and even Carnival Gaming. These 3 are right in the smack center, so they're going to be feeling great.
But not anyone apart from them is going to feel great because, again, Hydra also making their rotation in will be stopped by the members of Team Soul. That fight is definitely going to break out. And on the other side, Team X-Pac as well, making a long rotation, would try and insert themselves into the zone from the southeastern part, or maybe the northeastern part if they want to go for a short one. Reckoning for now just around the shorelines. Orangutan in their sights. But as soon as one of these fights break out, I mean, there are so many possibilities of teams going third party or even fourth party, if in that case, if they want to, because there are 2 major concentric circles. One in towards the northern part of the zone where you've got Team Forever, iFlix, you've also got Soul, and the second one is just a little bit towards the south where there's Revenant, there's also Orangutan, there's Medal just on the southeastern part of this. So these are the 2 main circles that are forming, and highly possible that the main fights are just going to break down there. The question is, which team is going to crumble first in the pressure?
Man, just feel the peaceful aura. Just feel it.
Hey, it's the calm before the storm.
I mean, yeah, it is the calm before the storm, but man, I'm not gonna lie, it feels a little bit weird to be this peaceful. Need at least a couple of gunshots, right? And as soon as I say that, that's what we hear. Some shots being fired against someone. At this point in time, teams are going to have enough space for themselves to make it inside the circle without even needing to contest each other. So everything's going to be good in the hood. Even Team Soul looking forward to breach in from the northern side. Team iFlix now moving inside the same compound as Skulls and Revenant. 3 foes right next to each other. Like the neighbors. It is going to be a tough one to extinguish either one of them.
Because look at just towards the north. There's also Carnival Gaming that are close to them. Shots still being fired. Revenant, Skulls. That's the thing. The first fight that's going to break out is going to invite a lot of teams to try and come grab those extra scrap points. So all of these teams are just trying to play extra careful. And also, second thing is that they've got pretty decent covers out there. I mean, in the area of farm, there are just so many compounds, so far spread out. Plus, it's fairly open area. Yes, there are a few covers of rocks, maybe a few trees.
Omega? This could have been super bad. I thought Omega is going for the extend. If Wishu was able to dish out a bit of damage, Omega could have been knocked out and instantly finished. So Team Forever, they do have the high ground, but they're not in the best possible scenario. Next circle shift's going to be on the way soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. Team IQ still looking for a breach inside the circle from the northern side. They're going to have a clear breach without a doubt. Even Chemin Esports also, you can see, is all the way back in the blue. Even he's looking forward to making it inside the safe zone. A lot of the teams that are going to be the latecomers, they will face a lot of problems because at this point, you're going to have so many Guardian Angels around the edge lines. The next circle shift comes on the board, and Team Forever, they somehow find themselves in the lucky shoes. Always is right towards the center, and he can't call his team right on top of him, and they can't play around that spot.
The fight is probably going to break out between Reckoning and Orangutan, because Orangutan are occupying the spot that Reckoning would want to play on, especially in this kind of zone. They've got 2 big warehouses, a few extra containers to save them from the fire. There's also a small cliff where Trigger is. That's going to save them from any fire coming in from up front, where Carnival Gaming is for now stationed. So the rotations are going to kick in. Chemin have taken such a long time to come back inside the zone. If I'm not wrong, they tanked first 2 blue completely. But as soon as I mentioned about Chemin, Revenant trying to take them down, trying to fix them apart one after the other. Ready, starting these fights, and even Starboy getting a few extra shots right now in the aim of Sarang. Nothing's going to come out of it.
Some chip damage was inflicted, but not enough to get the knockout. He was barely alive on a sliver of HP. Hydra, they've still got so much threat lingering on top of their heads. And that's why they decide to move away from this spot. They back away. They let the control be taken away by the players of Team X-Spark. So X-Spark are going to have a high ground for themselves, so they're going to be feeling quite great. They can scout a lot of the surrounding grounds, get some information, and then maybe decide to move in. But I'm going to hold on to that thought as WinGod, they push up against the players of FS Esports. And Eggy, he's trying his best to win this fight against Secret, but Secret, he drops him down. FS Esports on the verge of getting eliminated, but WinGod too on the verge of being extinguished. Last man just moving around the house, making sure that he's going to be surviving for as long as possible. Ovi, he realizes that everything is on his shoulders. All the burden for his team as well is on his shoulders. He needs to make sure that he's carrying his team's flag to the victory. It sounds a bit too much, especially when you're also getting shot at from the sidelines. And that's it. WinGod, they've been eliminated from this game.
That was such a great Molotov, but we're going to talk about that later, as again, Soul trying to get a few extra of those points, were able to take down 1, but the shots being fired onto them from Team X-Spark, who occupied that position. And I think so that's a pretty solid position. They're barely inside the zone and also have a little bit of a high ground, but I don't think so if they've got enough covers to hold on to that one place. So maybe we'll try and go in for another shift as soon as the circle changes its place. But now all of these fights are going to break out. Even another member of Soul being taken down as the third party also comes in. Team X-Spark just want blood right now and will push onto their compound.
X-Spark this time, as you mentioned, they just want blood and they've already tasted it. Sarang's knocked out, but even Team Soul, they've only got 2 players left alive. Even Ronnie gets taken down instantly. A lot of the knockout punches are actually working out too, and just like that, within a flash, Team Soul as well, they're going to be wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home.
Ninja Jord and Spray God. A beautiful duo, a deadly duo. And they're showing why, but the third party is just not stopping yet again as TWM. They now want to take that position. They now want to take the fight towards Team X-Spark. And they can try to do that as Spray God has been taken down with a beautiful nade. And can they follow up? That's going to be the question. Dream trying to play in an off-angle position just behind that building in the cover. Ninja Jord, he just seems to be in trouble as the bombardment keeps on going. No one stopping from TWM whatsoever.
This third party from TWM is quite detrimental to the players of Team X-Spark. Another man spotted Dreams. He wants to take at least 1 down, but no, TWM, they deny all the possibilities. Some great utility utilization and perfect timing on that push. What a beautiful third party that was. That team did not even stand a chance against TWM. Beautifully done. First Team X-Spark to take down Soul, and then TWM instantly third party this entire scenario. And now Reckoning Esports too, looking to fourth party this. Oh, what's going on? Fights after fights after fight. This compound is just cursed.
Hey, don't go back on your words. You love these extra fights.
I do.
Yes, it might very well be that it's a cursed compound, but those smokes would probably try and calm that curse down for a few minutes, if not seconds. And the entire smoke wall is just going to stop the full pursuit of Reckoning, but they've still got to move inside that building. But on towards the other side, even Orangutan are going to take that fight. Chemin as well, taking it against Carnival Gaming. So just as you mentioned, all the fights are breaking out. All hell has broken loose. As even Team Forever, they cannot stay away from those fights. They have to keep on engaging. And I do not like this compound very much because it's just got so many windows out there. And in the meantime, through one of them, we can see Orangutan being taken down, being picked apart. Reckoning suffering a few of those casualties as Mafia fires a few extra shots, but cannot find any kind of pick.
Team Forever in a dicey situation. They're back against the wall. And at this point in time, the blue zone's going to be dealing so much damage, so you got to be really quick on the feet and also proactive. Team Forever, they're trying their best to clear the front lines. For how long, that's the question. The front lines are filled with a lot of foes. And to clear that, it's going to take you hours. But Team Forever, they're on a mission to be unstoppable in these scenarios. They've already managed to take down the first man of Chemin Esports. The second one can be found as well. Oh, that was a perfect spray through smoke. Dope, he's going to find himself so lucky that he's not been taken down. But Mafia still, he connects all the shots. Beautifully done. Has a generic idea of where the man can be. Gets all the hit markers and he keeps on spraying the same spot. Chemin Esports, you blink it and you miss it. All the game, all the strategy they had planned out for this game is down the dirt. But as soon as I say that, look at Altu. He's got 35 first aids. At this point, just call him the heal battle master.
Not again. Just like yesterday is going to repeat the same thing. But the question is, can Orangutan change their fate? Because they need to make this cross. They're making that smoke wall. And Team Forever is just going to push onto them as well. As the blue strikes now, it should be taking down Mafia. Yet again, he will fall. But can always jump inside the zone quickly as Vizgod fires those shots. And gets a nasty pick. That was Trigger with the support of that, but now we need support for Carnival Gaming because TWM are taking that fight. Sam also jumps in. He needs to take them down. DPS in the hand, but shots being fired from long behind. What a great play coming in. What a spread from Ninja. He was able to fire those shots and get the crucial picks onto them, but now it's just last man.
Some big names getting eliminated left, right, and center, and now it's a fight between OG and Revenant. Beautiful trades from both the sides. Great utility utilization even from Wizgod and from Revenant Esports. But now Fierce needs to get back up on the fallen comrade, needs to get the resurrection onto Equinox. And he's going for the stick as well. While at the same time, OG2, they're back in full force. A three-man squad once again looking pretty healthy. Drigger being in the front lines as usual. That's what he likes to do. Wizgod, his job is to engage in the fights, and that's what he's been doing so far against Revenant Esports. But the utilities are now starting to be a big problem for Orangutan because their backs against the walls. They need to be a little bit more proactive to make it inside the circle. They need to breach through Revenant Esports, which sounds like a daunting task.
It definitely is because they're just trying to go in for a perfect gatekeep. They've got the cover as well, but as we're talking about gatekeep, TWM also need to make their move. Oh my God, another great nade coming in. The utility being used by all of these teams is just so immaculate. Another pick, Crypto's been taken down, and iFlix only Mox remains while on towards the other side. We're still seeing the member of Chemin going in for that long heal battle, but the fight between Orangutan and Revenant is going to be the key. As Sam falls just by the zone, Ninja is also out of it. He was able to take Trigger down though, so he can definitely spoil the game of Orangutan. He was able to do that already, and now Revenant could try and go in for a few of those flushes themselves. That is just going to work out really well as Aquanox now firing out in the blue yet again, finding another player, and that's Skulls, who was surviving for so long with just a couple of those players. Now Beast is the one who's remaining, tries to go in for that spray. Oh my God,
hold on.
Another great nade.
Revenant Esports, the Alligators now finally are starting to bleed. They were looking like they were the alligators in the pond who were just eating away, munching away on the flesh of the opponents. But now finally, there can be a kryptonite in the name of Beast. He's managed to find the first knockout. The second nade overshoots, but still gets the confirmation rolling up. Beast is now starting to be a real pain for Revenant Esports' Fear. But still, I like what Beast is doing. Not just focusing on the same player, instead moving around the corner. Trying to get an off angle onto Fierce. But he also needs to be wary of the other team that's lingering around him. In the name of Team iFlix, Crypto and Mox, these two guys, they've got the man advantage inside the lobby, and they can easily shut down the final two players as well. Beast spotted out. Mox is going to find that blood. And now it's all down to Revenant Fierce. One single man on a mission to take down two players of Team iFlix. And also the Wall of Death is now going to start to move away. And Fierce is going to give his life away to the blue zone. He's got no other option. He's going for the first stage before how long? It's next to impossible to survive in so much blue zone damage. But maybe he can clutch it out. And what? No. Team iFlix, they pull things back. That was way too close to comfort. One single devious shot to the face. One man was shut down, but then the second man inside the zone, he had things under cover.
He was just a little too far away in that range, and Fierce did not have enough HP to try and get that one more pick down. But what a valiant effort coming in from that one man. And Revenant finally showing their potential, but again, the kudos is still going to go to that team. Getting a crazy chicken dinner in such a situation. iFlix, outworldly performance coming in from them. They were down and out in numbers as well. They were gatekeeping TWM. They were making sure that they do not go inside that. And eventually just kept their positions safe because of the action that was happening on towards the other paths. Wherein Revenant was doing a crucial job of stopping Orangutan out in the open.
Team iFlix.
Oh my, what a way to start.
Yeah, first game, Team iFlix, instantly they sealed the deal. But once again, I'm not gonna lie, it was Beast who pretty much spoiled the game of Revenant Esports. They could have had a solid chance to win the game as well, but then that one single nade sails in from a man who is proning down in the grass, being a snake, and that just spoils all the dreams of Revenant Esports. But hey, one thing we can say for sure, and that is we are seeing some improvement from Revenant Esports' performance. They were all the way on the last page of the overall standings, right? And after this game, they might just propel themselves somewhere in the third or the second page.
Highly possible, because this is how you take those baby steps. Yesterday, they were just trying to figure out the gameplay of the other teams. Today, they are revealing their own play style, and it worked out so very well because, again, I would say, yes, they kind of received the help from TWM as well, wherein they were able to take down Drigger from the backlines while also falling to the blue zone, and that eventually paved the way for Revenant to try and flush the couple of remaining players out, which Fierce did really well with the DBS. But eventually they had to change their focus, and it was a valiant effort from Fierce yet again. We have seen how well this guy has been performing. We know his potential, and they're finally living up to it.
I mean, this is how the action kicked off. Wingard versus Hydra. But then later on, it was FS Esports actually against the players of Wingard, where Wingard, unfortunately, the last man was getting shot at even from the sidelines because he was out in the open, quad exposed too. Revenant Esports over here in this compound, they were so deadly. OG could have been the one to take him down, but unfortunately, OG's backs were against the wall. They needed to move inside the safe zone, and that's where when they try to move in, they got caught in the rotation. Beast then later on just played a massive spoiler, shut down Equinox with that beautifully placed nade, and Revenant Esports' chances to win this single game were just flushed.
There's one more thing, right? Because all of these heal battles, they're kind of hurting all these teams so much. Because even if you talk about Orangutan, if you talk about Carnival Gaming, or any other team who almost made it into the final circle, but those heal battles are something that push themselves one or maybe two places off that position. So Chemin going in for the exact same strategy that they did previously, I mean, they are just acquiring a lot of aggression towards themselves. But honestly, the way they've been playing, so very passive, yeah, they can try and grab a few extra position points, but they also need to find those important flushes. They were taking the fights in the last few zones, but I don't think so that is enough, and I don't think so it would get you in the top 16.
I mean, I was wondering, Chemin Esports, I think so they got the third position, right? Altu was still going for the med strat, so I think so Chemin Esports is the one who got the 3rd position in the previous rank. So I guess the consistency still keeps on ruling. Chemin Esports, man, these guys are definitely looking quite unstoppable with that approach. I mean, they were already in the first page in the top 5 itself, just to let you guys know. And now after this good of a performance, after this consistent performance, maybe they can't propel themselves, but still, Chemin Esports and OR, if I'm not wrong, we're in the top 5. They're still missing out on the chicken dinner, especially Chemin Esports. Now, if they do get their hands on the chicken dinner, there's a chance they can be the possible contender for the first spot, because Team Seoul in the previous game, they were not able to perform at all, and Team Seoul was on the 2nd spot in the overall standings.
But then there's one more thing. You already know that one game and Team Seoul is just going to rack up on that leaderboard. But we're going to see who racked up in this game. And that is going to be none other than TWM Ninja, getting 5 finishes and 50% contribution. So you already know that his team ended up with at least 10 of them. And he was the one who literally was single-handedly stopping so many teams out there in the open. He was lying down in the grass and getting his shots connected so very well. And I guess he was the one who paved the way for Drigger to go back to the lobby.
I mean, he's managed to get 50% of finish contribution for his team. So indeed, that's quite a solid performance from TWM, especially that push that they made in that third-party situation against Team X-Park, if I'm not wrong, right? TWM was the one who made that third party happen. And then they shut down Team X-Park, got that compound in their hands. So everything was looking pretty good, well-coordinated pushes coming in from TWM. But then as you do move on forward towards the stars of the match, you're going to find Paradox with the best companion, rescuing one teammate with the assist of 4, health restored of 208, and the survival time of 24-41. And then you've also got Moksh being the best finisher in that previous lobby.
Man was just on a marathon out there with 8,000 meter distance travel. But let's see which team has moved up on that leaderboard for this one specific match, because it's going to be iFlix yet again getting 25 points with that chicken dinner. I guess this has been the hallmark, wherein this is the minimum amount of points that you're going to get a chicken dinner with. 15 placement and 10 finishes. This is probably like the 4th team that has done that. While on the other side, Revenant racking 17 points for themselves with 12 placement and 5 finishes. That's exactly what they needed. But TWM on the other side only got 4 points for their placement but 10 finishes. Definitely making their mark.
Exactly. As you mentioned, getting those 10 finishes in their hands, they've definitely got a lot of things down for themselves. So Team iFlix in general, they've got a solid game. TWM also with 14 points. Chemin Esports as well with solid amount of points. As I mentioned, as long as you're going to stay consistent inside the game, and as long as you're going to have more than 7 points, or maybe like 7 or 8 points per game, you're still going to be good in the overall standings, because top 16 is the way to go. From 32 teams, if I'm not wrong, if my math is correct, from 32 teams, you just need to be inside top 16. That doesn't sound too tough, right? I'm pretty sure it is quite tough, but it doesn't sound tough to me.
I mean, yes, you need to get your maths checked as well, because it is extremely tough in my personal opinion, because it's 50% teams being knocked out. So you only have 1 in 2 chance to make it into that top spot. And with the names that are there on board, yes, there are teams from the Conquest Open Finals who are performing pretty well as well, like Team Prince. They're doing pretty solid job. WindGod, they're doing a great job as well. But on towards the other side, if we are looking at the lower end of that leaderboard, we see teams like Reckoning. We also see Team Zero. I think so they also need to step up their gears now. They've got to change the gears. They've got to put their leg on that paddle, and they have to move forward, because again, it's a marathon. Yes, that is true. But just as you mentioned, staying consistent is going to be the key. And at the same time, you also need to focus down on the fact that if you let it slide for too long, the point difference is just going to be so very high for you to cover up.
That is true. I mean, it will indeed be high. So you just got to make sure that the opponent is not going to be running away with the points, pretty much. And I highly doubt that the mid-pack of the overall standings are going to be able to run away that far away anyways, because the teams on the top will keep on dominating, and then the teams in the mid-pack usually are the one who are in the most pressure. So there's always a chance for the teams in the bottom to breach in and steal that spot away. From 14th to 16th spot, they can be easily taken if you manage to stay consistent, or if you manage to get at least one solid game in the few later stages of this tournament. But as we do have the overall standings in front of us, and Chemin Esports, they've already stolen that spot away from Team Prince and Team Seoul, and now they're currently in the first spot in the overall standings. Carnival Gaming out of nowhere, astonishing all of us and taking that 4th spot in the overall standings. Team Soul and Prince, they've moved down a spot, so that is completely understandable. But then OR Esports being thrown all the way down to the 6th spot, it's understandable too, because they're not really playing in these groups.
I'm just gonna take back what I said about Chemin. Man, their consistency, their way of grabbing those position points has definitely helped them out being on top. But also Alibaba Raiders staying on that 9th spot, 34 points being wrapped up, and iFlix also making their spot in that 10th place, 33 in total, and also followed by Wingod Esports. Now here's the thing, I believe in all the 7 matches that we have seen till now, different teams have got those chicken dinners. We haven't yet seen any same team repeat their feat. So highly possible it's going to continue for the next few games, but Team Godlike definitely need to step up their game as well, because now they're at the 17th place. It's going to be difficult for them. They're not in this group, but also have to focus on the way and see all of these games as well, because they will be matched up against these teams. So that time the study is going to help out.
I mean, it's like a cricket game, right? For example, the batsman is the one who sets the target, and the baller and the bowling team who balls for the first, their target is to chase the target that's been set by the batsman. Over here, the first group that goes, their chance is to set the target, and the second group that comes into play, their chance is to chase the target. So that's how it's going to go. So now the second groups that are going to be playing in soon enough. Now, for example, in the group first, we've got B and C playing over here. And then in later groups, we're going to have DNA. So DNA's job is going to be to chase the target that group B and C have put up in front of them. So group B and C, they just need to perform as well as possible and get some better points in their hands and set a target for group A and D.
That is absolutely correct. And this is something that I personally feel is quite difficult, because you do not have any idea what's going to be the threshold situation and what is the mark that you need to cross. While on towards the other side, you would eventually know that, yes, this is the point of 16. We have to cross this one point. But at the same time, there are other teams who would be looking at the exact same thing. So you also have to focus down on the teams who are in your group. You need to keep them shut down. You need to grab as many chickens as possible. And you need to be as high in those position points as possible. Just like how Chemin is doing. Haven't yet secured even a single chicken, still being on top of that board. That is literally a very solid feat to achieve. But we're going to have a look at the schedule yet again, because the first chicken going in for iFlix, 25 points for them. But the next map is going to be Miramar. And I don't think so you're going to love that a lot, Necro, because the first 2 zones are something that we are not going to see any fights in.
I mean, hey, you never know. Group B and C are facing off for the first time on this map, so maybe some drop collisions. I would be down to see that without a doubt. Miramar is one of those games that we all love to witness. Of course, it is quite a tactical one, don't get me wrong, but it's still a map that we all love to sort of see, because the open terrains are definitely something that can bring up so many more possibilities, especially that being one of the most tactical maps out there, that being one of the most skill requiring maps out there. It really challenges all these teams to sort of think on the fly and be really quick with the decisions.
I'll be very honest, I think of that map as a place where the position is going to be a very crucial key. In any other map, I can still give a little bit of a leeway to the teams who have got a very solid gun skill, that they might not be in the perfect position, but having that extra bit of gunpowder in you would be able to somehow steal it away from the other team. But in this case, having the perfect position is basically what brings you the victory. Just like how we saw yesterday, wherein Medal was able to kind of outperform Gladiators as well, even though they were man down. And that too by the support of some other team out back in the open who was just doing that third party. So I still think that having that perfect position and trying to outplay your opponent in the game of chess is what Miramar is summed up to. So maybe trying to getting a read as to how Team B played on this map is a way for Team C to probably get a few extra points for themselves, because they have an advantage that I personally think is the fact that Miramar has been played by Team B, but Team C is playing it for the first time, and they also have had a reference to work out with.
Miramar to me is something really different, right? So I used to play this game professionally myself, right? So with the way me and my team used to look at this map is, okay, high ground has to be your main priority, without a doubt. You
True.
need to secure the high ground if you want to have some good points in the final few moments, and if you also want to have a solid positioning and gather a lot of intel. That out of the way, but also high ground can be your demise too. Because if the circle moves away from the high ground, and if you need to leave that high ground and move out in the open, that's when you will be definitely 100% caught in the rotation. So there's always
True.
two ways to look at a Miramar game, and that's why you always need to have a backup plan for the backup plan on this map. So it's really tough to play any type of scenarios on this map, as long as if the circle is sort of favoring you on the high ground, then yes, you're the lucky ones. If the circle's not favoring you, and if you need to move away from the high ground, then things will be screwed up massively for you as well. As we've got the second map of the day on the way, ladies and gentlemen, and the plane flight path is well in front of us, starting all the way from Impala towards La Cabrera. This plane flight path is quite okay, not that bad. Teams can have a clear extent till El Pozo, but extending towards Monte Nuevo, Valle del Mar, Chumacera is going to be way too tough.
Oh, certainly. Chumacera and Valle del Mar are a little bit of the hard work for all these teams, but La Cabrera, Torre Emuda, Campo Militar, these are also few of the areas where Necro, all these teams love to go. So they are easily grabbable, but for now I can see a major cluster forming on the city of Los Leones, where we have the players of Team Revenant, we have Team Hydra, Team FS, whereas Team Forever, they have a split drop towards the side of Impala and Puerto Piracio, one player in Puerto, one player away in the city of Impala.
I mean, Shadow, I'm pretty sure you were sitting in the back lines and looking at the overall standings too, right? Carnival Gaming in the top 4. It was something that I did not really expect to see, especially their defensive play style. It wasn't really working out that well, but still, Carnival Gaming being in the top 4 in the overall standings, a big, astonishing factor for me. What are your thoughts on that?
Actually, if we look at the performance of Carnival Gaming yesterday, they performed really good actually. Yes, they were very defensive. They were not going for those finish points, because in the very first game, they got 15 points. In the third game, they got 14 points. And they just had only one bad game. That was Miramar. So the consistency was there. They were getting those average points, but looks like the fight has already begun. I can see the players of Team Reckoning engaging in some sort of kerfuffle with the players of TWM.
Interesting. Reckoning Esports. I mean, they've managed to find the first opening. It's against Payo. And Payo's been knocked out as well. So at this point, I think so it's next to impossible to get the fallen man back up for TWM. So that's a big blunder off the bat. I'm not exactly sure what TWM was trying to execute, but they've lost out on one body off the bat, and that's not a good news at all. So that means TWM, they're going to kick things off inside this game with a handicap.
Pretty much handicap. Punk will easily get that confirmation point, because we saw in the map feed that the players of TWM are in a split position. It tends to happen whenever in Miramar. If you have a split, there is no chance of a help coming in anytime soon, but looks like even the players of Team Alibaba are also falling down one after other, as Chris OP has been taken down and Medal having a fantastic start of this Miramar.
Exactly. Metal Esports having a solid start of this Miramar game too. These solo frags that are being gifted away to the teams are really going to start to be a big pain in the foot later on. So these teams better do realize it as quick as possible. There's only one more man from the side of Alibaba, and that's Roman OG, and even he's being hunted down right now. Luckily enough, the players of Metal Esports do not really have a tracker on him. So at least for now, Roman OG is going to be safe. He just needs to make sure that he's not even moving a muscle. If he does, if he gives away even a single bit of foot queue away, Metal Esports, they will definitely try to breach him down and shut him down instantly. And that's what Roman OG is trying to do as well. Maybe his position's compromised too, and that's why you see Paradox moving in a little bit closer. And yes, it was. Roman OG, in the end, gets spotted and extinguished.
Alibaba, yesterday they had a good run, but looks like this Miramar is definitely not supporting them, because 3 players already eliminated, not a start that they were hoping for. And with only one man standing, I don't know how Alibaba will perform. Definitely their playstyle, the last player playstyle will be super passive. He'll try to grab as many placement points as much he can, but seems a little difficult for him. But Metal Esports, 3 finishes already in their pockets, looking fantastic right now. And even their position inside the circle for now is pretty solid.
Pretty much. And Hydra towards the Los Leones area. I mean, they're not going to have any issues at all. Los Leones is a massive city. A lot of teams, or at least 3 teams at the same time, can loot over here without even needing to fight against each other. That's how much loot the city has, and that's how much buildings this city has in total. So Hydra, it's all good in the hood for them. Nothing to worry about. But look at Alibaba Raiders. Off the bat, they're just down to one single solo survivor. TWM, they've lost out on one player too. I mean, I just don't exactly know what just went wrong with Alibaba Raider. Because this team in the past was called GlitchX Reborn, and they were a solid team from what I remember. They were one of those teams that came in new out of nowhere. They were showcasing that tactical nature, and they were playing every single thing quite nicely. But now over here, that tactical nature seems to be missing, because this is not how a tactical team will play.
It's okay, things happen. And Alibaba Esports, they were not expecting the plus of Team Medal Esports over there because groups have shuffled and they don't know where exactly the teams are dropping in. So these kind of things tend to happen in the map of Miramar. But for now, the plus of TWM, they have to be very cautious, especially Sam, as he's trying to escape back to the safety, regroup with his teammates because he was in the territory of Team Reckoning. And speaking of Reckoning, well, yesterday they had a decent performance, but big things, much bigger things are expected from this particular team, especially from Punk and Immortal, because these two players, they already have a very good synergy.
Pretty much. I mean, still, you've got 60 players alive in total. Only 4 players have been eliminated. Reckoning Esports still looking to find that sweet taste of victory. Because so far, not doing too hot in the overall standings. They need a massive booster. They need a solid game.
Yeah.
At least a 50 elimination chicken dinner. And that can help them propel so high in the overall standings. Maybe in the first page as well. Top 16 is the way to go. Yeah, the cutoff is quite massive. But as I mentioned during the format page too, the tougher the competition, the bigger the cutoff, the better the competition. The more entertaining it's going to be.
Of course. We all want teams to have that nail-biting finish where the points table, the overall standings is not as volatile as it is right now. But speaking of Team Skull, this is also one of those teams that didn't perform up to the expectations yesterday. But the previous Erangel definitely went in their favor because they got 10 points. I think 10 points are a good way to go. But for now, looking at the circle, we have the players of Team iFlix, a team that got a victory in the previous one. And in this circle also, they have a very solid position. And so do the players of Team WindGod, right in the epicenter.
Chemin Esports all the way on the left side of the map towards Ruins. I'm not exactly sure why did they drop that far away from all the other territories. Chemin Esports really like to be in no man's land. They do not want to be disturbed by anyone. Usually, Altu is the one who goes for the med strat over and over again. Just want to find out if that's going to be the case this time too. If Chemin Esports, they just want to keep the first spot pinned down. I mean, you're not going to get anything over here anyways inside the challenge season. If you do keep yourself in the first spot in the overall standings, it's not like you're going to get some special prize pool. No, as long as you're going to be in the top 16, you will have a chance to qualify in the grand finals. And that's what these teams needs to do.
And that's why a few of the teams are still focusing on those placement points rather than the finish points like Carnival Gaming, because they know they need to get those extra average points in every single game. And when God Esports, like I said, they are in the epicenter. Yesterday was a good day for this particular team. They got a victory in Sanhok. But other than that, they were completely missing in the remaining 2 games. So definitely WindGod Esports also need to step up in the remaining maps like Miramar and Erangel, because we have 3 Erangels every day. And they really need to focus on the OG, the bread and butter maps, because if they want to qualify. But talking about Team Soul, well, Team Soul also had a good run yesterday. And in the previous Erangel, well, they got only 3 points.
Pretty much. Airdrop 1 on the board too. It's going to be Groza with an 8x scope and a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. But I highly doubt that's going to be the case. You know what, Shadow? I was like sitting back and thinking about how can we make the airdrops a little bit more precious? How can we make these esports players to go for the airdrop? And then a new gadget came into my mind. I was thinking that what if airdrops had a special gadget where you could revive your teammate in just 2 seconds? Everyone would try to contest for the airdrops, and it can just get so much more interesting and exciting.
100% agreed. I think you should sell this idea to the makers of the game, because these days, actually, no one is going for this airdrops. All they need is level 3 gas from that. Otherwise, everyone is focusing on the DBS and M416. You know, the minute you said how to make airdrop more precious, I have to say, your mind is more creative than mine, because I thought, let's send M416 to the airdrop.
No, that's too much. That's too much of a nerf for that gun. I don't think so. It deserves to be in the airdrop at all. It is supposed to be a normal common ground loot, but I genuinely think so. To make the airdrops a little bit more viable and a little bit more precious for these players, just add a gadget that can revive your teammates in just 2 seconds. That way, it's not way too overpowered as well, because if you do want that gadget, you need to go for the airdrop, and which is going to be way too tough to get your hands onto in the first place. So, yeah. It will be a balanced update, in my opinion. But once again, what do I know? I'm not a developer. But still, hey, if Crafton, you guys are listening to this, if you guys do hear about this gadget, and if you guys like my idea, maybe you guys can try to implement it inside the game and see how it works. Never know.
They actually implemented it, similar something like this. They had a tower where you can go and revive your teammate. But that was in the unranked match, not in the ranked match. So definitely, they might buy your idea. It's definitely a good idea, because I think for now, looking at the teams on our screen, we have iFlix and we have the players of Carnival Gaming. Carnival Gaming already in a very good spot. iFlix already having the momentum rolling, and looks like Insidious has already spotted down not just Carnival Gaming, but also he has a vague idea, I think, about the position of Team X-Park.
I mean, iFlix, they've already won the first game, so now their confidence is going to be all-time high. If they decide to push this, it will definitely be an interesting scenario. Yeah, the chances of them losing out are quite high. But still, iFlix, they're doing quite good in the overall standings anyway, so they can't afford to take this type of risk. They've got a decent cushion to play with as well. And considering this is the second game of the day for them, everything seems quite chill. But I'm just really worried about TWM and Alibaba Raiders, especially Alibaba Raiders now. This is one of those teams that I want to see them in the challenge finals, but if the same things keep on going on, then the chances are going to be quite slim. Team X-Park up against the players of Revenant, and Revenant, they just straight up preach in, disrespecting the players of X-Park, not even fearing them for a moment. Revenant Esports, such a fierce approach in the fight, and now it's all down to the one last man alive, Dreams, and even he's on a run. He does not want to take a fight against the players of Revenant. He can feel his death approaching him. UMP45 pulled out from Dreams, wants to go for the flush as well, and maybe he will find that too, but it's not going to matter. Overwhelmed by the players of Revenant, Dreams crumble down.
And Spray God, look at him. He's so far away from his teammates. Team X-Park, they were doing nothing. They were just minding their own business, holding on to their compound. But they forgot they also have to defend the compound, because it's Miramar. Someone might try and breach into your compounds, and that is exactly what the players of Team Revenant did. If you look at it, Sensei was a little far away from his teammates, and under his supervision from the backline support, all the remaining 3 players directly head-on rush towards their compound of Team X-Park. But looks like we have Team Medal and Skulls also in the close proximity, where Paradox is having a really good off angle, but I don't see all players of Skulls. Okay, 2 players are a little far away, where Medal has managed to take down 1 player of Skulls.
Medal Esports, 4 players in the same compound. Phoenix and Arto as well. Along the enemy lines. Oh no, Ash is quite exposed. No one's going to be stopping him from getting taken down. And Ash is now knocked out as well. The cavalry needs to be on time and point. Orangutan, they might just lose out on the first man. Ash, that as well. They cannot afford to lose out on Ash at all. They need to be on time and on point to get Ash back upon his feet. And you can instantly see AKOP. The help is now arriving. Immortal does not really want to make the push happen. Makes a lot of sense as well. If he does want to make the push happen, it's just going to be that extra bit of risking factor that you really would not want as a player.
Reckoning Esports already had acquired one finish point onto the plus of Team OG. OG yesterday also didn't had a very good day and already losing on to one player. Definitely the numbers advantage is not in their favor, and the way these players are out there in the open, there's a possibility of a third party or maybe a flank angle can also come in from the side of Reckoning Esports. So many possibilities are there, but looks like Reckoning, they are not pushing forward. They're just happy with that one finish point, and now they are going to grab a better position for themselves, not taking any sort of chances, not taking any sort of risk. On the other side, Orangutan, well, all the 4 players are alive. Ash has been revived, so no damage whatsoever.
Orangutan, okay with the compounds they've got so far. Nothing much to worry about. Everything seems pretty chill. Metal Esports, they've managed to get 3 elimination points so far. Revenue Esports as well, they've managed to get 3, but while doing so, they lost out on 1 player. So Revenue Esports, I'm not exactly sure how worth it those 3 points were. Of course, they matter quite a lot, but losing out on that one single player this early inside the game, it can cost them quite a lot in the late game scenarios. So I just want to see how the adjustment's going to look like. Luckily enough for Revenant, they've got Sensei alive, so everything's going to be okay till the mid phase. That's what I assume, but you never know. Maybe things can crumble down, maybe things can be better. You never know.
Oh, look at that circle shift. It has shifted all the way towards the western side, where we have the players of Team Chemin. Team Metal is also there. Then we have Hydra on the southern periphery of the circle. All these 3 teams are looking promising, but the team looking very promising and solid with the prime spot are the players of Team Soul. The 2v2 split that they are having right now, they can get all the information, and in fact they are also having a certain height advantage. But speaking of Soul, Mane has been taken down by Vingod. The confirmation point goes to the players of iFlix.
Chemin Esports on a move. And considering they're probably going to try to relocate themselves towards a better spot, let's see what the upcoming spot's going to be looking like for Chemin Esports. For now, Hydra, they've got the high ground to play with. Skulls is going to be right underneath them, but I highly doubt Hydra is going to try to go for any type of contention just yet. Playing things safe has to be Hydra's course right now, because things are not looking too great for them, so the confidence is not going to be high at all. So Hydra will try to play safe. Skulls on the opposite hand, they've got a solid place to play with. And if you remember, Shadow, I was mentioning this over and over again on day 1. Skulls was one of the most aggressive teams that I witnessed. But then inside this tournament, Skulls' aggression has definitely dropped down. And I don't exactly know what's the reason for that.
Maybe they're just testing the water. Maybe they're just trying something different, because like I said, we have 36 games. At this phase, definitely you can experiment something in the first few days, but Skulls really need to step up. And for the players of Team Hydra, they need to watch their 6, because there are the players of Team FS also lurking nearby. Vingod is also there, as everyone right now is trying to hold on to a center spot inside the circle, where FS definitely have a lot of height advantage, and Revenant is in such a close proximity to them.
FS? Right next to the players of Revenant. Look at FS. Oh my god, they know that Revenant, they have the high ground. If FS Esports' position gets compromised, everything is going to go down the drain. Fierce, he's walking inside a death trap. This can't be such a bad move. He instantly gets knocked out. Fierce. Oh no. His teammates didn't really scout the area properly, and he loses out on his life instantly against the 3 players of FS that were just sitting under the mountain. And now Revenue Esports, they're just down to a 2-man squad. Such a big blunder from Fierce. Oh no, FS Esports. That death trap worked out perfectly. And now Revenue Esports, they've got no other option than to back away. Or maybe the man on the high ground needs to get at least 1 elimination confirmed.
Sensei, what is he going to do in this situation? I think he's going to just back off, because a 1v3 scenario is something he doesn't want to take any sort of risk. And Aquanox, from that height advantage, I don't think he can provide the necessary cover fire or backline support that Sensei needs right now. And all Revenant can do right now is try and move back to the safety try and back off from this fight, or maybe just find some sort of opening through those grenades or Molotovs, that might be a helping hand for the players of Team Revenant in this scenario. But looks like even the players of Team FS are not going to take any sort of risk. But the infiltration is coming into the compounds of Team Forever. And X-Spark, Spray got tungsten. One player gets a confirmation onto Omega. Can he take down the second one also? The jump shots are coming in, but no connection coming in. But RGE Pang do a perfect third party as he takes down another one from the side of Team Forever.
Oh, Spray God now getting pounced. What?
Oh!
What? And then Flock knocks himself out too with a nade? What just happened? My brain is not functioning anymore. But Revenant Esports, I'm going to hold on to that thought because another fight's now brewing up. FS Esports against Equinox. Equinox has got the high ground advantage, so defeating him is definitely going to be a tough task, especially when it's utilities raining on top of you. And Dionysus eventually gets knocked out. Beautiful stuff. It was his own teammate's Molotov. What is going on inside this game? What is going on? So many team eliminations. So many friendly fires going on right now. I'm not even sure what exactly is going on in this game. This can't be real. I'm probably living in a matrix.
No, you're not hallucinating. This is happening for real. Why the players are knocking themselves down or their own teammates? FS! This was their fight. This fight was entirely in their favor, but suddenly the tables turn, and Aquanox, he could have easily capitalized, but unfortunately has no throwables, no grenades, no Molotov, nothing at all. Otherwise, he could have easily knocked down the 3 players of Team FS. Oh my god. Even the blue will start catching up in 47 seconds, and they are 550 meters away from the zone. Not a good position, and Atanki makes a mistake of coming out in the open, deals a lot of damage. One more bullet, he could have been taken down.
I am just speechless for what just happened in the past 10 seconds. 3 players, from which 2 of them knocked themselves with their own utilities, and then 1 friendly fire because the Molotov was on the ground of his own teammate. Man, I feel like I'm living in a matrix. But Revenant Esports, I mean Equinox, this man is okay. Whoa, wow, the play zone's gonna eat him alive just like that. I mean, he was just going for the hellfire, constant bullet barrage on top of his opponent, but eventually the play zone's gonna eat him alive. Now Reckoning Esports looking to pounce on top of this opportunity. Team iFlix, they're at their all-time low. Wish was way too low as well, and 2 players from the side of iFlix, they've been knocked out and instantly confirmed. Carnival Gaming, they somehow managed to shut down the entirety of their opponents, or no, it was Reckoning Esports actually who managed to take down the last man of Team iFlix.
And iFlix, with just a single point, they have been eliminated on the 13th spot. And Reckoning, they are looking super strong. The aggression which we wanted from their side is finally there. 8 finishes and they are being the king of the hills. But the circle is not in their favor. They have to migrate. They have to traverse inside the circle before 1 minute. Otherwise, the blue will give a lot of chip damage. And on the low ground, I think they are already aware of about the position of Gujarat Esports also. So Gujarat, they can't make the mistake of coming out in the open. But in all this chaos, there is a team right in the center, and that is going to be the players of Team Soul, Necro.
Team Soul, they've been able to stay alive for so long. Definitely is quite okay. But I guess as soon as I say that, maybe the last man too has been taken away. I'm not exactly sure. Alibaba Raider, Scuba, even that man is the last man alive. Team Soul, they've got all the players alive in that compound, and Scuba is the only man closer to them. I'm not exactly sure how long Scuba is going to be able to stay alive, especially when Chemin Esports too, they've got their sights locked onto him. Spray God going for the spray. But this time, a lot of shots are definitely missed. He's way too far away. It's tough to find the connections. Metal Esports too, they've managed to find a couple of openings against their opponents, but is that really enough to bring it down on their knees? That's my question. Hydra taking shots against Metal. They've managed to find the opening, but nothing much can be done to capitalize on.
Still, Team Soul having a perfect spot, and so the players of Team Forever. But what's happening? Team FS rushing onto the little shack of Team Medal and eliminates the entirety of them. And FS, they are going to be happy, but they have to pick up another fight with the players of Team Chemin. And Chemin, they have the height advantage, they have the position advantage, but they can also be a victim of third party as shots are coming in from all the directions. But Fury finds the players of Team FS, takes down one, and Hydra, Starboy also coming under fire as he gets taken down from the moving vehicle by Venom. Chemin Esports, they're also picking so many fights in multiple directions.
Pretty much. Just look at the amount of bullets that are being currently peppered against the opponents. Spray God behind the rock. He cannot afford to peek out because he's surrounded by a lot of foes. Venom from the side of Chemin Esports too, just out in the open like that. The only cover he's got is the vehicle in front of him. And even that's about to blow up soon, so he needs to make a safe distance between himself and that bus. And Fury's over there for the rescue, but the vehicle gets blown up eventually. Chemin Esports, too much danger in front of them, but at least they've got some cover to play with as they've blown up both the vehicles that were there in front of them. But they still need to make it inside the circle, and that's when the real problems are going to start to knock their doors. Hydra trying to make some quick moves on the board, maybe go for the off angles, maybe prioritize the position first. But anyways, it's going to be way too tough, and what a beautiful nade that was from Fury. Finds the perfect mark, shuts down Spray God, and now the only man they need to worry about from Hydra is Bursch.
Hydra was desperately trying to move inside the circle. They didn't scout the area. That desperation led to their demise, and looks like Naspash OP. Reckoning is also there. I don't know how this man is still surviving as Reckoning takes on Fury with that moving vehicle, and Hunter gets the confirmation point, and Chemin Esports, they were looking strong, but that rush from the side of Reckoning completely annihilating them. FSRO still in the blue has been spotted down by Immortal, and this time the M416 will come into the action as he gets taken down. Reckoning, they also need to go for those crucial rescue mission onto Turbo as grenades are being flung over by Team Forever.
Oh man, Reckoning Esports! The utilities that are being put up against them, they're just perfect. Team Forever. The precision on those nades was next level, but somewhere else on the map there was a fight going on between the players of Team Soul and WindGod, and Soul have managed to wipe out the entirety of WindGod within a flash, with no issues at all. Team Soul, for them it's all good in the hood for now. Yeah, they're in the lower grounds, but still the team that's currently on the top, they've got their own problems to deal with.
And they also don't have the circle. Team Soul have the circle control. They have the compound. They have the concrete hard cover for themselves. But speaking of Reckoning, they don't have the numbers. Only 2 players alive. It's kind of a 2v3 scenario where it's a battle of the grenades. It's a battle of who gets the perfect projectile as grenades are being flung over. But no connection. Flock and Mafia still trying to move forward. The soft cover, the smokes are there to deny the vision. But Hunter, he was so close. Mafia, he could have been taken down. Now, Team Forever, Mafia and Flock, they have been pushed back. This is the moment where the players of Team Reckoning can prioritize the circle as the wall of death is also closing in.
Yeah, now even the wall of death is going to start to move, so that means you need to be quick enough to make it inside the circle. Team Forever, they've got their footing barely inside the zone, but how safe are they really? That's the question. Team Soul is the only one with a solid compound, but now Reckoning Esports and Team Forever looking forward to infiltrate. At Team Soul, they've got way too many players approaching at the same time. There's a chance they can be overwhelmed. Hunters against Knuckle, and Knuckle nade lands perfectly. S-Power's knocked out. Is trying to back away for the safety, but Team Forever, they're on that constant move. Always from the top is probably going to gift that support fire, but these 2 players from Team Forever, they've got a lot of burden on their shoulders. They need to shut down Team Soul in order to get this chicken dinner.
Look at the position of Ove's. Ove's position is going to be so critical in gathering all the information about the players of Team Soul, but the rescue mission has been made. His power is again back on his feet. He just needs to patch himself up, but the majority of the real estate control is with the players of Team Forever. Looks like this is a game to lose. And always with the DBS enhanced is already trying to look for the players of Team Soul, and Soul is ready for this fight as all the 3 players are moving as a pack, as a unit to charge into the compound of Team Forever.
The go calls now made. Team Soul, they're getting desperate. They can taste the victory. They just want to take down their opponents. A beautiful off angle from the first player of Team Forever. But he managed to catch only one player off guard from Team Soul. They've still got two players up and alive, from which Ronnie and S-Power, now they're moving in from the upper lines. And both the players, they've got a solid gunpowder to play with. Mafia and his teammate Flock, they've definitely got so much to worry about. You can feel the heartbeats pumping through. You can feel all the adrenaline that these players are facing. It's a 2-on-2 scenario, but Ronnie gets shut down. A beautiful shot from Mafia to find the opening, and now the go call's gonna be made. The push comes into play. Team Forever, they're on a run against the entirety of Team Soul. S-Power, he's all by himself to hold it off, and he can spot the player in the front, but the S12K shuts down Mafia. Over-aggression and overconfidence is something that's really being punished by S-Power, and he's also gonna find a clean raise onto Ronnie.
S-Power, this little kid, he has literally saved the day for the players of Team Soul as he's about to take down Flock. Flock surviving on a little HP. S-Power, he also needs to patch himself up.
Ronnie.
But this time, Ronnie is going forward with his M416, and the last player of Team Forever is not aware about Ronnie's position, but no, he manages to take him down. Again, it's a 1v1 scenario now.
Oh my god, it's one of the most awkward fights that I've witnessed so far, but it's also quite entertaining. Some scrappy moments here and there, overcommitments from both the sides, but now it's led down to this 1v1 scenario. Flock versus S-Power, and both the players are looking quite healthy. Flock ran out of his bullets onto that UMP-45, so now picks up the Vector from the ground. He can feel S-Power. He can hear all the footsteps that are being given away currently by S-Power. But that one single DBS pump is all it's going to take to shut down Flock. And Flock realizes the exact same thing. Both the players playing the waiting game. Both the players playing for patience. But soon enough, the wall of death as well is going to start to close on up even more. And the time is counting. It's taken away. S-Power in the outskirts, still trying to sense his opponent, while Flock is not even moving a single muscle, is not even moving an inch. But S-Power might now decide to just move in. He's got a smoke in his hands, decides to smoke the stairway. I'm not exactly sure what the game plan's going to be looking like, but now it's taken down way too low. S-Power, he's only got one single sliver of HP to play around with. Goes for the patch-up as well, but S-Power hears the footsteps approaching him. Flock, this is the only chance he can find to take down S-Power right here, right now, or else one single DBS pump to his face can't seal the deal. Flock is taken down way too low. S-Power makes the march to his death, as eventually he shuts his opponent down. This fight elongated for way too long, but eventually in the end, it was S-Power to shut his opponent down.
Fantastic, beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of the entire Team Soul, but S-Power, this little kid, first he went for the rescue mission onto Ronnie over there, then saved the day for the team. So many times, the way the Team Soul rushed onto the compounds, they held onto the compounds. So fantastic gameplay coming in. And S-Power, the patience finally paid off. The DPS in his hands finally paid off, and they get 15 placement points and too many finish points as well.
Team Soul, once again, a solid outing for them. Yesterday in the game of Erangel, they ended things on a great note. Now in the game of Miramar, they got another solid chicken dinner, but this was one of the best 2v2s I witnessed. Yes, there were a lot of mistakes being made from both the sides, let's be honest, especially the overcommitment from Team Forever. That's something that really cost them that game. They should not have been that over-eager to take the fight against S-Power, especially when he was all by himself.
Yeah, in the final moment, definitely he should have held on to the patient. In fact, the moment S-Power was surviving on a sliver of HP, that was the moment Flock could have made that push, but he waited. He held on to his area, and that was the moment S-Power, he patched himself up. He was again onto full HP, and that was a mistake because that was the only opening chance that Team Forever had to get the victory for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, that final 1v1 between S-Power and Flock, that extended for a really long time. That elongated way too long. But this is how the action really kicked off. In some of the moments where we We saw Alibaba Raiders off the patch just getting dismantled like that. Then one of the players on the side of Revenue Esports, that tough extent we saw from him. A couple of friendly fires too, a couple of self burns as well was something that we saw. But hey, it's okay. It's time to move on from that.
Unfortunate things definitely happened with too many players over there, but Chemin, they were also looking so strong. They were engaging in a fight, but the moment the players of Reckoning rushed onto the area, they were annihilated, and immediately Reckoning was not prepared for the rush that came from the side of Team Forever, and they also got eliminated, but good elimination points in their favor. And this was the moment where the players of Team Forever made a push onto the compounds under the supervision of OBOTZ.
Pretty much, and this was the overcommitment that I was talking about. Mafia just pushing a little bit too ahead of himself, and then instantly S-Power gets the opening that was needed. Ronnie as well, making the push on top of the stairs like that, especially when he knows that his teammate is not near him. That was definitely quite a blunderous move coming in from Team Soul, and that could have costed him that game as well. Ronnie should not have done that. He should have waited for S-Power to be done with patch up, and then pushing together. That's where Team Soul could have had the best possibility of winning that game too. But Ronnie, he almost cost him his team game.
Yeah, that was a mistake because S-Power was on the upper floor of the concrete building. On the other side, Ronnie went on to rush, and that was the moment he was taken down, and it became a 1v1 fight in the end. It could have gone either ways because there was a moment where even S-Power came on the verge of elimination, but S-Power saved the day. This guy is so fantastic. I have been witnessing him, have been seeing his performance since a very long time, and this guy never fails to impress me.
Of course, S-Power is one of the most talented young mechanical players that I've seen so far inside the IGC, and finally, now that he's under such a massive banner, he just needs to prove himself even much more in a better fashion. The grind should never stop. It's something as a professional player you need to live with, and I'm pretty sure S-Power is one of those young lads who keeps on grinding every single day because he is a mechanical god. From what I've seen, he also used to play in quite a lot of teams. Even Godlike he used to play in the past, and he shifted on over towards Blind Esports, and now he's playing under Team Soul. He has been playing for some of the top teams, and he has been doing a great job underneath those banners too.
Before he joined any sort of organization or a banner, before that also he was a very strong mechanically gifted player, because I first saw him in one of the tier 3 scrims where he performed so fantastic. And let's have a look at the MVP. Is it no, it is not S-Power, it is Hunter from the side of Reckoning.
Exactly, it's going to be Hunter from the side of Reckoning Esports. 5 finishes and 36% finish contribution. Hunters, yes, just this man was slipping under the radar for his team, but I guess Reckoning Esports finally some stepping stones of success, and this is what we like to see. Reckoning Esports, they were struggling quite a lot, but maybe after this game, they're going to find that momentum that they desperately needed, and maybe this can be the start or the beginning for the good. Let's move on forward and take a look at the stars of the previous match, and maybe this time, this is where S-Power can be found, because he was the one to clutch it out. And yes, he is going to be there. The finisher of the previous game with 2 finishes and 3 assists, and the distance traveled is quite a lot. And then you also move down towards the survival time, which is 30-36, the most.
The maximum survival time definitely is there. Then we have Eggy as the best companion from the side of Gujarat Esports. Gujarat also, for a very long time, they were holding on to the center of the circle, but unfortunately, they were taken down by the players of Team Soul itself, because even Team Soul was prioritizing the circle, center of the circle. But speaking of Reckoning, yes, this time definitely a step in the right direction, because they have got too many elimination points. So let's have a look how many elimination points. 14 total, and total of 24 points Reckoning is having.
Oh man, match rankings. I mean, you can see that in front of you too. In the first spot, you can see Soul with 24 points, 9 finishes. Then you see Reckoning Esports with 14 finishes. Even they managed to tie up against Team Soul. The only reason why Team Soul is currently in the first in the match rankings is because they had a lot of placement points, and of course, because the chicken dinner. Then Team Forever is going to be on the board too with 19 total points. Gujarat Esports once again showcasing themselves in the top 4. Alibaba Raiders, even though they got taken down or they got dismantled in the early game, they still have managed to squeeze themselves in the top 5 in the match rankings. That's an impressive stuff.
But iFlakes, a disappointment again from this side after getting a victory for themselves. This time they have got only 2 points for themselves. X-Park, a again, a big name not able to perform up to the expectation. Orangutan looks like the difficulties are still continuing on day number 2 because the previous game also didn't go entirely in their favor. TWM Gaming with 0 points right at the bottom. Skull Esports, I don't know what's happening wrong with this team. Maybe they're overthinking, or maybe they're just trying to change their play style. They have to play like they were playing in the Open finals. This is not the same Skulls. Looks like this is entirely a different Skulls team.
Exactly. I mean, this, as you mentioned, this is not the same Skulls team that we've seen perform in the past. And I think so the only thing that's really differing from this Skulls and the previous Skulls is that the previous Skulls was a little bit more confident in their approach. They were a little bit more aggressive in their approach. And this Skulls is playing a little bit too passive. I'm not exactly sure. Is it the lack of confidence, or I'm not exactly sure what exactly is going on. Maybe they're trying some new stuff out, but they need to understand they do not really have a lot of games left anymore. They need to give it all they've got in the upcoming game of Erangel. If that's not going to be the case, well, then you might as well say bye-bye for your slot in the Challenge Finals, right?
I think it's way too soon to say that, but I'm very sure Skull Esports definitely going to make a strong comeback. But yes, I think it's the pressure which they are not able to handle right now because so many invited teams are there, so many big names are there in the lobby. So definitely need to feel some sort of pressure, but you have to thrive under pressure, and that is when you will qualify for the LAN, and that should be the ultimate goal for every single team, be it the top team or the Open Finals qualified team.
I'm not exactly sure if that's too early to say that, considering you've only got 4 more games left, Shadow. And in 4 games, you need to have a massive climb. Yeah, one single solid game can definitely propel you, but considering looking at the stats, I highly doubt that massive game is going to be coming anytime soon. So there's definitely a lot of factors that need to be considered, especially from Team Soul. There's a lot of loopholes that need to be patched up. But for now, let's move forward and take a look at the overall standings. That's going to be revealing a lot of the storyboard, as Team Soul now is going to be back up on the first spot. The Kings return to their thrones.
64 points to their name. Chemin Esports, well, they are on the second with 55 points. Team Prince on the third with 47 points. But look at Alibaba Raiders. Not too many finish points, only 10 finishes. But this is a team that is heavily relying on those placement points. 42 points to their name. Carnival Gaming, they have been pushed down to the 6th spot with total of 42 points.
Carnival Gaming at least still somewhere in the top 8, so that's okay for them, I guess. In the upcoming game, Carnival definitely needs to perform quite a lot. Team iFlix on the 10th spot, Team X-Spark on the 9th. X-Spark as well now starting to slip away from the spot too. They just need to keep themselves in the top 16. That's the way to go. OR Esports on 11th, AUTOBOTZ on 12th, Reckoning Esports on 13th. That's a massive leap from Reckoning Esports. That's some solid stuff. Revenue Esports with 14th on 14th as well. Orangutan on 15th, and Genix FM will be on the 16th, barely hanging on the ledge. And look at this, Skulls Esports right now is on 22nd spot. And when I say that the mid-pack of the overall standings is usually way too fragile, for Skulls to breach inside the mid-pack, it's going to be easy, don't get me wrong, but to sustain that spot, it's going to be even more tougher.
Oh, definitely. It is going to be very difficult, and it's going to be more difficult for the entire bottom teams like Team Zero, Big Brother, Esports, Entity with only 17 points, Team Zero with just 4 points. Hydra, they have played 5 matches and still they are on the last page of the overall standings. That's something very concerning.
Without a doubt. I mean, you being on the last page of the overall standings, as you mentioned, it is definitely quite concerning. And you also need to understand, there's a couple of more groups. I think it's A and D that is going to be chiming inside after this third game. So Group A and D will be coming in the competition once again, and they might just try to get a better points in their hands, and maybe they can kick a couple of teams out from the top 16 who are in Groups B and C. So Group B and C now, the pressure is going to be all-time high.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely going to be there, but let's have a look at the schedule which is going to be the next map. I think it is again going to be Erangel, played by the same groups, that is Group B and C, and this is going to be the last game for this particular group. Then Group A and D will come into the picture, and they'll start things off on Sanhok, then Vikendi, then they'll end on Erangel.
Exactly. And now the upcoming game is going to be Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned, Group B and C once again will be duking it out for this upcoming Erangel game. We have seen these two groups duke it out over and over again in the previous 2 games, from which the first one was won by iFlix. Now the second has been taken away by Team Soul, and maybe the third game We don't exactly know who's going to be the one to take it home, but a lot of lock-ins are definitely going to be there. I want to see Team Revenue Esports maybe now finally make a comeback and do a better job.
If you want to see Revenant, I want to see Reckoning, because Reckoning was playing some fantastic, and finally they have a momentum rolling because they performed really good in the previous gameplay. They got too many finishes. Yes, the chicken dinner was not there, but they finished on the 3rd spot. So definitely Reckoning is also one of those teams that we need to look out for in the next Erangel.
I mean, without a doubt, Reckoning is going to be one of those teams that even I would like to see, but at least they're somewhere in the top 16, right? So they're okay for now. But Revenue Esports, they've got a lot of climbing to do. They still need to breach inside the top 16, and considering Revenue Esports as well, they've went through a little bit of tweaks and changes. They also need to make sure that these tweaks and changes are working out a little bit more better, because Blaze and Equinox's addition so far hasn't really been proven that well, and Sensei being the IGL, I guess he's having a tough time guiding the team.
And not just Revenant, I think these changes are certainly not working for so many teams. So many big names are there right at the bottom, and looks like the roster changes are not working for them. And even still, on day number 2, the teams who are sticking with the previous lineup with good synergy, they are performing really good as compared to the other teams where there are certain changes. But now it's time for Erangel, and the big blue bird is going to hit the sky as the flight path is taking us all the way from Novo Rupnoy. Looks like this time we have a southern flight path, starting off with Novo Rupnoy, going all the way towards the side of Quarry. So can we expect one more northern circle? Maybe, yes, maybe we can expect one more northern circle. I want to see a Stalber circle. And this time, let's see if we can expect any sort of drop collision happening, because hey, these are two entirely different groups playing together. This is group B and C, and Team Reckoning are going towards the side of military base.
Yes, of course, I am here up and waiting, because this is the exact same plane path that we actually saw in the first Erangel game, and I also mentioned how teams who would want to probably end up towards Severny or Stalber would have to take those additional road routes. So I think so that's going to stay the same even now. But on the other side, if you're seeing, just as you mentioned, Reckoning having an easy path, they're going to make sure that they're going to loot the entirety of the military base. No one really there to stop them. OG dropping to the main location. The question is going to lie exactly in the same place. If Revenant is going to have that drop collision with Hydra officials, because both of these teams, and also including the members of FS, want to fight for that exact same place, Milta Power as well as Milta, so their rotations are going to be pretty similar. But just as you said, we've got to wait for the circle to form to see which of the teams are going to have a fun time. And just as we said, it's going to be all of the teams who are on the eastern edge.
Speaking of Eastern Edge, we have an Eastern Circle where we have the players of Team Revenant. Milta has been their home ground since a very long time. Then we have the players of Team FS in the city of Milta Power, Windgod, going all the way towards the side of Lipovka. And we have Skull Esports towards the side of Farm, Team Forever. They have always been going towards those pancake compounds since a very long time. So nothing really happening, no drop collision whatsoever. Everybody is just focusing on grabbing those crucial resources, those weaponries. And speaking of a team that is up on our screens, Team Hydra, they are on the last page, and 5 games already over, something very concerning for this team.
That is indeed true. So they've got to make sure that they somehow manage to get those additional picks and they manage to get those points. Otherwise, just as you mentioned, it's going to be an even more uphill battle. So they're an amazing Kugisaki Nobara skin out there. So I'm a big anime geek, so I would always end up recognizing all of these situations. But Team X-Park as well, currently going in for that rotation. Definitely want to try and get as much loot as possible, ending up in Yasna Polyana. Seen them how they love to play around that area, loot it, and then move forward with those rotations. So since the circle is basically covering the entirety of Yasnaya, they should not have any major troubles. Plus, as there have been no teams dropping off towards Severny or Stalber, I don't think so they should be too worried about anyone trying to come in for the backstab if they want to insert themselves in the circle. Unless it's going to be Chemin, which we've basically seen even in the first game, love to rotate after the second blue finishes.
Now we have iFlix in the city of Pochinki right now. And speaking of the performance, the first game they did really good by getting a winner chicken dinner. But the second game, the last Miramar, they got eliminated very early in the game. So the consistency is not there from the side of Team iFlix. But in the overall ranking, I think they are at a decent spot. So nothing majorly concerning for them, but definitely a good position for them, because in the city of Pochinki, they are definitely going to get the best of the loot. And in this circle, they can try to gatekeep all the teams trying to migrate from the western front of the circle.
That indeed is true. The gatekeeping is going to be the key. And that is something that Kevin would need to be worried about as well. Because we've mostly seen all of these teams now focus down towards the center. And even if we see the circle right now, yes, you can say it has a fade, but most of the teams are kind of entirely spread out in that and will eventually end up moving in towards the center, maybe just south of Mansion or towards the eastern part of Farm, just a little bit north of Milta, if in case they don't want to end up taking refuge in Milta itself. But on towards the other side, Reckoning, I don't think so they should have any major problems going in for the rotations, because we've seen Orangutan, they do not like to go in for any bridge blocks. Last time we saw Revenant going for that, but that was on towards the eastern bridge where Medal wanted to make their way. But they seem to be aware about that as well. So if Reckoning decides to go directly from the western bridge, they would have to make a long rotation and would have to worry about probably getting into the way of Carnival Gaming, or if in case TWM decide to go in for their rotation, then of course TWM themselves. And if they decide to go from the eastern part, there's already Middle and Revenant on the other side, and Skulls as well, who are just floating down south of Farm.
Orangutan, what they can do is go for the late rotation, because I've studied this team's timings of the rotations. Usually, for every circle, they have a perfect timing to rotate inside the circle. So this time, they'll just spend some time over the bridge area, grab all the information, make sure all the teams they have migrate inside the circle, and that is when Orangutan will start their rotation. But speaking of Team Medal, they can spend their peaceful time in the city of Rupnoi, nothing to worry about. They can go for the late rotation. And speaking of the performance in the previous game, well, they were not expecting the rush that came from the side of Team FS. They were just holding on to a little wooden shack, 2 players remaining, and that is exactly when the players of Team FS rushed onto them and they got eliminated. But decent points they acquired for themselves. A good start for them on day number 2. Even the players in Core, Top Dog, Paradox, Sanyam, they have been sticking together with each other for a very long time. And definitely the synergy is being showcased by them.
Indeed, a good synergy, just as you mentioned. And yes, yesterday as well, they were able to secure a chicken on the map of Miramar, that too against the members of God's Reign. And that was actually a pretty nasty fight, I would say. And today as well, they've showcased a really good performance onto that map as well. Even though they're going to go in for an early rotation, they don't quite seem to see anyone. It's going to be camping onto that bridge, stopping their path. And Core also taking that space. Now the real estate in this game is going to be the key. How much area can you keep under your control? Revenant as well trying to go in for their own rotations, do not want to stay put in the place of Middle, or where last game Middle wanted to play in. I mean the last Erangel. And if you're also looking in towards the side of Rozok, where Team Soul is currently playing, they would also be going in for this exact same central path of rotation. Would not probably go directly right now, would I think so wait for the second circle to hit in. But still feel that that's probably going to be the case. I can see a cluster forming though, so the center yet again is going to be the key space in this map. Many teams like to play that way. The entire meta of the game has basically been shifted from playing in towards the edges, trying to go in for the extra gatekeeping, to just playing in towards the center, or at least off center, gather the information. And that's what Aquanox is doing, spotting the player of Medal yet again. Last time it was Sensei, this time Aquanox, but the information has already been relayed.
Equinox tried to pepper a few bullets toward the side of Metal Esports, but the players are safer now. At the same time, Team Revenant, they have given away their position. Now, speaking of Revenant, they have already spotted down one of the player of Team Skulls. I think the thing that is not working for Skull is the split also. Because even now also Lucifer is all by himself. But wait a minute, we have Encore and Omega in a kerfuffle, as Encore with a grenade is trying to bring some opening, and looks like Encore is all by himself. He needs to buy some time till the cavalry arrives, till the reinforcements arrive. And grenade after grenade, he's still trying to buy some time, and the reinforcement is there to help Encore.
That is indeed correct. And Core also just trying to pave the way for his teammates to go in for a long flank. Neo as well from Carnival is already there. Omega was already able to get one pick in the meantime. Sayam also just staying put just outside that warehouse. Hector can try and get an angle onto him, but Mafia as well joining the fight, trying to take down iFlix, and Top Dog was able to get a nasty pick onto Omega. The off angle that he went previously worked out really well for him. Goblin trying to cook something up, but the Molotov not exactly landing at the perfect place. Paradox dodging it perfectly. Hector also is inside that compound. So I personally feel that Carnival Gaming, they're kind of caged. If you look at the position, Metal have got a solid one, but there's nade. My, oh my. It's going to continue from the previous game. This time, Siam blows himself up, and using this opening, Carnival Gaming can now try to go in for some extra flushes. All they need to do is just take care of one or two more players, and both of them are split. Top Dog going in, moving forward, just on the left of the container. Could he try and get a pick? It's going to be the question. He wanted to go in for the revive, but Neo is not going to let him. And that's going to be the DBS shot connecting perfectly. The last man standing. How much more can he do? Goblin is the one who's got to make sure that he does not do a lot of damage. And the last bullet connects. But it is from Trigger. Orangutan doing a beautiful third party and now are ruining the game for Carnival Gaming.
Not just Orangutan, it is Team Revenant also from far off angle doing a lot of damage towards the side of Carnival Gaming. And looks like Metal Esports, they survived. A blessing in disguise, but looks like Orangutan is already rushing onto the compounds. Other players of Team Metal prepared for this onslaught, but oh gee, they're not taking any sort of risk.
What?
A head-on push I was expecting, but that's not gonna happen. But still, Metal, they are not safe, because look at the position of the players of Team Revenant. Even they are in the close proximity. So Metal can definitely become a patty in the sandwich right now.
Alright, so hear me out, hear me out. I personally think that all the stars kind of aligned for Middle right there. And the reason for that is, yes, it was a third-party situation by Orangutan, and they managed to get a couple of flushes in that situation, if not one, maybe two. But the reason why they backed off was because of the fact that there was Revenant present, just as you mentioned. And then it could have been a fourth-party situation where even if Orangutan would have won, they would have been under a heavy fire. So they just decided, you know what, it's better that we've got a couple of picks. We're going to move backwards. We're not going to force this engagement and wait if in case Revenant want to force it, so that they could basically do the fourth party now. And
it could have been a bloodbath.
Yeah, Revenant had the exact same thinking. So what happened was that both of these teams moved backwards and Middle survived with all four members. That is just nasty.
The stars are aligned. The lucky stars are completely aligned right now. But right now, speaking of aways, on our screens, well, shots were being fired onto him, and now he has been forced to reposition himself. Out in the open is not a position to hold on to, but they have a certain height advantage. This area is not so easy to hold, because defending this area, this hill, is not easy in these kind of circles, because yes, you get all the information, but the split that you have to make, the all flow players, it's not so easy. But look at the amount of smoke which Oasis is carrying. 13 smokes.
I mean, he just wants to pave the way for his team. Would probably end up playing a little too safe, so that is. And since we're already talking about playing too safe, Chemin, I can see that they've yet to start their rotation. Still trying to tank the blue zone. The question is, for how long more are they going to do that? Because they did the exact same thing in the previous game and eventually ended up being in third place, if I'm not wrong. And that too with the heal battle. They're due once again though. They promised us. So maybe this is going to be the game, as this is the last game of the evening. For these two groups at least. We're going to have a different group now. But as of now, talking about chicken dinners, Seoul is the only team that have managed to grab 2 chicken dinners. Some shots being fired. Sarang spots middle. Multiple teams have spotted them though, by the way.
I'm telling you, the stars are aligned perfectly. They are one of the luckiest team in the lobby right now because there was no chance Medical could have survived in that situation. But for now, Team Xbox. Speaking of this team, they have not been able to perform up to the expectations. But on the other side, Trigger finds Moksha 5 flicks out in the open instantly, takes him down, gets one more finish point. 2 finishes, already a good start for the players of Team Orangutan, but Orangutan needs much more than that because even they are in the danger area. They are nowhere to be seen in the top 16. So Orangutan also needs to focus on those placement and finish points. And nothing really happening. Xpark is just trying to give a few bullets towards the side of Team Middle Esports. I'm not expecting any sort of blind rush for now because it's an open area. It's too risky.
So most of the teams are just trying to play it safe, smart, want to play for survival and gather the information. I mean, almost all of the teams have occupied different compounds and have at maximum sent one player to gather as much info as possible. Right now, we also see Hydra official doing the exact same thing. And now the main problem in this case is the fact that even if one of the teams decide to go in and take a fight, you know that another team will be coming in for a third party. That is the only reason, but they're just trying to take a few long-range fights. Even if they get a lucky knock, I don't think so they will try and go in for a slam. Because again, you are risking everything onto just 3 or 4 finish points. So rather just do third party yourself, and that probably is the situation which all of these teams are going through. Orangutan, we've seen them multiple times playing just on that shoreline, and they're doing the exact same thing even now. Well, on the other side, Reckoning, just on the north of that bridge, holding that one space. Few of those covers for them, and FS as well. In towards the central eastern part. Could potentially stop the run of Wind God. And now finally, Chemin have also decided to jump inside the safe zone. If not safe, at least the blue zone, so they don't have to take a lot of damage. I think so. The entity who's basically done the maximum damage in this game is the blue zone, and that too on Chemin.
This is Revenant Circle. If they play their cards right, they have the golden spot, and so are the players of Team Medal Esports. They can definitely capitalize because Circle is favoring both these teams heavily. And Revenant, Milta has been their home ground since a very long time. They are aware about every nook and cranny of the circle, all this area. So definitely Revenant is having a certain advantage. But speaking of Reckoning, they're just holding on to a compound near the bridge area. But Owens with the grenade finds an opening, takes on Vishu. And Crypto is all by himself. The rush has been made and Crypto realized there is no way that he can save his teammates. Better save his own life. And finally, he has managed to do so. We'll scuttle back to the safety as Mafia will go for the confirmation point onto Vishu. Waste was taken down, but seems like it's an easy revival. Nothing to worry about for the players of Team Forever right now. But look at that. We have the players of TWM also in the adjacent compound.
Indeed, again, just waiting for the right opportunity to probably go in, try to get extra flushes. But that was literally some fast and furious stuff out there, which iFlix were doing to save themselves from getting eliminated. Because till now, we're literally in the third stage and only one of the teams have been taken down. And as soon as I say that, Hydra suffering from one knock and that too out in the open, should be able to survive though. They're not forcing the fight against Alibaba Raiders. And talking about Alibaba Raiders, they were also playing pretty solid yesterday. So just want to try and continue that performance. Had a few hiccups in the previous 2 games. Might want to try to redeem themselves in this one, and it is a high possibility for them to do so. Now, the main thing about this kind of circle and so many teams staying alive is the fact that you need to make perfect decisions at perfect time, and so is WizGod making that, jumping off the roof as soon as he heard a few shots connecting onto him, seeing his HP drain down. Just a second late rotation could eventually make the difference, could help or break your entire play. So every single second is going to count for all of these teams. So that's one of the reasons why we are staying put in these locations. Team Forever, TWM, Orangutan, they've all just found their own compounds, their own heaven, and are staying put, not going in for some long rotations.
It's It's a stage 3 circles. Not too many areas are there to hold on for all these 15 teams. So definitely a fight is going to happen between the players of Team Alibaba and FS Esports, where FS, they have a height advantage, and Scuba with those grenades is trying to bring some sort of opening. But look at that flank angle, off angle, which one of the player of Team FS is trying to make. Scuba out in the open, not a safe position to hold on to, and Secret takes Scuba down from the moving vehicle. What just happened? Now, Team FS, they have a numbers advantage, they have the position advantage, and Ali Baba, Chris OP is surviving on a sliver of HP right now.
Should be able to run away. Dinosaurs wants to get that space, pushing them back and taking that all area under his control, but it soon is going to be out of his control as the blue pushes him to move forward. But Alibaba Raiders, yes, trying to move forward quickly. Some shots being fired yet again from Roman on one far compound. He is inside the blue, so he can try and stop the rotation for a few seconds, and the few seconds that he actually bought for his team helped them all to survive and move forward. What a smart decision coming in from Alibaba Raiders. Kudos to that quick decision making. But on the other side now, yeah, I don't think so. The zone is going to be forgiving for any of the teams who are literally playing in the center. I want to see the fight that might potentially break out between Team Forever and Orangutan.
The next circle shift is going to be so detrimental for all these teams. Right now, they're holding on to the compounds, but if circle takes a hard shift, then they have to leave those safety compounds, come out in the open, and that is when all the mayhem will break loose. Even they have Middle, Revenant, Hydra holding on to the adjacent compounds, where Middle, Paradox, he's getting shots from somewhere. So he needs to be a bit careful. I think it was Team Hydra who was peppering few bullets towards his direction. Speaking of Team Soul, they are holding on to the southern periphery of the circle. This decision making of Team Soul is something I like. In Miramar, they know you can't play on the edge of the circle. You have to prioritize the center, and that's exactly what they did. And in this circle, holding on to the shorelines is of prime importance, because then your backlines are clear and they're holding on to the perfect compound. So Team Soul, perfect decision making, perfect rotations are being showcased by this team.
Yes, and talking about rotations, Windgod doing the exact same thing, moving towards Reckoning. But the one who's wreaking havoc, at least to the members of Soul, is going to be Crypto, the last man surviving for iFlix, and he cannot run away from the fights any further. Already starting, taking one down, and can he find anything more is going to be the question. What's up the syringe? He's going to get that additional movement speed, but hearing all of the ruckus, now Windgod have also decided to jump in. The Molotovs is just going to stop any kind of push that's going to come in up front. Soul now have to worry about a couple of teams here. First, the Lurker, and second, Windgod, who are just waiting for one of these players to fall down. Ronnie already losing his life, but as Power, Manya, Nakul, all of them stand, so they've got their IGL on feet. Got one of their top fraggers as well. Now they decide to go away, DBS in the hands, but can't seem to find something! One is the answer, but he could not even finish that off. But in the meantime, Windgod's attention have been taken away as FS now try to fight against Chemin. Aru in the meantime standing on his feet just with Atanki. Can FS win the fight is going to be the question. Venom also HP way too low. Sarang also joins in, takes Atanki down and finishes him off. That is disaster for FS. Aru, now he needs to play for his own survival, and he's basically caught in between two people, if not three.
Oh yes, definitely there is a third party, but Aru's grenade takes on Auto of Chemin, and at the same time he takes on the last man, Fury. And with that, Chemin, they have been eliminated on the 14th spot. And Team FS, Aru, well, he's the last man standing, but good finish points, 5 finishes to his name. But the major problem is the circle. He has to migrate inside the circle, and 200 meters is definitely a tough challenge for him, especially when he's all by himself. And Team X Park is also very well aware about his position, but Team X Park, they have their own worries, as Ninja Jord has been taken down, and now they have to migrate inside the circle and go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. Merit Esports Encore is trying to rain death and destruction onto the plus of Team X Park.
You give middle and range, they're going to take a mile. They were spared early on, and now they're not sparing anyone, especially Team X Park. Just trying to gatekeep them, take them down one after the other. Even if the shots do not take them down, at least chunking their HPs. Top Dog, though, has basically got no armor on himself. Helmet, yes, but he's got to find a new vest out there. It's been pierced with all the bullets. Now, talking about piercing with all the bullets, now even Medal have to go in for the reposition. And in God, they're also at the edge. Reckoning are going to stop anyone from rotating. Orangutan, they'll also make their move. Because if you're looking at Alibaba Raiders and TWM, they've got a pretty solid position. And even Skulls now will try and stop the movement of Team X-Park, who are literally just raining fire onto them as they try and go in for that slam, but on towards the other side. Even Revenant Esports are being stopped by a team that are in the close proximity. Not yet stopped though. They should be able to go in for a full-fledged rotation, but Orangutan might welcome them.
Definitely, that is a possibility, as Revenant with those vehicles, with those buggies, is trying to migrate in the circle, but shots are being fired and the vehicle won't survive for trying. Have an area somewhere in the center. I won't say this is the best of the spot for the plus of Team Revenant. Let's see if it can work in their favor. But Team Soul also needs to be careful about the plus of Team Reckoning, as they are also rotating on the other side. Spray God with the crosser takes down the plus of Team Metal. Top Dog also coming under heavy fire, and even the plus of Wind God are also getting taken down.
Fires from all the different angles. Team Forever trying to stop the members of Wind God. And on the other side, we're going to see Punk, last man standing from his team. Nowhere close to the zone. Cannot go for the heal battles. He does not have the first aid kits. On towards the other side, Orangutan also taking a lot of fire. AK has been taken down. Wind God being eliminated. We're going to see teams falling left, right and center.
The bodies are falling everywhere. Even Orangutan, they have been eliminated on the 11th spot with 5 finishes. Revenant also coming under heavy fire. Out in the center of the circle where everyone can see you is not a position to hold on to. But now they are on the periphery, but their backlines are not safe. We have the players of Team Hydra who will try to pepper a few bullets towards the side of Team Revenant. On the other side, we have Team Forever engaging in a fight with the players of Team Soul, and Mafia with those throwables has taken down one player. But the trade is there. Omega's down, and Mafia has to go for that crucial rescue mission, as Team Forever is also trying to hold on to the southern periphery of the circle, which the players of Team Soul are also eyeing for. They want this spot, they want this position for themselves, and Team Forever, they have to protect it, they have to defend it with all their... And
Might,
Team
yes.
Soul already making the other decision of rotating, but Team Forever also anticipated that as take down not just one, but 2 players of Team Soul.
Yes, that is true, because the zone was just not close to them, way too far away. And Forever having a good advantage. And talking about advantage, Revenant is the one who's just stopping, gatekeeping almost all the other teams who are in close proximity. TWM as well, taking a lot of fire. And you've got Medal, just one man remaining, last man standing. And as soon as I say that, we're going to see them departing from the game 2. At the 5th spot, Medal being eliminated. And in the meantime, Skills, Lucifer as well being taken down by the zone. Reckoning finished off too. So we're going to be down to just last 4 teams and 14 players remaining. And Team Forever, last game was not their chicken dinner, but this time they could possibly do that. They've got a massive advantage. The only thorn in their side is going to be Revenant. But they also have to worry about TWM on to their north side. If in case they make a reckless decision, they will be pincered in between 2 or if not 3 different teams.
TWM, they have been silent from a very long time. 6 finishes, yes, they are there, but those are mostly individual frags. But as I speak of TWM, as for the finish feed, looks like one of the players has been taken down. So this is a very important revival which they have to go on to Kiolamau, as Revenant Blaze is trying with a random spray inside the smoke to get the confirmation point, but looks like the confirmation won't be made. His own teammate will be able to revive him, and TWM still standing strong with all 3 players. And now all this commotion, Revenant and Team Forever are the 2 teams who have the numbers advantage, the position advantage, although I'll say it is with the players of Team Forever, because they are looking pretty solid, pretty strong. On the other side, even the players of Alibaba, they also need to be a bit cautious, because Team Forever might charge into the compounds.
That is indeed true, and the fight is going to break down. Finally, now TWM will be pushed forward as the blue zone moves away from them. Alibaba Raiders, they've still got cover, but that nade is going to be detrimental, and TWM are the ones to start the fire first. They're going to jump in. Kyo, the one who was knocked down, is now taking the charge, leading his pack. And in the meantime, Team Forever will also have to get those crucial revivals in. They want to keep their numbers advantage up, but Alibaba Raiders have been taken down. TWM, the team that I mentioned, might face trouble, might face elimination, stands strong in front of everyone and says, not today.
Team Forever, grenade after grenade are being flung over as they find the blocks of Team Revenant, Fear, Sensei, both taken down. Blaze, the only man standing, but what has happened? Suddenly the tables turn. 3 plus of Team Forever has been taken down by Kyo Lamau. A single grenade takes down 3 plus of Team Forever. A follow-up grenade is also on the way, and Team Forever, they have to go for that rescue mission, but can they do so? Because all the players are stuck together. Revenant, Blaze, Lamau, both are trying their level best with those grenades to eliminate the entirety of Forever.
Look at the HP of Flog. It's barely even there. Even a grass could pierce him right now. Kyo, the man who was just being a thorn in front of everyone, finally has been shut down. And it's a 3v1 situation. Can Blaze do the unthinkable? Does not even have anything to heal himself apart from a first aid kit. And Team Forever have given all the crucial res. It's a 3v1. This seems to be the inevitable chicken dinner that they were hoping for. They were not able to pull it off in the previous one, but they've got all the cards in their hands. And the position now revealed. Blaze will be finally shut down. DPS in hand, and this is going to be the game. Team Forever takes it home. What a great chicken dinner coming in from their side.
Definitely. They missed it in the previous Miramar where they came on the second spot, but this time they held on to the ground. For a moment, it looked like this is going to be an end for the players of Team Forever when Q Lamau's grenade came in and 3 players were taken down. Obeys was all by himself. The perfect Mr. IGL did the perfect job of going for the rescue mission. The smokes were there to help them out, to have the soft cover. The patience, the composure which Obeys had in the final few moments of the game resulted in a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner. But they came so very close to the elimination also for a second.
Just one man away or one need away. That's how close it was. But I'm still going to give all the praises to Kyo. The way that one man was playing, he was the one who provided the opening for his team to probably find the members of Alibaba Raiders and take them down. He was the one who find the nade opening, and then after that he followed it up. He doubled it all up, and not even just doubled up, he tripled up, getting 3 members of Team Forever. That is just outwardly. They almost lost it, and that was just by one man's hand, Kyo Lamau. If this is the kind of performance it's going to put in now, I can only imagine what's going to happen in the future, because you do not want nades in the hand of this kid.
They were not expecting Q Lamau at this position at all, because they had a good spread, but the moment 3 players came together, that was the moment when Q Lamau went in with that grenade. Even Blaze was also trying to do the same thing, Revenant, and for a second it looked like if Q Lamau and Blaze will throw a grenade at the same time, Obeys will also go down. It was so risky at that point. Oh god.
Imagine the game going so very slow that there are teams still rotating. And then eventually it's going to be so fast paced that maybe not even the highlights could cover every single play. And we're already starting from so very late. Look at that. It's probably the 3rd or maybe the 4th stage zone. Directly starting from Crypto, wherein he got one good knock, but not just follow it up. Not towards the other side. Just one play coming in from Aru. My oh my. That's the reason why I still say DPS needs a nerf. It's a nasty weapon.
I just say it, send it back to the airdrop, but that's something too much to ask for. But never mind. Even TWM also did a fantastic job of eliminating the entirety of Team Alibaba, because Alibaba had good compound. But Revenant, Blaze took down Q Lamau over there, and after that it was so easy for the players of Team Forever because they had the entire real estate control, and Revenant, they didn't have numbers. It was just a single man. On the other side, Team Forever, they had the numbers advantage also.
Indeed, because Revenant needed information. They had an idea that Forever would be on their left side, but they had absolutely no idea who would be on towards that north. So they just made a gamble and decided to invest 2 of the members towards the other side where Forever was just waiting for them. And they, as soon as they invested them, both of them were taken out. When they decided to move in towards the right, they realized that the fight was going on between Alibaba Raiders as well as TWM, and Kyo, he basically demolished all of them. So TWM had the advantage, they had the position. They were just a little too late in grabbing the crucial part of the map, and I would also just say it out loud. Team Forever had the advantage of the zone with them, and they made the best use of it. But again, my point keeps on revolving around the fact how Kyo. I am so very sad we did not see it in the highlights, but I wanted to see his nade. I wanted to see how he was able to take those 3 of them down. Perfectly cooked, perfectly placed. But since we're already talking about cooking, right, we already know that there are so many teams out there who could not make it in this top 5 spot. One of them, again, being OG, even though they had a pretty solid position, were eliminated, and also Team Soul.
Team Soul also wanted the same spot which the players of Team Forever were having. They tried to eliminate the entirety of Team Forever. They tried their level best to get that spot, but when that didn't happen, they tried to reposition themselves. In that hasty decision making, they had those vehicles ready, but Team Forever also took down them from those moving vehicles. So Team Soul were eliminated at that point. Had they been more earlier than Team Forever in their rotation, they could have been the one getting a winner chicken dinner for themselves. This could have been a possibility, because dominating from the southern side in this circle is kind of prime importance. At the same time, there were too many third parties also happening, where Carnival Gaming and Medal, they were also engaging in a fight where the third team did a perfect third party, and Carnival Gaming, they got eliminated. But looking at MVP, where here it is, Kyo Lamau with 8 finishes.
And how do you even manage to have 89% finished contribution? What did he even miss? Maybe 3 kills at maximum, if not 3, maybe just 1, if I'm not wrong. It could be possible that his team had a total of 9 finishes, out of it 8 were in his hand. He was paving the way for his team. He was the one who was showing them. You know, you might as well call him the Messiah out there, because he was carrying his team, and the setup, the support that everyone in TWM was providing to him, that was absolutely brilliant. But again, at the same time, we also have to see the stars of the match. It's not just Kyo Lamau, it's also Omega and Mafia with Best Companion and Finisher respectively.
Oh yes, Omega Best Companion with 3 rescues, Mafia the finisher of Team Forever with 3 finishes, 3 assists, and perfect gameplay was executed by Team Forever. Yesterday, we didn't see a lot of Team Forever, but today, barring the first game, Team Forever have been consistent. Previous Miramar, they came on the second spot, this time getting a winner chicken dinner. So Team Forever is definitely making some big jumps in the overall ranking today.
Absolutely, and they need to do that. They were literally on the bottom of that table, if not at the very dead last. So they've got to make their way, because yes, they've still got a few extra weeks of work to be available. But at this exact moment, you do not want the gap to increase any further than it already has. And Team Forever, just as you mentioned, with the chicken dinner, grabbing 25 points. This has been the trademark. This has been the standard. 25 points is where most of these teams grab their chicken dinner. I might as well start guessing the points. But on the other side, TWM, I was saying that he might have 9 finishes, the entire team, and 8 of them were Kyo Lamau. That's exactly what is the case.
Are you a human calculator? Maybe yes, scared you are. But Revenant, 17 points to their name. Alibaba Raiders with total of 12 points. A good game coming in from their side after a disappointment in Miramar, finally a good step up. Skull Esports, finally they have showed some signs in the map of Erangel, 10 points to their name. And this time they had good rotation. They had the benefit of the circle also. Reckoning Esports, 7 points to their name. Orangutan, just 6 points. FS Esports also just 6 points to their name. They were taken down by the players of Team Soul, I guess. Yes, it was Team Soul. FS eliminated the players of Chemin, and after that, Team Soul eliminated the last player of Team FS. Medal with only 5 points.
Yes, that is indeed true. And since we're already talking about the teams which were eliminated, Kevin, yes, just as you said, were taken down by FS. But on the other side, we also saw Carnival Gaming not being able to outperform anyone else. And also Team X-Park and Windgod. I mean, we've been talking about how teams are facing the struggles, and these are the 2 teams as well who are not getting a lot of success. Even though they've shown their potential, they've both shown how solidly they can get those chicken dinners, but they're just not being able to keep it. in every other map. If not first position, at least in the top 5 or at least in the top 8. That's the bare minimum that they need to achieve in order to get those few extra points and move towards that finish line in the top 16. But if this keeps on going on, I am going to be very scared about them.
That was very unfortunate that happened with the players of Carnival Gaming in that moment, because that fight was entirely in their favor. The way they were synergetically rushing onto the compounds of Metal Esports, it was a third party, I think, from the side of not just third, I think fourth party. Revenant was also there, Orangutan was also there, and Carnival were the players out in the open because that compound was held by the players of Metal Esports. So I think in that scenario, even the best of the best team might have fallen down. So that was unfortunate. Nothing to blame for the players of Carnival Gaming, because they could have done nothing at all, because it was just the first circle. They didn't had enough smokes or utilities in their hands to use also.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the loot and the gut cast should be fairly enough, but eventually sometimes it happens that you might not have enough loot. So you got to force 1 or 2 fights, and the zone was in a place that they had to rotate. They had to try and get those positions. But since we're talking about the positions, why not let's have a look at the position chart as well for all the teams who are now playing. Since the matches for these two groups are over, Team Seoul still taking the top spot with 6 matches and total 66 points. Closely followed by Chemin as well, 57 points in total. And following them are Alibaba Raiders and Team Forever, making a very long jump, now reaching at the 4th spot.
Alibaba Raiders is also one of the those teams that rely heavily on the placement points. 40 placement points, they have got the highest in the lobby. But Team Seoul, they have got the highest finish points, 34 points to their name. So Team Seoul was always looking for the aggression. But it's always a controlled aggression, because look at the perfect balance which they're having in finish points and placement points. That is something you need in every single game. Even Team Prince, speaking of them, total of 47 points. Team Forever, on this day, on day number 2, they have taken a huge jump in the overall ranking, a total of 51 points in their name. TWM Gaming also, the last game was in their favor, a good performance coming in. Revenant, Wingod also, they were taken up pretty early in the game, I guess, this time in Erangel.
Yes, absolutely true. They managed to get a very solid chicken, and if not 30, they probably have 32 points if I'm not wrong. And if you basically deduct that score, they've only scored 13 points apart from that in their remaining 5 matches. Now that is worrisome. They have to step up their gear. They have to change their performance now. But seriously, one thing that we all missed is the fact that Team Prince, with just 3 matches played, are at 5th spot with 47 points. And they still
47.
have 3 more matches right now. Yes, exactly. It's inevitable that they would probably take the first spot back again if they continue their performance from yesterday. But, I might have just jinxed it.
No, we don't jinx. We never jinx, kid. We never jinx as casters. There is no such thing as jinxing. But speaking of Crore Esports, they have also played only 3 games and they're looking fantastic. They're already sitting on the 15th spot with 35 points. And if in the remaining 3 games of today, they play even 2 games good or 1 game good, they can definitely come in top 8.
That is indeed true. And staying in the top 8, it basically gives you that extra bit of cushioning that even though your last few games might not go good, you will not be eliminated. But one team that would have to worry is going to be Orangutan. Now, I love the fact that they actually have 25 finish points. Now, it's almost equaling all the teams who are in the top 10. But the only place that they've got to work for is going to be the position points. And it basically is because of the fact that they are getting caught multiple times in a scenario wherein they're basically between 2 different teams or are getting third parties. Just a little bit adjustment there and they would be good to go. But talking about being good to go, AUTOBOTZ Esports, they also managed to get the first chicken dinner on Erangel and now are going to have that chance to probably showcase their skills on the map of Sanhok and Vikendi. 34 points in total, sitting at the 17th position.
But look at the position of Hydra. 6 matches they have already played. Skulls also in the same spot. 6 matches already done and 32 points and 25 points only to their name. God's Train, Blind Esports, Team Together, Global, 4Shot, Entity, Big Brother, Team Zero. They are yet to play their games for day number 2. But based on the performance of yesterday, Team Zero and Entity, they were not able to perform up to the expectations. Team Zero with only 4 points, Entity with only 17 points. Let's hope a big jump we can see from all these teams on day number 2.
Yes, indeed, that is true. I mean, if I'm not wrong, Entity is a team which basically came second in the game when Seoul took their first chicken. It was the map of Erangel, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
So, I mean, they got 12 position points after that. So, in the remaining games, they could not grab even a single position point. That is worrisome, but I think so. They've still got a few more fixes to do, and they would be able to do that. But yes, if you're talking about Hydra Official, if you're talking about Skulls, I think so. Skulls are just crumbling under the pressure. Even though we've seen these players as very experienced, they should be able to pull off those strategies and pull off their moves. It just is not landing in their arms. That's what I think. Hydra Official as well, even though we thought this roster would actually perform very well, they're just facing a lot of troubles into entering those last few zones. They are being caught out in the open while the rotations and also all the positions that they want to go for is already preoccupied. So maybe just changing the speed in which they rotate is something that could help them.
Maybe that could be the reason, but this time in Erangel, they were in the center. The circle would have favored them. The final circle also, like you pointed out, had they gone for a very early rotation. So rotation is something definitely that Team Hydra also needs to focus on, and those 4v4 fights, because they are trying for a super passive gameplay, which might be not working for them because they tend to go for the aggression usually. First Erangel yesterday, Team Hydra had a decent point, but after that there was a major downfall. Even that downfall is continuing on day number 2 also. So let's hope they can stage a comeback, but after that, I don't know, they need to do the homework. They need to find out what's really happening wrong with them.
Yeah, they definitely need to do the homework. But Connor,
I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
with the action-packed first 3 games, now we come at the halfway. But it's only the halfway, ladies and gents, because now we'll be having 2 different groups. That's going to be A and D taking on each other on 3 different maps. So it's a different group, it's different maps, and also it's going to be a different co-caster this time. Necro, welcome to the desk.
I mean, it feels great to be back. And now for Group B and C, though. Man, they've only got 3 more games left this weekend, so I feel a little bit bad if some of the teams that were not really able to perform in these previous 2 days, then imagine even in the third day if they're not able to perform that well this weekend, then they will just need to wait the entire week for the upcoming comebacks that they're probably possibly planning, which that's of course going to give them a lot of time to pre-plan stuff, but still, man, waiting like 4 days to make a comeback, it sounds a little bit too much to me, no?
That is absolutely true. It's going to be very difficult. Just 3 more games remaining, and when the momentum is not in your favor, it becomes even more difficult to try and pull off a few of those points. But one thing that they can pull off is going to be definitely the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra phone, which is powered by Samsung Snapdragon processor. And you already know with the Monster Energy drink, they should have just enough resources to try and pull off their comeback. But we're going to have a look at the schedule quickly, because the first 3 games over, iFlix with the chicken, and also followed by Team Soul and Team Forever. So the teams who were basically the last 2 remaining on the map of Miramar were the ones who secured the next 2 chicken dinners as well.
Exactly. I mean, especially Sanhok bringing in that variety once again. I just want to see how Group D and A are now going to be adapting, because these 2 groups yesterday did not play on this map off the bat. So this is definitely going to be an interesting switch up that these 2 groups are now going to be facing on forward, and especially then moving on forward from a high-paced, from a high-octane map, then directly settling the dust on Vikendi, where the starting is going to be super passive. It's a big switch up that comes into playstyle, and teams, for them to adapt onto this playstyle can be a little bit difficult, but these are the professional players and they've been here for a long time.
That is indeed true. The professionalism is definitely going to kick in. It should help them out realize and figure out which are the best positions all around the map. Because again, we've been mentioning, even me and Shadow were talking about how rotations are going to be the key. They've always been the key. But in the situation where so many teams are just staying in the center or at least just off center, you always need to know which the next location is going to be best suited for many different kinds of zones. So all of that should be done pre-zone formation, and I think so. Yeah. Most of the teams are kind of having a problem into adapting that, because whenever they decide to go in for the rotation once the zone has formed, it always is the case where some other team has already occupied that compound. So the teams who are going in for late rotations are facing some troubles. Maybe we're going to have a switch things up. Just as you mentioned, the map of Sanhok is very aggressive one where very fast-paced gameplay happens. Yeah. So we're going to see some things switched up.
Exactly, and then the instant switch up between Vikendi is something that really catches these players off guard. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of Sanhok is going to be on the way, as Group A and D are now going to make their way in the plains, as the plane flat path starting all the way from Sami towards Lakawi. This plane flat path is tilted a little bit to the southern side, but it's really not going to matter because it's the map of Sanhok and you can extend wherever you want. And as I mentioned, for this group today, it's their first game, so let's find out how a lot of these teams are going to be performing, because there are some heavy hitting teams in this lobby.
Heavy hittings, just as you mentioned, one of them is going to be Global Esports. This team packs a punch. They've got that potential, and it might possibly seem to be a drop class scenario where Team Zero and both Global Esports are dropping towards Camp Alpha. This seems to be trouble, as the circle is going to be formed entirely up north. Yes, absolutely. They seem to be going in for that fight.
This can be an interesting one. Team Zero versus Global Esports. Mavi and Ninja Boy right next to each other. Saeed's out in the open, and that's it. A big mistake from Saeed. Does not really realize that he's surrounded by a lot of foes, and then his life gets instantly compromised. Team Zero, I don't exactly know what's going on with this team, but even yesterday they had a bad start of the game of Sanhok. Even now they're having a bad start of the game of Sanhok. They've already lost out on Saeed. I'm not sure what the game plan is for Team Zero, but one thing is for sure, they need to change their drop location. It's not really working out that well for them.
That indeed is true. They would have to focus down as to where all the other teams are trying to play, and then figure out a possible location which might not be contested. But on how many teams are they going to go in for that study? But talking about study, it just seems to be the case where Gujarat Tigers know the location of the Jelly Godel member. Shots were being fired, but is still safe for now. But for how long?
Yeah. I mean, especially Sanhok is a circle-oriented map, so you need all the players alive in the final few moments. And if you're not going to be having those players, then, yeah, it's going to be a daunting task for you to take the win. Team Prince on a hunt. They want to shut down Erangel as quick as possible, and that's the IGL2 that's being hunted down. Godlike cannot afford to lose out on Jelly instantly like that. On the opposite side, it's Team Prince. They're already doing quite okay in the overall standings. Yes, the standings have slipped down, but they still have 3 games to go today. So that means they've got enough amount of chances to make the comeback on the overall standings. And now it's their time to chase the target that Group A and C have set up for them.
And it does not seem to be a very difficult task until and unless they kind of fall off early on. So Team Prince definitely have set up a stake and they are living up to their expectations as well, if not just exceeding it outwardly. We'll just have to wait and see how that eventually pans out. But one thing for sure is that Godlike are going to have a smooth sailing, looting all of the compounds that they are in right now. And they've got Jelly safe as well. So no casualties there at least. Team Zero is the only team who have lost one of their members. And apart from that, all the other teams are now, most of them are just located in those extremities. We've got God's Reign though, who are in the paradise. So might possibly see any contest possible with WSB if in case they decide to go in for that rotation. And since the circle is basically a little bit north oriented, I don't think so they would even need to go in for any early rotations. But we can't really say the same thing about Entity or even Team Together Esports, who we were expecting would perform really good but are struggling to find their form.
Pretty much. Gujarat Tigers towards boot camp. No issues over there. All good in the hood for Gujarat Tigers. MJ, Shadow, Wixkey, Clutch God, the ex-Newman lineup. I highly doubt the contention's going to be there for the side of Gujarat Tigers, so they can loot over here peacefully for a long time. On the opposite side, Team Zero is the only team that have lost out on one single man, and that's going to sting them quite a lot. As I mentioned a while ago, too, this map is a circle-oriented map, so you need all the 4 players in order to be assertive inside the map. So, yeah, now Team Zero, they will need to go for 3-on-4 fights, which already sounds quite tough.
Very tough indeed. And since you mentioned how circle-oriented this map is, we know we've seen multiple flanks in that case. Even yesterday on the map of Sanhok, I remember that there was one nasty flank. It was probably done by Soul Mania, but they lost the fight eventually. But that flank was something that provided them a great opening. Can't really stop praising that. And we might possibly see multiple teams going for the exact same kind of play. Especially when we're talking about teams like OR, who, yes, have been performing pretty solidly in the leadership of Robin and are currently looting towards Hatin as well. So, don't need to go in for any quick rotations. Circle is on to them. We'll probably wait, but once they do, they will either be encountered by Global Esports down to their south or maybe Big Brothers who are down to their east.
Blind Esports. I mean, this is a name, whenever you hear Blind, you instantly think of chaos. You instantly think of dominance. Yeah, the roster is being completely shuffled around. It's being completely changed, but still, this new Blind roster, they're not able to establish a lot. And even the time's running out. I mean, for this week especially, you've only got 6 games, from which one of those is being played right now. And then you would need to wait 4 more days, and then after 4 days, you will have another chance to make a comeback. But still, who would like to wait 4 days to make a comeback? Come on, it's better to just instantly establish a comeback and then maybe have a good night's sleep the entire week.
That is true. But what also is true is the fact that they've basically named their players as 0, 1, 2, and 4. I feel sad for 3, not including that. But at the same time, I was about to feel sad for Shadow as well. He was taking shots from a very long range. Safe was the one from Big Brothers who was able to take him down on his knees at least, but he was given a quick revival as well. There was no one close by to go in for any kind of push. But I can't really say the same thing about the members of WSB because they're in close proximity to Gujarat Tigers as well as the members of 4 Shots. So if they're not careful, they would probably be pounced upon by both of them.
WSB? A team that I've been looking forward to for a really long time. The performance hasn't been that consistent, but they definitely do pack a massive punch. Anuja's addition has been quite questionable so far. I'm not exactly able to see what type of a support role or what type of role he's really bringing in for the team, but their struggles are still continuing. The firepower's on the point, but it's about the team play. It's about taking the position in your hands, and that's where the players of WSB are really showcasing a lot of signs of struggle. The same thing can be said for the 8-bit as well. The new 8-bit lineup isn't doing that great too. Big Brother Esports, another set of players. They've been playing with each other for a really long time, but that synergy seems to be missing now. Global Esports against the players of OR. Mavi's knocked out, and even Slug is quite softened up. Pro tosses in that nade way too close. Slug managed to tuck back inside the cover. Ninja Boy, he's got so much burden on his shoulder, too many responsibilities to live up to. Global Esports, equal traits on both the sides. Admina flushed out instantly. Luckily enough for the side of OR Esports, at least they've got an escape plan from this entire scenario. But then Beast in the backlines can definitely be the game changer though. Pro needs to shut down Beast in order to stay alive from this entire scenario. OR Esports in such a pickly spot, especially Pro, all by himself while his teammates are not even nearby. Beast can have an isolated fight all by himself.
Both the off-angle players are just taking on each other, and the ones who win this fight is going to provide much-needed support to their team. And it just seems that Pro, was that a calculated move is going to be the question, because I don't see how he's going to just move up those rocks now from the position where he is in. Because Beast is just covering one angle from where he could have. I think so he's going to have to go in for a long rotation, but that could basically put detrimental time in favor of Global Esports, because they've basically isolated those members. In a 3-1 situation, 1, 2, and 1 possibly. Changed up though. They're also trying to group up, and in the far extremities, we can also see Team Zero, who've got possibly a good opportunity. If in case they wait for a while, they would be able to get a good third party. But OR seems to have just entirely disengaged from this fight. 2 points going in for Global without losing any member of their own. I was mentioning how this fight could potentially break out, but Global doing a good job avoiding crisis.
Pretty much. 8-bit still outside of the circle. Going for that late breach, potentially. Engaged in a fight a while ago, I guess. And 8-bit was the one to sort of shut down their opponent, suppress him. This fight between OR and Global Esports was quite a scrappy one, but Global Esports, they've managed to get the advantage rolling up. And that's why OR, they had no other option than to back away. But now Team Zero is going to be a possible contender looking to approach inside the fight. Team Zero here for the revenge. Shadow knows exactly where Mavi's positioned too. And both of them, there's a chance they might just exchange nades. But this time, it's going to be Shadow's grenade that finds the opening. Mavi knocked out. Global Esports, a big blunder on the horizon.
That's the second time Mavi has been taken down, and Slug, yes, he's there to provide in some kind of support, but Beast is just way too far away, and the off angle is not going to help his team whatsoever, as Team Zero just decide now they want to go in for that push. 3v2 is the situation in front of him. Now GE also going in for those repositions. Ninja Boy up close, Slug just outside the entire compound. Ninja Boy has to stop this brute force that's basically coming in the form of Team Zero. Shadow and Dark Lord, both of them pushing forward yet again, also being supported by Scout. But it just seems that GE are trying to bait all of them. Mavi has not yet been brought back. Now he has actually been. So we'll be getting in those first aids as well. He'll be going backwards. GE is basically giving all the space to Team Zero. And in the far extremities, we're all seeing God's Reign winning their fight against the members of Team Prince. And Team Prince has been eliminated. Just as I said, I even told Shadow, I've jinxed Team Prince.
Oh, man. One freak of nature takes down the other freak of nature. Team Prince now not inside the game anymore. God's Reign worth the one to reign supreme in that fight. But over here at Global Esports, I'm not exactly sure where Beast is. Beast is way too far away from the rest of the squad. He needs to regroup and save his teammates, or maybe try and create some off angle and find the opening. But Beast is still just playing around the outskirts of the city. I'm not sure what the game plan is for Global Esports, but in these type of scenarios, you just got to make sure that you've got the maximum amount of man advantage. And Beast is just still pinned under that rock. He hasn't moved a single muscle. I'm not sure what Beast is trying to do there, but you need to help your teammates, buddy.
Maybe he's being just ordered by the IGL to not move an inch from that position. One of the reasons could be because he's giving a lot of information to his team that there's no one rotating from that bridge at least, or anyone's near their 6. So all they need to be worried about is the team in front of them. And since they already have an idea that it's Team 0, they already know they've got a man advantage. But talking about man advantage, Raiden taking it away already. Long range shots being fired. WSB being fired up as well. Finds their opener. And this is the reason why WSB is being feared. Their aiming is just so crisp.
I told you, they do pack a massive punch, but team play is something that they really struggle with. Taking control of a position, having good communication in fights, good stances is something that WSB really struggles to find. But I hope they've got the situations ironed out. As I mentioned, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. But the way I look at it, I would say every week is a sprint. You just got to make sure that the teams on the top, they're not really building away a lot of lead. Because if they do, then breaching inside the top 16 will be way too difficult. So you got to treat this long marathon as a every week sprint. Big Brother Esports, Uzumaki and Sarvit in the same compound. I touched up on Big Brother Esports as well a while ago, and I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Big Brother Esports. This team, a couple of months back, these guys were dominating, but now, man, there's a big drop-off in the performance. 8-bit, way too close to Gujarat Tigers Wixki. He can hear all the footsteps and all the vehicles around him. And now Ronak, he's approaching his own death. This is not a good news. Wixki's position seems like it's compromised, but he shuts down Ronak. In a moving vehicle, he manages to extinguish him, and now Juicy as well falls down. What's going on? The players of 8-bit, they're going for such a cocky challenge. I'm not sure if it's going to work out or not.
That is not something you would call a good decision, because in an attempt to equalize the odds, they just made them dip even further. 8-bit, just with 2 players, have now decided to quickly move back and concede that space. Gujarat Tigers, I honestly thought that maybe Madman was able to spot him out, but it just seems that it was not going to be the case. But one thing for sure is that Mavi has spotted out the last player, Dark Lord, out in the open. But he still actually manages to get that flush. A crucial one indeed. Ninja Boy now wants to try and get that one last flush and punish him for that pick. Can he find that one timing and opening? The blue is already hitting. Dark Lord moving forward. DBS in hand. And it's going to be Ninja Boy spinning out that crucial trade. And ending the entire run for Team 0. Yet again being eliminated at 15th position with just 1 point on the back of that finish over Mavi.
It just feels like Team 0 is way too stubborn. They just don't want to back away from a fight. Egoistic fights being taken, and that's why they're losing out on their life. Sometimes you got to keep your ego aside if you're aiming for the big prize. And over here at Global Esports, they got the clear advantage. Because already Team 0, they only had 3 men up and alive. Mavi was the casualty. He was getting knocked out over and over again. Eventually, he has been completely finished off from the game. But still, lack of information towards boot camp is something that really cost the players of 8-bit their life. And also a little bit of egoistic peek from Juicy. It cost him his life. Godsreen up against the foes. Goku's knocked out. Not a good start at all.
Absolutely correct. But still, they've managed to get at least 5 finishes on board for God's Reign. So that's something that's going to help them out, especially in the momentum that they've had. And I think so the zone has basically been favoring them a lot this time around. It's still over the Paradise Resort, and that's where they dropped off in the first place. It's their playground, and they know how to play around it. But again, the hills towards the south of Paradise is something that I normally love to see teams play on, because it gives you an advantage over the teams who are playing around you. And also, whenever a team wants to move out of Paradise, they would have to go through you, and it's an uphill battle for them. That's what God's Reign are ready to take.
Pretty much. And God's Reign now on this uphill battle. it doesn't seem like they're going to be backing away anytime soon. The constant barrage of utilities is really causing a big problem for the players of Genix FM. And now from the back, they're getting shot at by WSP. No area seems safe for Genix FM, at least for now. And God's Rean, they've found a clear pounce on top of the opponents, but they're still not going to go for it. They're not exactly sure how the front lines are looking like, only because they've got a lack of information. And I like the cautiousness from these players.
That is indeed true. When also members of Gujarat Tigers now need to be cautious around the members of WSB. As ZF goes in for a spray, gets the perfect bullet shots connected on MJ. He gets taken down on his knees. And that's another big blow to Gujarat Tigers now. But in the meantime, on towards the other side as GE are also going in for their rotations. They're being welcomed by the members of OR. Already catching one of them. Might be able to just flush all of them out. On the other side, Madman has been taken down on his knees though. Just one man remaining for 8-bit. Can he pull them through? That's going to be the question as Anuj currently just crouching down. Moving forward slowly. Trying to get an angle onto the opponents or at least not get caught by them.
Oh. Utilities tossed in. And Genix FM, they've got the go called Spider-Jawed. Genix FM, they've already taken 2 massive blows. If one more hits him, their run inside this game is going to be pretty much done and dusted. WSP managing to retrieve one man back up. Anuj, he's got a decent amount of HP, but then in the back lines, it's going to be Godlike. And what a beautiful nade that was from Z-God. A 3-pointer. What a Kobe.
But unfortunately for him, he shot in his own basket because on the other side, he already had Spider-Jawed who got those flush points. So even though that nade was perfectly cooked, perfectly aimed, did not get any results in his favor. And as soon as I was mentioning that, Jonathan being caught yet again by Genix FM. Oh my, these two players just being so very nasty, and even Z-God has now been spotted. The nade's going to be going up his way. The blue is going to push him forward as well, firing some shots. JD, low on HP, but no way, you get a pick with a DBS that range.
Oh, JD Gaming, even the Wall of Death is now chipping out so much damage. He must have enough time to pop this first aid. Oh, only sliver of HP away from getting knocked out and confirmed. But now decides to pop out the medkit. He does not really have a lot of HP left, or even healing utilities left, so he needs to make it inside the circle as quick as possible. At this point in time, the circle's going to dish out so much damage, you cannot afford to stay outside of it. Unless if you've got a ton of first aids, then yeah, maybe you can try to go for a med strat. But still, it's better to play inside the circle. Still 10 teams are remaining and 22 players in total. And Big Brother Rishi is outside of the circle, taking so much damage from the blue. Going for the patch-up constantly. Uzumaki now looking forward to make that move. The nade's quite close. And no, it was actually a flashbang. Interesting.
Not something we would normally see teams go forward with a flashbang, but I've seen sometimes Orangutan use that. On the other side though, blind, solid, still stuck on their place, trying to stop the members of Big Brothers, but they've also got to make their move as the blue is pushing everyone back inside the safe zone. And I think so, it's God's Reign who've got the perfect opportunity. And as soon as I say that, Delta being knocked down by the members of Gordel on to the south. Should be worried about them. Currently, they want to try and also take the fight with them. But in the meantime, Carry, long range shots being fired onto him. He's been taken down. AUTOBOTZ. They've got the top 8 teams remaining. They should get a few extra points for themselves. But Blind, not quite in the best position that you would call it. Jelly still trying to find a few of those shots though. It's Uzumaki who kind of gets that flush onto him. And player 2 of Blind still standing. And he's basically the last man who's actually standing.
Mac and Jelly. A combination from Godlike. But can you really do a lot? Especially even the circle now has moved up. And it's just dishing out so much damage. The only thing that's going to help you is constant healing utilities. But for now, God's Reign from the top is just raining down death and destruction on all the other teams that are currently underneath them. AUTOBOTZ as well might just be the next one to follow it up. Godsreign reigning supreme inside these final few moments, and now they've only got one more team inside the circle that can be a potential big thorn in the victory of the Sanhok game. Godsreign finally waking up from the slumbers, and did I see this right? Veds is playing from Godsreign. Their coach is inside the game playing with the players.
Well.
What?
Seems to be he's taking things in his own hand, but for now, Team Together Esports, they need to be standing strong, but the wall of death takes them down too. In the form of Godsreign. It's being absolutely insane in that playstyle. And this chicken is inevitably theirs, as Jelly would probably be on his last few first aid kits. It's actually Gamla Boy who's also going for the med strat. Jelly was taken down just before him. Entity though.
These are free points, right? You might as well try to just go for the med strat and maybe hope with your fingers crossed that you're going to be getting the second position for your team. And that's what they've done. Gamla Boy has managed to bring his team on the second spot in the previous game. So consistent positioning points with 3 elimination points. That's an okay outing for you and your team. 15 points in total. Entity's going to be super happy. But Godsreign, they will be the one to secure the chicken dinner in this game of Sanhok.
And it could potentially be another 25-point gamer. If I'm not wrong, they were able to flush out a couple of kills as well from Team Together. If it's a 2, then it's over 25. But if it's 1, then only 25 points. That's one good thing. Oh my god, no way, he's just got 6 more first aid kits. Come on, man.
Come on.
You've already got the second place. Jeez, Gamla Boy. he does not stop. Be it with his rifle
he wants to go for one more
elimination.
elimination. Maybe he wants to go for one more elimination just before getting taken down. He's like, you know what? Maybe I can squeeze one more point in. Just one more. That can be enough. Maybe 16 points. Come on. Every single point counts, right? And even he realizes that every single week is going to be a marathon. So every single point's going to be counting too. Just got to make sure that the team's on the top. They're not running away with the lead. But unfortunately, the play zone is way too strong and no one's going to be able to stand against it. Your death outside of the play zone is inevitable, as we've got the winner chicken dinner from Godsreign with a solid performance. They have managed to take this game home. At the start, the fights were quite scrappy, especially Team Zero once again having a bad start for themselves. But in the end, it was Godsreign to take things home.
Yes, it's their coach playing with them. The ex-Orangutan coach, now Godsreign's coach. Also showcasing his skills on the battlefield. Now, I love the fact wherein, coaches always come out and show the reason why they are coach. A perfect way to play out the entirety of the game and also helping them get the chicken dinner, the much needed one as well in that case. Because now that's going to put them in a very solid position in the overall leaderboards too. But also, again, kudos going into Entity Gaming. This is possibly their second game in which they've got the second place. And on the back of the heel battle yet again, Gamla Boy doing a very solid job, making sure he's going to get those extra position points.
Quite interesting, right? Coach coming in and them getting the chicken dinner. Yesterday, on day one itself, Godsreign was struggling. And now that the coach was playing as the fourth man, Godsreign out of nowhere just started dominating. I'm not exactly sure if it's the coach's big brain or is it like the good luck or something, but man, Godsreign, I guess they really needed such a banger of a start for today's day, and that too in the game of Sanhok, that's going to bolster their confidence so high up because the upcoming game is going to be Vikendi, and in the first 3 circles, you do not even need to move from a spot, so you can just stay pinned down in the same spot that you've got.
Absolutely true. I mean, talking about how you do not need to move in from your spot, that's exactly how Godsreign were able to play it even in this game, because the zone kept on forming over Paradise Resort. If I'm not wrong, even the stage 4 was just over it, so that they had to make very minute changes in their positioning. But as you mentioned, Vikendi is going to be very different, and I think so in that situation we'd possibly see different teams making their play. Team Friends could possibly show off a few of their skills onto that map. If I'm not wrong, they were the team who actually got a massive 30-pointer chicken dinner on the map of Vikendi itself. So maybe they can try and replicate it yet again in this game. And it could possibly be a situation wherein Team Zero might as well try and, step up on that paddle, change those gears, because they really need to.
Team Zero, I'm not sure, man. Look, I mean, they have got some of the known players from the community, but with how they're playing, they're just showing a lot of egos in every single fight they're taking. You can clearly see that they just do not want to back away from a fight, even though they know that there's an opponent right in front of them. Especially that hot tin fight. Yeah, they had a 3-man squad. They knew that one man's knocked out in the front, but then it was way too long to make the push happen. They should have pushed up instantly as soon as they found the knock, but no, instead, Team Zero, they were just still playing pinned down. So that hesitation, but at the same time having the egoistic aura of making the fight happen, is really costing them their life. You either commit fully or you just do not really commit. You just back away and play safe.
Possibly could be a case wherein there's some kind of miscommunication or the problem in those synergies. They definitely need to fix it up, and if possible, just in this match itself, because now they need those crucial points. The lead is increasing further. Eventually, if they do not stop, they've got to make something happen, and that's what Delta did for his team. 7 finishes for this guy, 50% contribution. That basically means they had 14 finishes for their name.
7 finishes, as you mentioned, with 50% contribution. Yeah, I mean, that's some good calculations by you, man. Solid stuff from Delta PG, of course, of God's Reign, as we do have the stars of the match in front of us. Going all out as well is going to be Delta PG, and then the best companion is going to be Xerath from WSB. WSB, in that previous game of Sanhok, was one of those annoying teams that just likes to third party and shoot teams from far away and steal those elimination points. That was what WSB was in the previous game.
They were really being that nuisance with 18 minutes of survival time. Yes, definitely the kind of performance you would expect them to show out. A decent one indeed. But on towards the other side as well, I want to talk about the fact how even the members of Team Godlike, Jonathan was caught up early on, but eventually Jelly somehow managed to get those crucial first aid kits online and also managed to make sure that at least his team was in that top 5 place. So that was one of a good move, I would say. Managed to get a few extra points on board. Maybe they can turn things around on the next one and grab a few chickens, or at least be in the top 2 or top 3 position as well with a good elimination points.
I mean, getting those elimination points, of course, is going to be quite important, but now, as we were speaking about a team like WSB, right? They do know how to go for the elimination points. They just need to focus on the placement, man. I'm not even going to lie. They just need to play super defensive. They just need to play super passive in these moments, because they're definitely going for the fights. They're definitely taking a lot of shots against the foes. But one thing that they're really missing, as I mentioned a while ago too, is asserting dominance inside the game and asserting dominance on a particular compound that you really want to conquer and finding a good position inside the crucial moments of the game. And that's where WSB really does struggle. Their positioning game has been quite off, and especially even in a 4-on-4 fight, you talk about the stances that you take, for example, 2-2 split or maybe a 2-1 split, one player going for the flank. Those type of stances of WSB has been looking kind of weak. They need to work on that as well.
They definitely need to, but we're going to show you guys the match ranking of this one, because there would be some teams who would need to make sure to step up their performance and change some things to move on top. Team Prince definitely not having the best of the start. Team Zero as well in the same footsteps. OR Esports, they had a pretty decent positioning but just could not commit to the fight against Global Esports. And since we're talking about them, they are themselves on the 7th place with God's Reign being on top, 29 points, just as we expected. Entity following them up with 15 points for themselves.
AUTOBOTZ. Now, this is going to be another team that I will be looking out for in the upcoming game of Vikendi, because yesterday they did quite a decent job in the game of Vikendi. So once again, my eyes are going to be pinned on AUTOBOTZ itself, as we've got Global Esports 2. Another team that I would like to see what they've got in the backpack, because Global Esports as well, they need to showcase some better stuff too. Genix FM, in this game, they managed to get 6 points. As I mentioned, as long as you're going to keep yourself consistent, that's all that's going to matter. But then once again, you need to understand that there are teams that are out there who are getting consistent 15, 16 points in every single game, and they're just building that lead. So 5 and 6 consistent points, yes, they're good enough to keep you in top 16, but you never know what the future holds for you.
Exactly. It's not a very solid for those foundations that all of the other teams are raising for themselves, because they can build up a very good lead on the back of it, just as you mentioned. So that's one more thing that I also wanted to talk about, especially for Team Blind, which showed a promising result. It was the insane lineup right now. We've already seen them getting multiple chicken dinners across multiple tournaments in many different maps. So I think so it's high time for them to step up and change things at this point. And if this kind of performance keeps on going with them, I think so they're barely even going to make in that top 16, if maybe in that top 10, if we're not even talking about that. I don't think so they currently have the performance like that. So I think so just a few more changes here and there. I don't think so it's even about the synergy at this point. It's probably because of just a few decision makings and few positional disadvantages that are being put again and again.
Yeah, and not just that. Now, as we know, the upcoming map is the map of Vikendi. And I mentioned that AUTOBOTZ was the one who got a decent game. My bad, it was not AUTOBOTZ. It was actually Team Prince that I was trying to look out for. Team Prince was the one who had a really solid game yesterday in the game of Vikendi. So we know that now this upcoming game of Vikendi, Team Prince, they're going to have their eyes glowing, and they're probably going to be looking at that map and be like, okay, this is our chance to come back. Yesterday, we had a solid game. We still do have the momentum in the game of Vikendi. So now all we need to do is aim for Vikendi and play the same way we played yesterday. We've got the overall standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Sko Seoul still on the top. Chemin Esports on the second spot, but Alibaba Raiders with the third spot, Team Forever with fourth, and God's Reign now starting to make that climb once again. Oh, these guys are going to claw their way back up on the first spot.
You can never keep God's Reign out of the tournament, or at least the competition, for a long time. They've even overtaken Team Prince, who are down to 47 points in 6th spot now. And both of these teams are the teams who've still got 2 more maps remaining, so who knows? Maybe they'd be able to even cross Team Seoul.
They should be able to do so. There's not a lot of point difference, to be honest. One more solid game from God's Reign, and they would pretty much meet as many points as Team Seoul currently has. And for Team Seoul, is it really going to affect them losing out on that first spot? Absolutely not. They still have got 3 more games tomorrow in this week itself, and then they've got a lot of games in general. 36 total games all these teams have to play, so they still have a lot of games pending for themselves. Godlike, though, on the latter half of the board now, is starting to be a big upset for the fans. They're not able to perform that well on the 15th spot with only 38 points. The same thing can be said for AUTOBOTZ Esports. Even the previous game for AUTOBOTZ wasn't really that hot, but hey, you still have got 2 more games to go.
That is indeed true, and honestly, I feel that their position is still pretty stable on the 45 with the 45 points, 43. Oh, my bad. That's on a very solid position in the leaderboard. But on towards the other side, when we're looking at the Team Together Esports at the 24th place with just 29 points, they need at least 1 more solid game to even think of entering in the top 16 positions. While if we're talking about Global Esports, they're also following the same footsteps. Team 8-Bit, again, they need to work out on a few of those crucial decisions. The micro decisions is something that they're having some problems with, because just as you mentioned, even that one ego fight that was being taken, they did not end up respecting and were eventually paying the price for it by losing 2 members.
Exactly. And as I mentioned, in these type of tournaments, especially in tournaments, when you've got the bigger picture in front of you, you cannot shift your focus onto the smaller picture and think for the moment. No, you always got to keep your goal in front of your eyes and make decisions accordingly. And that's where Team Zero, I guess, they really just lost the entire ball, because the main reason is to win the tournament. And I guess Team Zero, they were just focusing on that particular fight to win. And that's where they sort of just fumbled the entire previous game. So I guess maybe Team Zero, they're probably going to try to get a little bit more better in the upcoming game of Vikendi, because as I mentioned, all the players inside Team Zero, they're quite a good lineup. They're a solid lineup. Every single player has been inside the community for a while. They've got a lot of experience in the back, but I guess it's more about the team synergy and the communication that's coming into play. And that's where Team Prince is definitely struggling quite a lot.
Yes, indeed. Struggle is inevitable for them, but I still hope for good results coming in, especially in the next 2 games and also the 3 that they've got tomorrow and maybe in the coming few weeks, because they will have time to fix what has been broken at this point. But honestly, everything's began with one single step. So just looking at the next map and focusing down on all the points that they need to focus on, those rotations, those callings, and yes, avoiding the fights. We mentioned yesterday as well, and I'm going to mention it today, that every single fight that you take needs to have a meaning behind it. You only need to take those meaningful fights that are basically going to reap some results for you. And I'll be very honest, the fight that they took against Global previously, it was not that. But we're gonna have to keep that discussion aside for the time being, as we will be jumping into the schedule. We've got 4 matches already over, with iFlix getting the chicken, Soul, and then followed by Team Forever, now God's Reign. Who is going to be next? Any guesses, Necro?
I mean, oh man, it's really tough to make any type of guesses because God's Reign dominating the first game. I really want to think that it's probably going to be a one-sided domination, but then you also look at the stats that happened yesterday where Team Prince just dominated completely on the map of Vikendi. Then you also have a possible solid contender in the name of AUTOBOTZ as well that can flip things around. You've also got Godlike that can be a possible solid contender. So many good teams. It's really tough to pick one for the upcoming game of Vikendi. But I guess I'm going to go with Team Prince because yesterday in the game of Vikendi, they managed to get the chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points. And I'm going to stick with Team Prince once again. What about you?
All right, since you've already mentioned Team Prince, I was about to pick them as well because, yes, just based on the result of how they've been showing their very solid performance on the map of Vikendi, I thought maybe they'd be able to pull it off. But again, we've seen multiple times and across multiple tournaments that Global Esports is a team that starts pretty slow. In the first 2 days, or maybe even the first 3 days of the week, they are pretty slow on that start. They do not quite get a lot of those points, but once they start to build things up, then it's very difficult to stop them. Even in previous few tournaments, we've seen them going in, if not at the podium finish, then at least close to it. So it is possible they can try and pull some things off because we know Mavi has been in the PUBG scene for a very long time, in the BGMI scene. He's been doing a lot for the community and he is one of the most experienced coaches as well as players out there. So it is highly possible that with his presence now, he'll be trying to figure out the play that all of these teams are making and then create a counter strategy and figure out the best path for his team to victory.
I mean, hey, all we can do is sit over here and speculate, right? We still don't exactly know what's going on behind the scenes. Is that really going to be a possibility? I don't know. But you also need to understand one thing. You were talking about the past tournaments, the Global Esports. They've went through some recent roster changes, and that's definitely going to affect a lot. So that's where things are going to be changing a little bit. Yeah, in the past, Global Esports like to play a little bit slow at the start and then maybe pick up the pace later on. But then these recent roster changes, are they really going to be able to transfer the old strategy over onto this new roster? I doubt that's going to be the case because every single player and every single roster has their own strategic play plan. And I guess you always need to change the plan and the structure every single time you change the roster as well. So over here, I think the Global Esports is just trying to figure a lot of stuff out. They're just trying to know how exactly this roster is working. It's still the stage of figuring stuff out. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Enough speculations. Now it's time to jump inside the game. The game of Vikendi is going to be in front of us. Mawatra is going to be our starting point for the plane fly path and ending all the way towards Cosmodrome. This plane fly path is definitely tilted to the northern side, but it's not that big of a deal. Teams can easily extend wherever they want.
Well, they can certainly go to their favorite drop location. This flight path is not going to give any sort of trouble to the teams. And speaking of trouble, well, a team that is in a lot of trouble because of their performance are the players of Team Zero, because even now they are heading towards the side of Dobro Mestro. Definitely they can get good resources, good loot for themselves, but the performance which is expected from their side is not coming through. Even Global Esports are also somewhere near Dobro Mestro. We have 8-bit toward the side of Mumatra. So all the aggressive teams are there on the western front of the map.
I mean, now Gen X FM2 going to down south. You've also got Entity as well, following the same footsteps. 8-bit towards Mumatra itself. No issues on that regard. But then Global Esports, a hot topic that we had in the previous game with Shai Shnu, they are just going to be dropping right down at the starting point of the plane fly path. Entity Kamala Boy, this could have been a bad start. But luckily, Clutch God had a micro Uzi in his hands, and also the iron side on that skin is not that great. So that's why I guess it's the main reason why the opponent's still alive.
Okay, looking at the map, Gujarat Tigers, Necro, they are way too segregated from each other. One of the player is in the city of Villa, then Shadow OG is too far away from his teammates, so they also need to regroup with them, each other. Otherwise, it will be a big problem, especially for the player Shadow OG over there. And speaking of performance, like you said, Gen X FM, I was about to praise them, but looks like Karan out in the open was taken down by Zverev. Instant confirmation. But speaking of the past performance, yesterday's performance in Vikendi, Gen X FM were super aggressive.
WSB on a move. Gen X FM once again in the receiving lines. I'm not a big fan of the situation. Zerev's got the control of this entire fight, and Skillful's way too chipped out. The rest of the backup as well is going to arrive. WSB off the bat. They're on a manhunt. They can taste all the blood, and now they're the bloodthirsty demons. That makes a lot of sense too. You got to be thirsty, especially when you're not doing too great inside a tournament. WSB, they decide to take matters in their own hands. And this time, all they see is red in front of their eyes. Skillful, hiding behind the pillar. Before how long, that's the real question. Soon enough, even he will be dealt with. A lot of the teams are getting taken down instantly as soon as the game started. Even Team Together Esports. Ronak has been taken down by them.
Team Together Esports, yesterday also in Vikendi, they had too many finish points, although they were taken out pretty early in the game, but they started off on an aggressive note, just like the players of Gen X FM, but this time Gen X already lost onto 2 players, and WSB, a good head start for them, already 2 finishes in their pockets, and Raiden is just messing with the player of Gen X FM, Skillful. I feel bad for him. Poor guy.
Pretty much. The only thing that's happening over here is that WSB, they're also wasting their own time.
Yeah.
And the opponent's time. You either give up on this elimination point completely, or you just try to get him down as quick as possible. And yeah, well, Armson is all the way on the top, and yes, Skillful's going to go down. No way he gets out of this situation alive. Nicely done, WSB. They've managed to finish off the opponents, and now they can focus on the first phase of the game, and that is looting.
They need the resources because even Armexen is having level 1 cares, and that is something you don't need in the final few circles. So they need an upgrade in the loot, and that is exactly what they are focusing on right now. But today, Group D is definitely having a certain advantage, or should I say Group A is having an advantage, because Group A knows how Group D players or teams tend to play in the map of Vikendi. But for Group A, Global, Godlike, AUTOBOTZ, Blind, Gujarat Tigers, WSB, 4Shot, and God's Train, they're playing Vikendi for the first time. So about their playstyle, no one is aware. Speaking of other team, then we have the players of Team Prince. Like you pointed out, they got a winner-winner chicken dinner in the previous Vikendi yesterday.
Pretty much. I mean, Gen X FM, for now, they've taken some massive blows. Recovering from this spot that they are currently in is next to impossible. Vikendi can still be a bit easier compared that you do not really have to move a lot in the first 3 zones, and you can just completely focus on the survival. And then also just try and gather up as many meds as possible, and then maybe go for a med strat. So I would say Vikendi can be a little bit forgiving when it comes to the man number. But when you're just down to a 2-man squad, that's even dire. That's even worse. Especially in the gunfights, Gen X FM, they will be mowed down easily. So Gen X FM cannot afford to take any gunfights. They just need to play super passive, and they just need to play tuck down.
And go for the late rotation, because look at the position of Team Together Esports. So Gen X FM, the only way to migrate inside the circle, I think, is late rotation. That is going to be the key for them. Otherwise, maybe
I would say in Vikendi, early game rotation is better, because you just need to be as close as possible to the centric spot. That means you're going to have a better spot in your hands in general. But for now, AUTOBOTZ on a pounce against the opponents. A good Molotov from the opponent is going to find Skrills, but Big Brother Esports, the entirety of AUTOBOTZ is now just crumbling on top of him. Nowhere to go. Uzumaki gets choked to death. One more man from the side of Big Brother Esports now trying to close on up, but AUTOBOTZ, they're making this fight look so easy. It's like a piece of cake for them. One more man to go in the name of Rishi, and he's trying his best to fight back. AUTOBOTZ, Rico in the outskirts, and Rishi inside the house, pinned down. He's taking way too much damage, and Rishi, he clutches it out against AUTOBOTZ. A savior that's came down straight from heaven. Rishi has managed to save his team's life.
All by himself. 3 finesse managed it out, and Big Brother Esports, they lost 3 players, but Rishi is still surviving. But Global Esports is coming onto the compound. So Big Brother's Rishi all by himself. It's a 1v4 scenario. A DBS
done.
in his hands. He needs to patch himself. There is no chance he can clutch at this point. And Global Esports, just by the use of a Molotov, eliminated him. His victory was short-lived, but Global Esports, well, a good start. 3 finishes already in their names. On all 3 belongs to Mavi.
Yeah, Mavi. Man, he's over here to get the revenge of the previous couple of games that he's played inside the tournament. Mavi wasn't really having that good of a time, but inside the game of Vikendi, Mavi's feeling himself. But Global Esports, one single mistake can cost him their life as well. Clutch God's sights are primed on the target. All he's waiting for is at least one player to step out of the cover from Global Esports, and he will look forward to execute that player instantly. But even Global Esports, they've got a prime positioning, so they're not going to look forward to leave this.
There is no reason to leave the compound for now, because they have good resources, they have got good loot, but looks like they are looking for those rotations, and the players of Gujarat Tigers are ready to strike. If they find the perfect angle, line of sight, they're definitely going to try and pep a few bullets, and Vixie is trying to do the same thing, but for now the players of Global Esports are safe and sound. Nothing to worry about, but Gujarat Tigers, they're definitely trying to poke the bears in the lobby.
Pretty much. Gujarat Tigers. Clutch God. This man's got some nice mechanical skills. Gotta watch out from a team like Gujarat Tigers. I want to see where Global Esports have repositioned themselves. I mean, this compound, it seemed quite solid. And that's why now Gujarat Tigers are instantly going to take it over. Also, see if there are some extra bit of loots left over on the death crates. And they will be able to find those. Oh, a free medkit too.
Medkits are, of course, very important. Yesterday also 7 or 8 teams were going for the heal battle. But wait a minute, Godlike Mac finds Prince out in the open. Instantly shuts him down. There is still hope. There is still hope to go for the rescue mission, but there is no time as Godlike has already rushed onto the compounds of Team Prince. The confirmation is there onto Prince. 3 players out in the open of Team Prince, but Adrian is going to retaliate, find a perfect trade onto Mac. Zigod with the grenade is trying to find some sort of opening, but Jackson's grenade will take him down.
Team Prince is not going to be that easy of a foe to take down. Even in the yesterday's game of Vikendi, Team Prince was dominating, especially Prajwal. He had the most amount of elimination points on his name. So Godlike need to watch out from this team. It's a deadly force. A force to be reckoned with, and Prajwal, he's already on his way to get up close and personal against Mac and Jelly, and already the first knock's found. Mac finds Prajwal, but then Jackson instantly returns back with Jelly. Even another player gets taken down from Godlike. This is not a good news at all. Team Godlike getting dismantled. Just like that. Team Prince on the verge of winning this fight. It's all down to Jonathan. Can he clutch this situation out? Jonathan really needs to live up to his expectations. He really needs to win this clutch. His 2 teammates are bleeding to death, so Jonathan does not really have a lot of time left over anyways. He needs to make it quick and swift, but instead Jonathan decides to back away from the fight.
A good decision, I'll say, because it was a 1v3 situation and risking the placement points which Jonathan can acquire. I think this was a great move coming from his side. You have to be mature in certain situations. You have to focus on the bigger picture, that you have to qualify for the LAN, and getting those placement points is going to be of prime importance. So, good decision. And Team Prince, well, they got 3 finishes, and at the same time, they got a boost in the confidence by taking down 3 players of Godlike. A good start for the players of Team Prince. Yesterday also a very good game in the map of Vikendi, but right now we have the players of Gujarat Tigers also locking horns with the players of Global Esports, where Mummy has been taken by MJ's grenade, and Shadow OG with the DBS will get the confirmation point.
Nicely done. Gujarat Tigers, sides primed once again against Global Esports. I mean, right now, GT doesn't really have to worry about a lot of stuff. Ooh, good way to park your McLaren. Hopefully no scratches on that beast.
Clutch got trying to loot that crate, upgrade his resources. But speaking of Gujarat Tigers, they're also aware about the position of Team 8-bit, typical Vikendi. You also always have to be on the alert mode because always there is some team present in the adjacent compound. But for now, Team 0, they're looking pretty solid in terms of the position because they are somewhere towards the northern shorelines of Dobro Mestro. And that means their backlines will be clear, but I'm still waiting for that hard shift of the circle. And also from the northern side, we have one more team of Spy coming in. That could be a problematic situation for either Team 0 or maybe for the players of Team Global Esports.
Look at Entity all the way in the blue. One thing is for sure, Entity is going for Medstrat once again. Even in the game of Sanhok, now in the game of Vikendi too, Entity going for the Medstrat. Interesting. I mean, it's just being mature. It's just being smart, right? When there's a chance that you can grab 3 points, why not? You might as well go for it. Why work hard when you can work smart? And that's what Entity's doing. They're just working smart. They're just trying to go for those confirmed placement points. And once they do get their hands on that, well, who's going to stop them from getting those consistent 12, 13 points? No one.
See, you have to look at the bigger picture. If the target at this stage is to just qualify for the LAN, and then you have to fight for those points, and those points will give you more things, bigger things like the prize money. So Entity is playing smart. I have no complaints with that. But Genix FM, they are also playing super safe, and for all the good reasons, because they lost 2 of the players in the very early stage of the game. Now JD Gaming, YT and Spider Jord are still fighting in the blue, and so is Jonathan of Godlike, all by himself in Podvo Vosto at the mercy of the blue. Maybe he's trying to collect few 4 states. Medstrat is a way to go in this kind of a situation. Also, we have the players of God's Reign on the eastern periphery of the circle.
TTE. Especially even they can sense a lot of threat around them. Kronal, Stager, Shaikat, Invader. Shaikat is one of those players that has impressed me a decent bit. But so far, he's not able to find that form. Maybe just waiting for the right moment, I guess. Maybe it's about the team just clicking in well with each other once again. Because these roster changes have been affecting a lot of these teams. That's for sure. But then even the roster changes are also changing the play style of an individual team, and that's catching the other teams off guard. So in general, the entire meta has been shook.
Well, it does have certain pros and cons. You have the X factors, you have the surprise factor that you can play around. At the same time, you have to work on that synergy, you have to work on that communication. So many factors are involved. So it can go either ways. For few teams, the roster change is definitely working really good. But on the other side, Global Esports, Slug has been eliminated by a vehicle explosion coming in. And Ninja Boy is left all by himself. During the rotation, the players of Global Esports are suffering heavily. One by one, they have been picked off. And now, Ninja Boy, what can he do? Maybe go for the passive playstyle, go for the heal battle, go for the mid strat, anything, something to grab those placement points. Because yesterday also 7 teams in the final circle were going for the mid strat. Team 0, well, still holding on to the compound, still holding on to the shorelines of Dobro Mestro. A good position to hold on to, and at the same time, they're aware where exactly the players of Team OR are. And OR also is one of those teams, Necro, that performed really good yesterday in Vikendi.
OR is one of those consistent teams that you can never just look away from. And I've always mentioned this. OR is one of those teams that likes to stay under the radar. They like to move without being unspotted. And that's what has been the strong suit for OR, even when Jelly was idling and even now. But we've definitely seen that sudden shift in the playstyle too, as soon as Jelly left. We're seeing a little bit of an aggressive OR. And I'm loving that. I'm always a big fan of a smart aggression. And that's what Admino and his team has been showcasing so far. But I hope it's not going to be miscalculated, because the next circle shift now pops up in front of us. An 8-bit that found themselves right in the smack center. This is the best position 8-bit can ask themselves to be in. But all they need to do now is be good in the defense.
Oh, certainly. This is 100% agreed, a good position to hold on to, and defending the compound is going to be prime important for not just 8-bit, for the players of Team Together Esports also, because they are also towards the southern side. If the circle goes a little south, Team Together Esports can also benefit heavily. But on the northern front, we have Team Prince entering inside the circle. So that means if the circle takes a northern shift, this can again be a very good game for the players of Team Prince. But Ninja Boy, look at him. Completely on the western shorelines, going for a very passive gameplay, looking for those first aids in the compounds nearby shorelines. I like this hold that is coming from the side of Team Zero, because they have been not been able to perform up to the expectations. So sometimes you need to change your playstyle, go super passive, and analyze the situation, understand the gravity of the situation, and play accordingly. And that is exactly what the players of Team Zero are trying to do right now.
WSB. All the 4 players playing on the edge. Not sure how good of a position this can opt out to be, but if the circle moves away, then yeah, it's going to be threat lingering all around them. Look at in front. It's God's Green. On the side, it's Blind Esports. On their left is another team. To get out of this pickle? Oh, sounds next to impossible. So you better start paving your path right now without wasting any time. You better start finding a good safety rotation out of this single compound as quick as possible. And the only way you can try to do that is information. Before now, a couple of shots exchanged against Blind Esports. Nothing really harmful.
Blind, they're just trying to pep a few bullets. WSP, for now, they are safe, but not safe from the players of Team Entity, as Somraj finds Zeref out in the open, instantly shuts him down. His own teammate, Gamla Boy, received hefty damage. He needs to patch himself up. At the same time, Entity, they have to focus on the rotation because they are a few meters away from the circle. Somraj is also aware about the position of Team Together Esports, saw them rotating, migrating inside the circle. Troy having enough first aids, but this is stage 5 blue. They can't take this blue zone's damage right now. And WSB already lost 1 player. There is a possibility of Team Blind also making a rush towards them.
Blind Esports, they can see the rotation pop out of the compound. WSB, somehow they've made a safe run to that shack. Still, I'm not sure how safe of a position that's going to be, but it's a decent position compared to the before one, because they've got a good stance inside the circle for now. Entity Gamla Boy all the way out in blue. As I mentioned, Entity once again just going for the med strat. He's got 23 first aids in his pocket. And now the elimination feed as well starting to pop up. Entity against the players of Genix FM. JD Gaming's knocked out. On the verge of getting confirmed as well. Jonathan's right next to Somraj as well. Gamla Boy down and also taken away to his death. And now going for the resurrection is Somraj, but he realizes that in the front is his foe. And he needs to be quite quick. He cannot afford to waste any time. And he's also messed up with his vehicle, so he does not have anything to rotate out of that position.
He actually went to collect the first aids because Gamla Boy was the person having 23 first aids. He dropped the medkits, he dropped the first aids, he immediately rushed onto the compound to collect those first aids and start the heal battle, start that mid strat. Well, let's see, he only grabbed 6 first aids. But look at that, the lurking snake, Jackson, thrown down. And looks like the players of Team Blind are not even aware about the position of Jackson. He can do a lot of damage. And look at the utility that he's having in his hands. 9 throw in first aids, 2 Molotovs. He can take the entirety of Team Blind. But he has to play his cards right. He can't compromise with his position at all. He has to strike when the players of Team Blind are at the weak moment. Or maybe when they are out in the open.
Yeah, finding the right moment to strike. OR Esports going for that toss. And yes, it's going to be a perfect one, Pro. Oh, that three-pointer with that much precision is definitely incredible. OR Esports, do they want to make the push happen against Spy? That's what I want to find out, and yes, they do. Zap pulls out the TBS and closing personal, goes for the shots. He misses all of them, and Zap also loses out on his life. OR Esports, what a big blunder. Even Pro's knocked out. Recovering from this spot is going to be tough for OR, but Pro should be back up on his feet. But now OR Esports are only down to a three-man squad. So many blunders happening at the same time, and now Honey too loses out on his life. 4-shot Esports. So many things going bad for them at the same time. This is not a good position at all.
Not good position. A single grenade could result in the demise of both these players, Goku and Cheyenne. They have to defend this little shag with all their might. And the way the players of Team OR are surrounding them, it seems highly unlikely. But Gujarat Tigers, oh, finds Enemy out in the open, instantly takes him down, trying to take down the another player, Clutch God. Now he can also be the victim, trying to get the confirmation point also. Pro on a very low HP. OR not looking so fantastic. Clutch God is trying his level best to get one more finish point in his pockets. 2 finishes already there. Finds Pro trying to shut him down, but somewhere else on the map, the players of Team Together Esports are also locking horns, where WSB and OP has been taken down, but finally a grenade right on the face of Pro takes him down.
I'm not sure what Pro is doing because that nade wasn't even cooked, but he still gets knocked out. Pro, a lot of questions currently erupting in my mind, but Team 8-Bit in front of us, as they've got all the 4 players up and alive. Everything's looking okay with my Team 8-Bit. Position 2 is quite decent on the edge of the circle. Everything's going to be dictated by the upcoming circle shift. As the wall of death is now starting to move, a lot of the teams will look forward to reposition, especially if the circle is going to be out in the open. Then every single team in here is going to be massively screwed. The only thing that's going to help him is good aim and good mechanical skills. And let's find out who is the one to come out on top in these type of moments. Clutch got spot out in the open. He's got his teammates around him, so no issues on that regard.
Shot Esports also might come under heavy fire from the side of 8-Bit, and looks like the circle has gone away from the compound of 8-Bit, and now Shot Esports, Gujarat Tigers, 8-Bit, all these teams, they have to go for the rotation, and Shadow OG will also already get spotted down by Juicy, and with that M416 he's trying to do some sort of damage towards the side of Shadow, but looks like it's only the vehicle, but finally a few bullets connected. But the player is still safe. 8-Bit, they also need to prioritize their own rotation at this point, Micro.
They indeed need to. Even 4-shot from the left line is going to be a big concern. So 8-Bit, a team that has got a solid compound, but unfortunately they do not have the circle. So this is not the prime positioning at all. Team 8-Bit, they eventually will need to leave this compound. But being proactive can reward you even better. Clutch got shut down instantly. Nicely done. 1 free elimination point wrapped up. Goku in the front lines, also spotted through the smoke. But not exactly sure where Goku is. Goku is currently. Mighty still just going for the blind spots. Not able to find any connections. Team 8-Bit, it's time to reposition. You better start paving your pathway to the circle right now. And they're doing a great job in shutting down the teams inside the circle too. But the time is running away. The time's ticking away. And 8-Bit, they finally are on a move. Juicy knocked out. Ronak in the back lines going for the Met strat. 8-Bit, they've only got 2 players in the front lines, while Team Together Esports can be a big blunder for them.
Invader could have been a threat for Mighty, but Madman dealt with him so beautifully, but Godston, Justin got the confirmation point, and there it is. Mighty has been taken down, and now 8-Bit, they have to rely on Ronak for that mid strat, because both the players have been taken down. Mighty will also get confirmed. So many eliminations coming, and God's Reign, they're looking super strong with all the 4 players alive. Looks like this is their game to lose. They'll get the victory in this particular one, because all other players, all of the teams are going for the mid strat, barring one, and that is MJ of Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah, MJ a little bit far away from this rock. Wixky all the way back in the blue. As I mentioned, just going for the med strat. The same thing's happening with 8-Bit as well. A lot of these teams going for the Met strat. And look at inside the circle. There's only 2 teams, and look at how many teams are alive. 7. That means 6 teams, or that means 5 teams currently are going for the Met strat. That's what Vikendi is nowadays for you. Godsreen looking to take a back-to-back chicken dinner home. And the only team that's currently standing in the way is Gujarat Tigers, and that too only MJ. He finds Delta, but now he's gonna have the entirety of Godsreen just clashing on top of him, especially Justin closes in that distance. But what a big blunder, Justin! He knocks himself out because he steps out of the moving vehicle. And now the fight is taken down to a 2v1. MJ now has a fair shot at winning this fight. Veds trying to close on up, get real up close and personal, but MJ gets knocked out because the play zone. Gujarat Tigers, all the possibilities of winning this game have now vanished into thin air.
But valiant effort from the side of MJ, or should I say big blunder from the side of Justin, or was it the overconfidence? Nevertheless, they are getting the 15 placement points. Wades and Destro are there. We can never underestimate Destro, Wades, Justin and Delta PG. The way this lineup has performed in the past, they have always been so dominating. Finally getting a winner chicken dinner in the map of Vikendi. But we know who's getting 15 placement points. But the main question is, who is getting those 12 placement points?
Imagine if Weds gets taken down. There's still 4 teams going for the Met strat. And if even one of those teams finds a clear line of sight onto Veds all the way back in the blue, this can be an entire different outing. But let's see.
Definitely there is a possibility.
What's going to happen? Ronak 2 from 8-Bit is still going for the Met strat. I want to see how many Mets Ronak has in his back. Because still 4 teams are constantly going for that Met strat. And Wixky's on his final one. Is going to be taken down on the 5th spot in the game. 3 more teams to go who are still outside of the circle and going for the Met strat. And at the same time, all those 3 teams will be taken down. It was Team Together Esports' player and another one from 8-Bit. Chicken dinner in the name of Godsreen. A back-to-back win from Godsreen and a stark statement already being made in the overall standings. And now they're probably going to be the one to rule the overall standings too.
Oh, there is certainly a very big possibility, because yesterday also they finished on the 17th spot if I'm not wrong, and today with 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners, definitely they can be the table toppers, they can be on the top position. And what can you expect from this lineup? Delta PG, Destro, they have super strong. The consistent performance is something they always deliver in every tournament, and in this particular one also with good finishes and definitely good placement points, they're getting a winner chicken dinner.
Godsreen. We thought the form was lost yesterday, but then Godsreen on day 2 out of nowhere, they just come back massively. Veds, being the coach, is still playing in the playing 4, which is quite astonishing to me, which is quite weird to me in the first place, but it's actually working out for them. They've managed to get 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, so hey, whatever rocks the boat, you might as well try to do the same thing over and over again in the future games too. And for Godsreen, Veds' addition in the playing 4 is actually working out quite decently, so we might as well see the same thing go on in the future too.
Well, if it is working in your favor, there is no need to mend it. And addition of the coach is definitely working in the favor of Godsreen. So we can expect Wades to stick with the players and maybe change his career from as a coach to as a player. That could be a possibility. Or maybe he's just trying to show the teammates, better guide them in the game rather than offline.
I mean, I'm not sure what he's trying to do, but whatever he's doing, it's working out. That's all I know. So
yeah.
I guess keep doing what you're doing, but maybe there can be a different thing that's exactly going on behind the scenes as well. Maybe their 4th man is not really feeling well. Maybe we don't exactly know what's going on. That's why maybe he's not able to play. But whatever Godsreen is doing, whatever Destro is doing, it's working out for his team. So you should keep on doing it. And you've already managed to get 2 chicken dinners back to back. So that's a solid lead in the overall standings that you've already gotten. So I would say you being in the top 16, you being in the top 2, or maybe on the 1st spot, that's already a great way to end the day off. Now, if Godsreen in the last game, if they do want to take a nap, feel free.
I don't think so they'll be doing so, because the momentum is already rolling in their favor. They'll be looking for a 3rd winner chicken dinner, because as far as I know, this is a team that is never happy. They'll always go for the maximum points they can accumulate for themselves. And this game also started with a few disappointments where Big Brother Esports got few finishes, but they lost 3 of their own.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, OR Esports too. This fight from Zap could have been so bad for his team. I mean, it almost was. Zap got knocked out, then instantly even Pro was knocked out. Luckily enough, Pro got back up on his feet, so OR Esports had a 3-man squad that kept him moving up in the front too, but that could have been way much more bad than it should have been. But Pro, over here, I'm not exactly sure what was going on in his mind, even though the nade wasn't even cooked, but Pro still stayed in that same spot and got blown to smithereen.
At this moment also, Madman supported Mighty wonderfully because he was able to take down Invader, and that was the only threat that Mighty had. But eventually Mighty was taken down by some other team, that was Gujarat Tigers. MJ survived for a very long time, tried to do his best by taking down Justin of God's Train also. But a few disappointments in the name of Team Zero are still continuing in this particular game also.
Of course, I mean, Team Zero, as you mentioned, not being able to perform that great too. Once again, a big concern for that side too. Then Team Zero, I don't exactly know what's going on. One thing is for sure, the team synergy is lacking. I don't know how to fix it. Maybe these guys just need to talk with each other, have a good conversation, figure out what exactly is going wrong, and then maybe get back inside the battlegrounds once again. They still have got one more game to go, and if they do manage to get a chicken dinner in the last game, then maybe catching up to top 16 can be easy. But looking at all the possibilities that currently can happen, I highly doubt that chicken dinner will be there.
See, if a particular team is not performing on just Vikendi and Sanhok, we can say, okay, these are now the strong maps, strong suits of this particular team. But with Team Zero, they're not able to perform either on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, Sanhok. The performance is not coming at all. So definitely something is wrong within the team. They need to figure it out and work it out as soon as possible because, hey, agreed, there are many games left, and looking at the MVP, it is MJ from the side of Gujarat Tigers. 5 finishes and 83% finish contribution.
Interesting, 83% finish contribution. That means Gujarat Tigers were not really able to get that many eliminations, but MJ was the one to get the most amount of eliminations in his hands. Solid stuff from MJ himself. But as I mentioned, right, the teams that are still in the worrisome factor are 4Shot Esports, Team Together Esports. Team Zero is way too much in the worrisome factor. So a lot of these teams not being able to play that great is slowly and steadily going to start to affect them inside the tournament. So it's better to catch up and pick up the pace as the time is still there to do so. Stars of the match in front of us, it's going to SpyX Goku with the best companion with 3 rescues and health restored of 154 with a survival time of 25:02.
Good starts coming in, but Team Together Esports, they need to do much more than that because yesterday they had only 20 points in their favor. And this game, yes, few points are there, but if you want to secure a 4-shot spot for the LAN finals, make sure you are in the top 10 every time. If not top 10, at least top 8 you are there. But Team Together, looking at their points, this time they got 16 points. They fared off really well, Necro.
Pretty much. They definitely did. As we do have the match rankings, and as I mentioned, Team Together Esports was definitely in the worrisome factor, but this game is going to sort of shake those jitters away. It's going to sort of shake that worry away. But then Team Prince, once again, getting that consistent finish in the game of Vikendi. Gujarat Tigers getting 12 points too. Top 5, they're looking quite safe. OR Esports, 5 points. A bit of a worrying factor. Team Godlike also getting 5 points. I would say that's better than nothing.
It's better to get at least those average points because Jonathan was all by himself and they couldn't do anything in that situation. Yes, few mistakes were made before that when they were engaging in a fight, when they rushed onto the compound, but nevertheless, maybe Godlike will perform good because in the overall standings, a decent spot. This is a team that is full of a lot of capability and mechanical skills, so we can definitely see comeback.
Of course, we can definitely expect comebacks from a lot of these teams. AUTOBOTZ too. First game of the day, not doing that great. Second game of Vikendi, not doing that great. Blind Esports as well, another big name, not being able to play that well. Entity Gaming too. Yeah, in some games they're able to showcase. In some games they're just completely disappeared. I'm not sure what's going on with a lot of these big names. And Big Brother Esports too can chime inside the same category. Some big names, a lot of these big names are definitely struggling, but hopefully maybe in the last game of the day, in the game of Erangel, where it's sort of like the classic grounds for every single team, maybe they can once again strike back. You never know. Anything can happen.
the possibilities are definitely going to be there. At the same time, it also matters how much homework you have done when you went back home after day number 1, how much read you have onto the opponent teams, because you have to fix your own mistakes. At the same time, you have to have a little bit of the read on the play style, because so many changes are coming in. So play style has also changed. Few of the aggressive teams have suddenly gone passive, few passive teams have suddenly gone super aggressive. So there are changes that you need to study and come prepared.
Of course, changes are something that really are there for you to adapt onto. And as a player, if you're not really able to adapt onto the changes, well, then you cannot really call yourself a professional player, right? But let's move on forward and take a look at the overall standings. Godsreen right now currently top of the charts, as I mentioned, with 70 points. With total finishes of 27 and placement points of 43, Godsreen, of course, they have performed exceptionally well, and they still have one more game left over. This dominating streak from Godsreen, it doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon.
And so for the players of Team Prince also, because they have also one match left and they have got 60 points. So definitely they can topple over the players of Team Soul and come on the second spot. And if they play their cards right, if they get a winner chicken dinner, maybe they can also beat the contender for the top spot. But looking at the second page, we have the players of Team Together Esports on the 11th spot with total of 45 points. AUTOBOTZ with 44 points. Gujarat Tigers also doing really well with 44 points on the 13th spot.
Pretty much. FS Esports with 43 points on 14. Team Godlike, at least those 5 points from the previous game is still keeping them in the top 16. Team 8-Bit on the 16th spot with 42. Being anywhere near 12 to 16 spot is way too harmful, because you've got too much pressure on top of you and your position can be compromised anytime. Just look at the points difference. It's not even that much, because Carnival Gaming, OR Esports, even Reckoning Esports, Team X Spark, they can make a pounce anytime. And all of that is needed is just one single game. In one single game, your position can be easily taken away. So nothing much can be said, especially in the mid-pack. The positions are always going to keep on fluctuating.
Because we have a lot of games, so overall ranking is very volatile. It's just going to be volatile tomorrow also. But few teams who have completed all the 6 games, like Skulls Esports, Hydra officials, they're still on the last page. And few teams with single-digit total points. That is Team Zero with only 7 points. I don't know, maybe they're trying to experiment something. That's all we can hope for. But Big Brother Esports also undergone that major roster shuffle, only 19 points in their favor and sitting on the 34th spot.
Exactly. I mean, now we also saw the overall standings, and as I mentioned, you still have got one more game to go. And this final game can be a glimmer of hope for a lot of the teams that are currently on the last half of the board in these two groups. And I'm also mentioning and talking about Big Brother Esports, Team Zero, even 4Shot Esports. These 3 teams currently are at the bottom 3. And that is definitely not good for their mental health at all. That is not good for their mentality at all, because as a team, you need to have a clear mindset. But hopefully before moving in to the last game, they're going to pretty much clear their mindset. They're going to have a clear mind before moving into the last game, and maybe just hope for the best.
With each passing day, yes, the point standing is volatile, but with each passing day, if you are not staging a comeback, if your performance is not coming in, the pressure is definitely going to mount on your shoulders, and that is going to affect the mentality, that is going to affect the confidence with which you will approach the game. So definitely all these teams, it's very important to stage a comeback in the very first week itself. Yes, one more day left, but if they stage a comeback on this very Erangel, it is definitely going to give some confidence boost for day number 3.
Without a doubt, it's going to be given some confident boost. But as we now know that, considering there's only 3 more games left, I mean 4 more games in total. One of the games is going to be played after this one instantly. And then tomorrow, there's only 3 more games left. Teams need to start to understand that, yes, it is a long marathon. It's not a sprint. It is a marathon. But still, they need to treat this tournament, or they need to treat this marathon as every single week is a sprint. You need to make sure that you're at least getting closer to that top 16 and making sure that teams in the top 16, they're not really running away with that big of a lead. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on forward and take a look at the schedule, because this is where the last map is going to be played. As I mentioned, last one's going to be Erangel. Group DNA is the one to chime inside the action.
certainly Group D and A, where we have OR Esports, Team Together Esports, already OR looking very strong, God's Train looking super fantastic, Team Prince. I think this game is more important for the players of God's Train and Team Prince because they are fighting for the top spot. God's Train is fighting to acquire and hold on to the top spot, and Team Prince is looking forward to topple over all these teams and come on the top. So it will be interesting, and it will be more interesting if someone takes a head-on fight and go on the drop spot of Team Prince or maybe God's Train.
I mean, Team Prince, they've got a solid firepower, so you cannot really try to go for a drop collision against them, especially Prejual. I mean, he has been the assaulter for the team. He has been getting a lot of elimination points. He's sort of like the man in the front line, so you cannot really just mess around with Team Prince like that because they used to be the X lineup of Gujarat Tigers, and they do pack a lot of punch, and they also do have a lot of experience. Maybe the teams that you can potentially go for a drop collision can be Team Zero if you really want some free points. I mean, because so far inside the lobby, they're not really doing that great. So you might as well try to go for a fight against them because once you know if a team's mental is all-time low, you might as well try to take the advantage as a competitor.
I think complete opposite of it. Yes, I do agree that if a team is taking a drop clash with Team Zero, the chances of coming out as a victor are pretty high. But I want teams to target those teams who are sitting on the top of the leaderboard, because when you bring those teams down, that is when your chances of going up in the overall leaderboard is going to increase much more. So I'm always looking forward for such kind of a fights.
Pretty much. I mean, taking fight against some of the top dogs is going to be way too tough, man. The odds of you coming out on top are even low, though. So I'm not really exactly sure. Being the top dog yourself and going for a fight against the top dogs, it doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
Yeah, the odds are definitely not in your favor, not in the favor of the team taking a head-on fight with them. But maybe sometimes if the luck is favoring you, like was favoring the players of Medal Esports in the previous Erangel, maybe the chances can go in their favor, but it's too much to ask for. It's a very big risk. But now there is a certain change on the casting desk, and Necro will be taking lead, and we have Sahi Shanu with us. Sahi Shanu, how are you? And what are your expectations for the last Erangel of today?
Thank you so very much for that introduction, Shadow. And honestly, at this moment, I am very excited to see how things will eventually pan out for the teams who are not been doing that great. How are they going to end this day? Because again, tomorrow is going to be a new day, but for every new beginning, you need to have a very solid ending. So all of these teams are just going to focus on that as of now. And again, it's the map of Erangel. We have seen how God's Reign have been performing on Sanhok as well as Vikendi. We might as well see them making a triple and get another chicken if in case the zone is kind of in their favor. Because looking at the plane path, it's a very southern oriented flight path, only going in towards the north when we've reached the western part of that map. So we will see the teams going in towards 70 or maybe Stallberg. Not very difficult for them to reach that space. Even Yasna or Liana will be reachable. But how the circle is going to pan out will pave the way for those rotations. 8-bit again, taking the early drop, dropping towards the Primo, not having any major problems. But MJ, oh my. Starting things off in a fashion where Raiden has been taken down. That's the way.
That too with a knife. When you find an enemy handicapped with no weaponry at all onto him, you tend to go for a little style points. And that's exactly what the players of Gujarat Tigers MJ did. And WSP not going to be so happy at all as they lost one of their own. And recently on day number 2, WSP, this is not the first time that the minute they step onto the main land, their player gets taken down. And for now, Zeref is trying his level best not to give any sort of sound cue, although he has an info 1-6. But a 1v4 situation all by himself with no armor, I don't think he is up for that fight.
He cannot. Even if he's got an M4 in his hand. Oh my god, I just want to see how his heartbeat is going to go. Right, he actually moves up, takes the fight, tries to get a knock onto Vixky. Could not do that. Now every attention and all the eyes are onto him. He had a nade, a few of them, so just dropped off one. But the push is coming to shove and he'll be taken down instantly. The shorty, that too. Zeref. He'll just be dropping off those M4s and UMP9s to the members of Gujarat Tigers. Trying to wrap up a few of those extra elimination points. Where is Necro when all of this action is happening? I mean, man loves those fights.
I'm sure sure he's watching from the back lines. But look at that. AB Skrills finds Beast with a Uzi. So many fights, so many early casualties are coming in. And Skrills also on the verge of elimination. But he's trying his level best with that AUG to take down Skrills. And finally, Mavi comes for the rescue mission. For the hill, takes Skrills down. And Ninja Boy also takes down Rico. So the tables have turned. And Global Esports, well, they are looking super strong right now.
Absolutely. Not exactly the way of start Autobots thought they would have. They're definitely taking a beating at this point. Beast will be revived up. Getting him back on his feet is going to be the priority for Global. And they're also out in the open. So they've already sent Ninja Boy as well as Slug out there scouting to make sure that they find a very good compound where they could find some important and necessary loot. They don't have any first aid kits, just a few bandages here and there to probably get them up on their feet and breathing. They'll be making a very long rotation though, directly towards up northern part of the map. Not quite sure if they would actually want to end up towards Severny or not, because now they're in a 2-2 split. So if in case the backline gets spotted and finished off, there would be absolutely no way Ninja Boy and Slug could provide any kind of support. On towards the other part of the map, if you look, Kameshki, the place where XFM likes to loot and is doing the exact same thing. And the zone is also pretty close to them, so I don't think so they're going to face any problems.
Correct. From Kameshki, they can head over to the city of Lipovka because that is unoccupied and definitely go for the secondary loot over there. But in the city of Yasnia, which has been the home ground for Godlike, and now OR also, they both are there. And usually the teams that drop in the city of Yasnia usually never goes for a head-on fight. They just loot, grab the resources, and then migrate inside the circle. From the looks of it, looks like even OR and Godlike, they're also going to do the same thing, not engage in any unnecessary sort of kerfuffle. Just grab the loot and move inside the circle. But one of the player of OR is so very close to Jelly. He's taking a big risk, I have to say. Or should I say Jelly is taking a big risk, because Jelly is not at all aware about the position of Zap.
Indeed, not aware at all, and it's basically almost going into the same compound as well, just 1 or 2 away. And if in case that happens, it's going to be troublesome. Just have to wait and see how this will pan out for their side. Team Zero on the other side though, and Novo entirely free from any kind of contest. They're having this sweet time near that port, right? I was about to say beach. That's not exactly as a beach as you would hope it would be. After those early few contests, we've now taken a step back. Everything is just chill, cool, calm, collected. No one's going in for any fights anymore, because the zone is just hard shifting towards the eastern hemisphere, having half of the military base island as well in it. Now, my question is going to be, will Gladiators directly go and rotate up towards the northern island, or will they stick with the military island and try to pave their way towards the eastern bridge, where inevitably they would meet Team Zero?
I don't think they're going to meet Team Zero for now if they go for an early rotation, because look at that, God's Train, they have a clear pathway. The only threat was the players of Gujarat Tigers, and Gujarat Tigers are already making their way inside the center spot of the circle. So at this point, God's Train, they are going to find a clear pathway. And Team Zero also tends to go for a late rotation. Their playstyle have certainly changed. So maybe anything can happen. There are so many possibilities. But look at the current position of all the teams. Team Blind, they have the prime spot. They are right in the epicenter of the circle.
But if you're in the center, you're going to attract a lot of attention too. And with the way they've been performing right now, this is something that could probably change. Ashian gets picked off already. Honey as well, taking heavy fire and also brought down to his knees. This is just Goku out lurking in his own vehicle. Is he going to go in for that slam? Is he going to continue fighting? And I think so the answer to that question is going to be the yes, as he jumps in. Player 1 of Blind has already been taken down, but it's going to be 4 shot with just 2 members standing. Honey is going to be flushed out eventually. But can Blind keep on fighting? That is the question. Is this going to be the fight that changes the momentum? DBS in the hand. We've seen the range that this weapon offers. Player 2 currently Trying to go in for that fight, eventual flush coming in, but look at Goku. He does not even have any HP. It's just down to player 2 now, and Blind again losing members left and right. And this has become an advantageous situation for the members of 4Shot. A 2v1, and player 2 is all alone. The DBS in the hand, so it's going to be difficult to flush him out. But nades could potentially help.
And that is exactly what player 2 is trying to do so, but no connection is coming through as it's a 1v2 scenario. Looks like Goku has got no first aids whatsoever, and that's why he's resorting to those grenades to take down player 2. And that S12 in his hands, anything can happen, but looks like a third party is coming in the name of Godlike as Mac takes down Goku. Some relief for blind player 2. Now it's a 1v1 scenario. And Godlike, they're also looking forward to rush onto the compound, but from the windows with the S12K, blind pair shuts down the last man of 4Shot Esports and sees the day. But now he has to reposition. He has to run away from this compound because Godlike is ready to strike.
As soon as they saw that the fight is over, the result is out in the open, and blind player 2 wins it, they decided they're not going to go in for any kind of contest. They don't want any more flush points because there are none to grab. It might as well be that they're just a little bit late in grabbing that real estate. So we'll only find there at least 7 crates. My oh my, that was a really messy fight. They don't exactly have the idea that it's eventually empty, so they're going to flush out their own few utilities. In the shadows as well, you are already seeing the members of OR making their way, going in for that rotation as well towards that central spot. And it's just as I mentioned that if you're in the center, you're going to attract a lot of attention. But Godlike, now their own compound has been taken away. Are they going to force this fight is going to be the question. Jelly is dangerously low.
Jelly needs to patch himself up, and from the rooftop, Uzumaki is also getting a lot of information onto the plus of Team Entity. As Somraj, along with Troy, is making the entry, trying to find a center spot. Look at the splash of colors in the center. Everyone wants to have a spot, a compound for themselves right at the epicenter, but few teams are going for a very late rotation, like the plus of WSP. For all the good reasons, because only 2 players remaining. Sirvi is still in the blue all by himself. Gujarat Tigers also making their way from the side of Rozhok. GE, Global Esports also going for a late rotation. I think they'll be heading to the city of Yasne right now. In all this situation, I think Genex FM, they are looking super strong.
Indeed they are. Genex FM, yes, they've been fairly quiet today though. Might as well want to change that fact and move forward with a flashy ending at least, because they're also making their way towards the center. Now here's the thing, right? Almost the entirety of this cluster is yet again towards the center and just a little south of the center, making a C formation wherein you know eventually every team is going to go for that third party. So entire north is empty, where Global Esports would be looking to take the entry from, and also the members of Gujarat Tigers. So it's possible that they both might find each other and go in for that fight. And no other team is close enough to try and go in for the flush of those points or try and get a third party in place. But Gladiators in the meantime going in for their very late rotation will be taking the entry into this northern island directly from the eastern bridge. No resistance there whatsoever. Some of them being found for Team Zero's Dark Lord. Team Together Esports up in front of him. This team has also not been very flashy today, but getting those crucial points, those numbers on board, so not falling too far behind as well. Staying in the top 16 is something that they need to go forward with, and that's what they're doing.
The thing is, Team Together Esports, like you said, at least they're getting those average points. But Team Zero, they're getting nothing at all. Just single or zeros is something they're talking in the binary language since 2 days. That's something they need to change. But Team Together looks like their backlines were not clear. And we have Team Prince peppering few bullets. But now looks like he's the one getting shots. So he needs to make a safe escape from the situation. Even Invader having an off angle. I love how Invader has positioned himself, because if any teams rush onto the plus of Team Together Esports, Invader will be the one to flush out the enemy, and that is exactly what he's trying to do. So, trying to take the plus of Prince down, but Krunal not intending to leave those rich areas, not trying to overcome it in this situation. So Team Together, they need to be cautious because now Team Zero and Team Prince, they both are aware about this spot.
Exactly, and that's the main point. They could be flushed out. They're literally in the middle of a sandwich. They do not want to get third party, especially when they're so out in the open. There's little to at least no cover out there. Talking about cover, Blind Player 2 has a bunch of it, sitting inside the warehouse and lurking up above. Over those cliffs are going to be members of Gen X FM, who we were just talking about a little while ago, as to how they have been fairly quiet, but would want to end up in a flashy way. But still, as of now, not making any kind of move. This part of the map, it kind of remains in the exact same way. Not quite sure what Godlike is planning there. Maybe a buggy drag race out in the open, though. That's how they parked all those vehicles. No way you're going to put a car out there to block it, but well, that's how teams play. I still kind of like the position of Godlike Shadow because it gives you a lot of area to watch out for. Yes, you gather a lot of information, and you also always have those escape routes with the smokes and the vehicles that you have parked. They're also pretty safe from the fire.
100% agreed. In these kind of circles, in this particular circle, holding on to that shelter, height advantage area, you have those caves where you can hide if so many fights are happening, if you're surrounded by too many teams. There are always so many possibilities. At the same time, like you pointed out, you can get all the information from that height advantage. And Godlike, the position is good, but they need to make full usage of that position. But Big Brother Esports, the last game was entirely not in their favor, but this time they are going for a little slow approach. They have collected all the good resources and now just holding on to the compounds. Not too many teams are there. The backlines are mostly clear. The only threat they could have are the players of 8-bit because they are also present in the nearby vicinity.
They've got Entity up north of them. Still would not want to risk taking any fight because still have to wait and see when would WSB decide to actually jump inside the zone, because this game is not supposed to be played outside in the blue. Or maybe they've just decided to go for a heal battle right from the get-go. Might have find a lot of them in the George Paul apartments up north. But again, a central shift of the zone, not creating any major problems for any of these teams, as God's Reign also deciding to go in. They should be welcomed by the firepower coming in from Team Together, who are on the eastern side, or either at least from Team Prince, who are on the northern side. And we've seen the potential of Team Prince already, but the third party is definitely going to happen in this kind of zone. And for now, we're going to see Gujarat Tigers starting things off. Entity Sombras taken down already.
Entity not in the best of the spot. The split that is coming in from their side, they can be picked up individually, and that is exactly what the players of Gujarat Tigers are trying to do so. But on the other side, Godlike, we were just talking about them. Global Esports, Mavi has taken down Mac. The knock has come through. Let's see if the confirmation will also come. But with those vehicles, the rush has been made. Mac, I think he'll be easily revived, and Beast with those grenades is trying to find one more knock. Finally, the Ninja Boy with a DPS takes on Jonathan in a close frontal battle. This fight is suddenly in the favor of Global Esports. On the other side, somewhere else on the map, AUTOBOTZ, they have also been eliminated with 0 points on the 15 spot. But Global Esports still trying to make their way inside the shelter cave.
That is indeed true. Global definitely trying to take their entry point. But they've got to be worried about Gen X FM, who are lurking in the shadows, and also Team Together, who would probably hear these fires and might as well just decide to jump in and join into the action. And OR as well. It's pretty near to them. And it's what you were talking about, how Godlike can actually get a little bit of safety when they are inside those caves. But look at what Global are actually doing. They're actually blocking it off. Are they going to blow the vehicle as well to just stop them from coming in or coming out of that cave, to be specific? Zigord is just on towards the other entry, that shelter, and he is keeping an eye onto the members of OR. But again, they've got to be worried about Global, who do not seem to be budging an inch from that one entry point. That's a very smart little Tom and Jerry play going on between Godlike and Global Esports, though I'll be very honest.
Both these teams, they don't want to risk anything because they have to live up to the expectations. Global Esports not having the best of the time today. Same goes for the players of Godlike. The Vikendi was not in their favor. And this time also, they've lost one of their main assaulter, that was Jonathan. And 3 men, they don't want to take any sort of risk. That's where little safe approach is coming from both these sides. But Jelly, well, let's see what sort of decision making is going to come through at this point, because we have few other teams also lurking nearby. Like you pointed out, one of the player of Gen X FM was there. He scouted the area, went back to his own teammates. So they also have that information that the two teams are fighting it out. And so do the players of Gujarat Tigers. So for now, everyone is just holding on to the compound. Or all the information, all the intel that has been collected by them is going to come handy in the next circle shift.
Next one is going to be the main place where we'll see the maximum fights going on, because again, this is a situation where we've got 50 players alive, 15 teams up on board, and only AUTOBOTZ have been taken down. Entity also taking that entry, and the zone this time takes a hard southern shift, so every team will be moving forward into that. The only ones who've got a very solid position is Team Zero, Team Prince. 8-Bit would also be able to get a little bit of a high ground in their advantage. Team Together Esports, maybe just getting a few covers of those clips, because they would want to play towards the lower part of that, or maybe just want to play on the higher ground and gatekeep all the other teams who would try to enter, but it would be open from the other directions, just where Team Prince have found an angle onto them. So we'll have to play it slow and also have to play it smart, strategic in this situation, as MJ again is just not stopping with the form that he had. And Godlike in the meantime has just been decimated in that rotation. They were caught between Team Prince as well as 8-Bit.
The change in the play style of so many teams, the rotations have changed, the intel which every team needs is not there. Godlike had no idea about the position of 8-Bit and about the position of Team Prince, and that's the reason they have been eliminated. 14 teams remaining, 46 players, and Team Prince, they have already acquired good points, or at least they tried to do so, but they didn't get any single finish point. But we have Team Zero. Okay, I'm not fan of this position at all, which Team Zero is having, holding on to a single visit tower by all the 4 players. Suppose if any teams comes nearby, or if any player comes nearby, a single grenade could result in the demise of multiple players.
Well, that is true, but on the bright side, they've got 3 flashy cars out there.
The cars are not going to give you points.
I'm not a big fan of this one position as well. I would definitely agree. But for now, Team Prince, again, gatekeeping Team Together Esports, not letting them in the zone whatsoever. Everyone just chunked down so very low. I don't think so they'll even be able to survive if they keep put on that one specific place. They need to find some kind of opening, maybe a few smokes being thrown out to try and pave a way for them. Maybe circle around and enter through the different part of the circle. Because again, if you're looking at up north, we will see multiple teams, Entity, Global, OR, and even probably Big Brother going on against each other. So this southern entry is going to be the main key. And if teams are not staying put there, they will probably try and enter through that road that's coming in from Milta and maybe confront Team Together again. Gen X FM taking a few shots. Team Prince has occupied the best place in this specific zone, gatekeeping everyone who's trying to enter through the southern part. But now, since it's taken a shift against them, I don't think so how well they would be able to go in for those rotations.
Clutch Clot also taking down Anushto OP of WSB, and Gen X FM definitely coming under heavy fire. And so the players of Big Brother Esports, as Usumaki has been taken down, and OR Esports, a team that already has a momentum rolling. Robin with that buggy, trying to scout the area, trying to find some sort of opening. With those grenades, Seth, he has to be very cautious because he couldn't be the one to be taken down. But Zap with a vehicle, looking for a vehicle, ran over. Oh, some bold moves are definitely coming through from this particular team. On the other side of the map, we have Blind Player also picking up the plus and also losing of their own. The trade game is there, but OR not trying to overcome it. They have gathered as much information as much possible. Pro out in the open. What are you doing, mate?
Taking heavy fire from Entity apparently, but if you're also looking at the rotation that's going to come in from Big Brothers, they're going to go down south where Gladiators would be waiting, and they would also want to try and enter in towards that safe zone. And 8-bit, just perfect gatekeepers out there, and also Team Prince who would be ready to welcome all of them. Because Team Together Esports are also taking that long rotation, and also along with the members of Gujarat Tigers who are hot on their heels. That just seems to be an awful place to be at, to be very honest. And right now, one of the best positions in the zone has been occupied by OR as well as Entity.
Okay, since you and I, we both have the access to the map feed, do you think God's Train, they're heading for a third winner chicken dinner? But we'll discuss that. But before that, Big Brother Esports found Juicy out in the open, instantly takes him down. The knock has come through. They'll be looking for the confirmation. Invaders, this is not a compound you want to hold on to right now, because Big Brothers are also a big threat. And under the supervision of one of the players, all three players, Big Brother has rushed onto the compounds. It looks like 8-bit, they'll be falling down now.
It's going to be so very messy though. Juicy, yes, down on his knees, and now Ronak will also fall. That basically confirms 2 flushes that are going to be in that one specific house, because Madman and Mighty, they're both in a different compound and cannot move out because you've got many vultures out there lurking. Rishi quickly taking that space. They got those extra few flushes, and Global Esports have also been eliminated. And I don't think so that Gladiators would be able to get another chicken in this game, because every entry point has been blocked off, and they're also taking heavy fire from the members of Gujarat Tigers. And in the meantime, Entity, they've got a possibility of maybe ruining the game of quite a few teams. But look at the positioning of OR. It's absolutely brilliant. But what is not brilliant is going to be the position of Mighty, as he is left alone and being sandwiched between Gujarat Tigers as well as Big Brothers, who are 4 men strong. Gujarat Tigers again facing another casualty. Clutch God out in the open, up close and personal. Uzumaki firing a lot of those shots. Clutch God still standing on his feet and has got to take care of Mighty as well, who is in that compound. Molotov to stop his push, stop his advance. He's got to use his last first aid. That is God.
Those close frontal battles were so crucial for the players of Gujarat Tigers to win, but unfortunately Shadow OG lost that, Vixie lost that, and now Clutch was the last man standing, but a grenade right on his face from the side of Saif brings an elimination. And Big Brother Esports, well, they have got 5 finishes and they have made it inside the top 6, but they have to make it inside the circle as well. And OR Esports still on the periphery, they have a little hard cover for themselves to hold on to, but Genix FM grenades are coming through, bringing in knocks over there onto the plus of Team 0. The trays are also coming in, but OR Esports, they have to be cautious as Zap has been taken down by Entity Troy.
Exactly, and the circle, my oh my, this is just a relentless zone. It's basically got a player phobia at this point, not having even a single player in that. And Pro will be taken down as well out in the heavy fires. Everyone's in the open. There's absolutely no cover out there. Just a few rocks and a couple of trees, that's all. Entity, Troy has been brought down to his knees too. Zap and Robin still surviving from OR. I don't think so if they would be able to survive from this onslaught that's gonna come in, especially from the team up north. That's Entity, and the team on south, that's going to be Team Prince, who still managed to survive. I want to see how many finish points they've been getting at this point. But Entity again, they'll be coming under heavy fire as OR want to be taking their space, seem to be interested, and Team Prince is the one who makes the first move, goes in, tries to take the center or at least the edge of the zone to be safe from the blue. But they also have to be worried about the team on their right.
Team Prince definitely, or they have to worry about them, because the circle also is in the favor of Team Prince. We have 1 player remaining from the side of Genix FM, but right now Edmino's entire focus is on the plus of Entity. With those grenades, he's trying to look for a knock. Edmino Definitely finds one. Might be looking for another one. And the blue, the wall of death, is also closing in. So that means Troy, Ronak, both will go down by the play zone. But Edmino, he also needs to go on the rescue mission on to Robin over there. But now Edmino's entire focus is on to the plus of Team Prince, as Prince is hiding behind that tree.
I guess the decision has been made. It's probably going to be Team Prince, who only lost Prajwal and now will be able to flush out a few extra points for themselves. Though AJ was the one who was able to steal it away. The question is, who is going to stop this force? Because they are not to be reckoned with. It's Karan who's just so very out. Even Zab standing, maybe firing a few bullets, but none of them connecting, and he's got no first aid. He will fall to the play zone yet again, and the winner of this game are going to be none other than Team Prince.
100% agree. Team Prince, they needed that winner chicken dinner, because yesterday they finished day number 1 on the top spot in the overall ranking. And this time they were on the 3rd spot with the last game remaining. They were looking forward for this winner chicken dinner. And so were the players of God's Reign. But God's Reign, they got eliminated. I don't know how many points do they have. So there is a very big possibility that Team Prince might have toppled over God's Reign, and now maybe they are sitting on the top spot.
Could be possible, but I love to see the fact that Gen XFM were the ones who secured those 3rd spot. And honestly, we also saw this time Team Zero up at least when there were 7 or maybe 8 teams remaining. So that's one step at a time, because they were not being able to grab those possession points at all. But this time around, they were able to do that. Even kudos to Big Brother Esports. Even though they could not win that crucial fight that came in front of them, because again, Gujarat Tigers push was something that they did not expect, and they always had OR up to their northwestern part, which were firing those bullets. So they still managed to come out on top with 2 of their players remaining. I think so that was a very good play coming in from them, grabbing a few of those flushes as well, helping them and move up in the leaderboard. But again, kudos to Team Prince, having a very solid position, and also they had to push up against the height that they were put, in. They were at a disadvantageous situation. I would still give them a hats off.
Even OR also played fantastic, because they were also coming under heavy fire. The rotation was not at all easy for them, but still they made their way. They carved their way inside the circle till the final circle. True. And one of the players was also going for the med strat, the heal battle. That definitely rewarded them with good placement points and good finish points also. 4 of 5, I think 3 to 4 finish points OR is definitely having. So a good outing for OR.
True. A very good outing indeed. And again, this was the match wherein we saw most of the teams who were not performing very well come out on top. Even if they were not able to grab that chicken dinner, they were at least able to reach in that top 5 or even in that top 8 position, because that is the place where you're going to get at least over 1 point, maybe 2, 4, 6, 8, depending on the ranking that you have received. And I really love the fact that we did not see a lot of heal battles, unlike the match of Vikendi. I want to see the action till the last second. And since we are talking about action, we're going to have a look at how it all unfolded in this last map.
Speaking of action, a team that was not able to perform really good was WSB. I don't know what was happening wrong with this particular team. The rotations were so off. The drop, which they were picking all the 4 players in different areas, that was not working in their favor. And in my defense, I'm going to say only one thing: I'm Jinx blind.
All right. I'll not say it out loud yet again. But yes, there does seem to be a problem with Team Blind. Even though they have a pretty solid position, if they're pushing someone, they are the ones who are getting eliminated. If they are being pushed on, even then they are being eliminated. But seriously, the way this nade came out, oh my, that was mind-blowing. I mean, literally mind-blowing, because he blew him apart. But on the other side, OR as well, getting a few extra points, trying to wrap it around the members of Team Entity, trying to finish them off as well. Definitely helped them grab a few extra points. And eventually, Team Prince is the one who got that chicken dinner. But all in all, I would still say the fact that, yes, it was a game that Blind could have been able to, grab a few more points in. Because just as we were talking about, they were the ones being pushed on, and they had the numbers advantage too. And if not just numbers advantage, I would still say that Godlike, since they were doing the third party, they kinda held blind in that situation just because of the fact that one of their members survived and the onslaught was taken on by the team that pushed on to them. But still, they need to work on how they're going to take these gunfights.
And Godlike, they have been doing too many third parties. 4-Shot Esports definitely not going to be happy because that was a fight which 4-Shot was winning. Blinds only one player was remaining. That is when Godlike did a third party and eliminated the entirety of 4-Shot Esports. But speaking of MVP, we have Clutch God with 4 finishes and 31% finish contribution.
I'm just trying to do my quick math to figure out how many finishes that this team even have, because if 4 is to 31, then probably somewhere around 13 finishes maybe his team has already got. So that definitely shows how aggressive they were trying to play, how many points they were trying to flush in their favor, because even if they could not grab that first position, they definitely managed to get at least in that top 3 or maybe top 4 just based on those finish points that they secured. And seeing the stars of the match, Clutch God, we saw him finishing with 4, knockouts 6, and the damage of 587. That is actually pretty high.
And we have best companions as JD Gaming from Gen X FM with 2 rescues, 2 assists. Gen X FM also played really good. They had a good outing in this particular one. Yesterday also they had total of 28 points, I think, and they finished on the 10th spot. So today was not entirely in their favor, but at least they got those average points which they were looking for. So a good day overall for Gen X FM as well. And let's have a look at the match ranking to see exactly which team got how many points.
Team Prince, the first chicken that they got was with 32 points. This time around, they've got 19, but still very solid. 15 placements, 4 eliminations. They kind of stayed away from those fights. But OR as well, just as you were talking about, they had almost 4 or 5 elims, so they had 4 finishes and getting a total of 16 points. This match was the one in which teams did not score a lot, but still they were able to get quite a decent amount of points for themselves. And there we go, Gujarat Tigers, 13 finishes. Woohoo!
They were super aggressive. They didn't get the chicken dinner. And look at that, only 2 placement points. So that means they were super aggressive from the very get-go of the game. 13 finishes,
Yes.
but an early elimination, still in the top 5. A good way to approach the game. Big Brother Esports, this time they also fared off really well. 11 points to their name. Team 0, well, at least they are in top 8 this time. A step in the right direction. The only thing that I can think about Team 0 is maybe they're just trying to experiment few things at this stage, because this is not a team that tends to go for a passive play style. And this time they're super passive. Maybe they're just trying to experiment something since we have like a marathon of games.
Highly possible. Maybe they just heard Necro that he was about saying it time and time again. And it actually is true, because Team 0 needs to take only crucial fights that they know that it's going to bring some kind of meaning in their gameplay. But talking about meaning in the gameplay, we did see, God's Reign members, they were down south in the military base island and then moved in a very late rotation. And even after that, they only managed to secure just 1 point for themselves. They could not get anything apart from that. And one of the reasons for that is because of the fact that they had Team Together Esports as well, rotating directly from the eastern part and moving towards the south. And they were basically being chased by Gujarat Tigers too. So they had to basically make a choice either to fight there or to probably try and get into the zone, or maybe just try and fight the teams who were directly up northwestern part of them. They were basically in a pinch, and that spot is something where you do not want to be at.
Well, decision makings are always so very important, because Godrin also were looking so fantastic as they were trying to come from the southern side. For a second, it looked like they are going to hold on to the southern periphery of the circle, but looks like the rotation that time, the way we're trying to migrate inside the circle, they were taken down pretty early. Otherwise, Godstream was also looking fantastic. I think till stage 4 circle or stage 5 circle, they had a very good spot. It was just the moment the circle was taken away from them that they were taken out. Otherwise, this could have been a good game for them, but nevertheless, Team Prince is going to be happy. But we have something special for all our viewers, that is an interview. So let's directly head over to the interview.
Oh, maybe.
Good things
Just a
make
few
you
seconds
wait.
later.
Good things make you
Yeah.
wait.
It always do. It always do. I mean, good things take time. That's how everyone thinks about it. And That's one of the things and one of the reasons why even God's Reign were not on top of the leaderboards, right? Because it's a very good thing and they took their sweet time in that. But honestly, just as you also mentioned, I want to see if in case Team Prince were able to overtake them. And I think that they were able to. It kind of seems to me that getting those 19 points on board, that definitely overtook Seoul. But yeah, question about God's Reign, I think so they would have been able to. But here's the thing. Yes, you're being on that first spot, but you cannot be lethargic in that situation whatsoever. You always have to be very solid and very vigilant regarding what's happening around you and what kind of strategic changes are happening down in the leaderboard, because you do not need to be worried about the teams who are hot on your heels. You need to be worried about the teams who are literally on the 17th, 18th, 19th and all till 25th spot, because all of them have the opportunity to move up in the leaderboards. They're trying their best to go in for that qualification. So they will definitely bring something out that will catch everyone off guard.
See, the thing is, all these teams, they're not worried about the position right now because the overall standing is so volatile that one good game from the side, they can be in the top 5, top 8 easily. They just need one chicken dinner and they'll be in the top 8. So at this point, they're not worried about their position. I think week number 1 is the only week where they can experiment as much as they can without worrying about the result, because all these players, all these teams are so mechanically gifted that week number 2, definitely there is going to be fierce competition and they'll be staging a strong comeback.
Yes, week number 2 is where, yes, you perfectly mentioned where most of the eyes will lie down in, because that's the one. Yes, week 1, it kind of lays down your foundation, but week 2 is where you start to build up onto that. But we're going to first build up the great hype for the interview that's going to come right in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. So stay tuned.
How are you feeling?
हेलो गाइस, कैसे हो आप सब?
बढ़िया।
अच्छा लग रहा है, दिन तो अच्छा गया हमारा आज।
एक पहला सवाल, हाँ चलो, वेज का नाम आज बहुत दिखा है, तो कौन खेल रहा था? वेज खेल रहे थे और वो शोगन?
नहीं, वेज भाई थे। वेज भाई हमें एज अ कोच ज्वाइन किया तो वही खेल रहे थे, बिकॉज शोगन का कुछ मेडिकल इमरजेंसी थी तो वो आज खेला नहीं, बट कल से he'll be back।
और आपके कोच आज इतना बेहतरीन परफॉर्म करके गए, वो पहले सैनोक के बाद आप तो काफी खुश हुए होगे।
हाँ, मतलब जोन हमारा ही था, अगर हम कन्वर्ट नहीं करते तो हमने ही गंदा खेलना था, बट अच्छा खेला हमने, अच्छा कन्वर्ट किया, कॉलिंग्स एंड आल्सो प्रॉपर था उस गेम में, इट वाज गुड।
बट डेस्टो, ये सवाल उठा था विकेंडी के बाद, जब आप तो ब्लू जोन में थे, आप हील बैटल पे निकल गए थे बिकॉज यू गॉट नॉक्ड बाय प्ले जोन। डेल्टा और जस्टिन का जो मूव था, क्या वो डांट खाने वाला था?
हाँ, डांट खाए ना मैच के बाद। वो कमिट करना ही नहीं था वहाँ पे,
मुझे लगा
वो कमिट करने का नीड ही नहीं था, बिकॉज एक तो सीन ये भी था ना कि मैं जोन में था नहीं, तो मुझे आइडिया नहीं था कि क्या हो रहा है जी। अगर आइडिया होता तो हम वो करते भी नहीं।
हमारी स्ट्रीम पे पूरा कवर्ड, तो ठीक है, स्ट्रीम पे पूरा कवर्ड, एक बार जरूर देखना, बिकॉज डेल्टा ने थोड़ा देखा।
अब क्यों और डांट पड़वा रहे हो शाम को?
अब इस गेम में क्या हुआ, मतलब लाइक अच्छी रोटेशन चल रही थी, सडनली व्हाट हैपेंड?
थोड़ा मिसकॉम हुआ इस गेम के अंदर भी, अगर वो मिसकॉम नहीं होता तो हम अच्छा करते, वो मिसकॉम के चक्कर में ये गेम थ्रो हो गया पूरा।
So, आगे का क्या कुछ बताना चाहोगे? प्लान शोगन की वापसी कब होगी? कुछ लीग्स वगैरह दे दो यार।
शोगन कल से वापस आ जाएगा और कल से थोड़ा हम अपना नेचुरल गेम ही खेल रहे हैं, हम तो अपना थोड़ा और ट्राई करेंगे। हमारा प्लान यही है कि हम 24 गेम्स में अपना क्वालिफिकेशन सिक्योर कर ले, फिर हम थोड़ा ऑल इन जा सकते हैं।
खूबसूरत।
आज का दिन तो मतलब बहुत ही बढ़िया गया, क्योंकि वेद भाई के एडिशन की वजह से सब चंगा सा गया। बट कल ऐसा क्या हुआ था पहले दिन के अंदर जो कि सब कुछ अनफॉर्चुनेट गया था आप लोगों के अगेंस्ट?
अरे वही, थोड़ा हम काफी लंबे ब्रेक पे थे ना एज अ टीम, तो अभी रिसेंटली हमने वापस खेलना स्टार्ट किया, तो थोड़ा फ्लो बनने में टाइम लगता है। अभी चीजें ठीक हो रही हैं, हम मिस्टेक्स पे काम ही कर रहे हैं अपना, आने वाले टाइम में वो भी नहीं होंगी, अच्छा ही खेलेंगे।
उम्मीद रहेगी कि आपने जैसा बोला, आपका जो मिशन है 24 गेम्स में क्वालिफाई होने का, वो सक्सेसफुल रहेगा। मेरे को भी देखना है फ्री होके जब आप खेलेंगे तब कैसा कहर बरसाते हैं। डेस्टो, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू एंड गुड लक फॉर टुमारो एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस आज की रन पे।
Wise words being said by one of the wisest IGLs out there, and I really like the fact how on his shirt it's written loading future, and if this is the way they're going to continue to play in the future, I think so everyone needs to be worried about what's more to come.
We also have the answer that why the coach was playing, because the player was not healthy enough, or there was some medical going on, but nevertheless he'll be joining God's Reign remaining players tomorrow. And so many things are there. They realized what happened wrong. He knows perfectly what happened wrong in the map of Erangel. The way he said it was a miscommunication issue. That's why they lost in the Erangel. Otherwise, the rotations were so perfect.
Absolutely, they were literally on point. But yes, it kind of ended up being a situation where even the zone was not in their favor, and there was a little bit of lack of information as well, which I would say, because they had no idea about what's going on towards the northwestern part of them, or even towards the northern part of the circle, and they had a very fast rotation coming directly at them from the east. So that's something where they were basically caught in. Eventually, it's fine because again they had two very good games, and after the end of day 2 they have managed to at least retain the second spot. That's the bare minimum for them. So I think so that's a very good day. Now this is something that all the other teams would need to do, because you want to end the week on a very high notice, or at least have a point that is very close to the top 16. And since we're already talking about top 16, we've got the top 1. That's going to be Team Prince again taking over God's Reign.
Oh yes, certainly. Team Prince on the top with 79 points. Day 1 they were on the top. Day number 2 they are on the top. God's Reign on the second spot with total of 71 points. And like this to was saying, they're planning to secure this spot for qualification in the first 24 games, so that in the remaining games they can go all YOLO. I like that approach of God's Reign, and so is also exactly trying to do the same thing. 66 points, sitting on the third spot. Gujarat Tigers they also had a fantastic day today. 59 points to their name.
Absolutely true. And Seoul as well. They had a few hiccups here and there, but these are the top 3 teams, Prince, God's Reign, Seoul, that have got 2 chicken in their name. All the other teams below them, till Alibaba Raiders, they have not got even a single chicken yet, are basically hot on their heels. Yes, a gap of 15 to 20 points, but nothing that cannot be covered up. And they're already in the top 16, so they should not have a major problem. But one thing that I really love is the fact how Team Forever was able to perform so very well that even though they were on the bottom of the leaderboard, if I'm not wrong, they started in the bottom 5 and now are literally in the top 10. At exactly the 8th place. That's kudos to them.
They had only 3 points yesterday, and today they're looking super strong with 51 points. So definitely they have staged a major comeback on day number 2. I hope they continue doing so in the remaining days. Entity also had a good outing today. Total of 50 points on the 9th spot. Gen X FM. Well, they tried their level best in the last Erangel. 50 points to their name, sitting on the 10th spot. Revenant also had a good outing, decent outing. 47 points in their name with 8-bit on 12th, and 47 points also in their name.
Yes, that is indeed true. And again, following them up, TWM, Team Together Esports, AUTOBOTZ and Vingod. These are the 2 teams that everyone was hoping would be a little more higher in the leaderboard, but day 2 has not been very friendly to them, so they had to just move a little bit downwards, barely on that qualification edge, just hanging by the skin of their teeth. But upon that 17th, we've got Medal. They were also able to secure a chicken dinner, and I think so they should also be placed a little bit more higher. But look at the points difference that's basically between the teams that are after 10th and directly till 24th. It's not a lot. At maximum of 15 points difference. So every team till iFlix, they've still got a chance to end things on a note wherein they would be in the top 16 if in case day number 3 goes very well for them.
Oh, certainly. Even for Team Zero, Hydra officials, 4-Shot Esports, they also have a very high chance of coming in top 16 because there are so many games. So Orangutan, 35 points to their name. They had a decent day 1. They just need to focus on those placement points because the finish points are coming through. 25 finishes, 10 points placement is something they need to work on. Skull Esports, I don't know what's happening wrong with this team because they were super aggressive in the open finals. Suddenly a major drop has been showcased by them in the performance. Blind Esports is also one of those teams that really need to work on.
They all need to work on both their finish points as well as their placement points. But one thing for sure is that Hydra official is taking a very bad beating along with Big Brother Esports and WSB Gaming. But 4-Shot and Team Zero, something that I really want to see from them is going to be a change of pace. Maybe try and choose a different kind of play style. They've been trying to go in for a little bit of a safe and a passive play, also not being in the perfect position. Maybe try and get a read onto what their opponent is doing, because they will be placed up against different teams tomorrow. So might as well just try and figure out the way that they have been going on with their own pacing and their own pathing. Trace it out, find the best possible loophole in that, and then try and take the fight against them. Maybe pull off a few of the miraculous plays, or even if you do not want to play again those flashy plays, you can just try and find the best opportunity or the best position to make sure that you've got at least decent amount of placement points.
Well, placement points, finish points, all these you need to focus on, and you have to work on that, because yes, it is just week number 1, but every passing day is going to mount the pressure on your shoulders to stage a comeback. So better do it in the very first week or the second week, because tomorrow, with only 3 games remaining for each team, total of 6 games, I think it is a high time that all the bottom teams start staging a comeback. But with that, we have come to the end of our show. But before ending the show, a huge thank you to our sponsor for bringing such a good opportunity for all the players. Starting things off with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, share the epic and level up your game. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters the most, and Monster Energy, unleash the beast. But Sahi Shanu, any final words for the teams?
I think that's about it, because I personally feel that God's Reign definitely had a few sips of that Monster Energy because of that energetic 2 chicken dinners that they managed to secure on the map of Sanhok and Vikendi. Let's see if the same kind of performance is going to unveil tomorrow too. So good luck to all the teams out there. It's fine, no pressure. You've still got 1 more day, 3 more matches. Just take it at your own pace.
Just take it at your own pace, and maybe we'll see a great comeback from the bottom teams tomorrow. But you guys, we'll see you guys tomorrow at the same time. Have a good night.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex.